Coming to you from the Troy Lee Design Saloon in Corona, California, it's the Whiskey Throttle Show, bringing you the legends and leaders of our sport with your host, David Pingree. This week's guest is brought to you by Yamaha, the leaders in the power sports industry. Motocross bikes, street bikes, adventure bikes, generators, side-by-sides, quads, boats. Yamaha sets the standard. Yamaha revs your heart. Today's guest is presented by Therabody, the world leader in human performance, wellness, and recovery. The pioneers of percussive therapy, Therabody changed the game with the Theragun device. Their arsenal has grown to include recovery compression systems, powered electric muscle stimulators, adjustable vibrating foam rollers, and a complete line of organic wellness solutions with their Thera One lineup. Whether you are a world-class athlete or you are just looking to improve your overall health, Therabody has the tools to help. Today's show brought to you in part by Method Race Wheels, the strongest, lightest, fastest wheels in off-road. Method dominates the off-road market, and they have the wheels for your truck, sprinter, SUV, Jeep, or van. SKDA Graphics. SKDA has turned the motorcycle graphic design world on its head by bringing a fast, fresh look into the sport. From outside-the-box designs to retro looks to a complete line of Whiskey Throttle show graphics, SKDA is operating on a completely different plane than the rest. With free global shipping on orders of over $100 and unrivaled customer service, right now is the time to freshen up the look of your ride. Troy Lee Designs. Built for the world's fastest racers, Troy Lee Designs blends elite-level protection with a history of industry-leading style and performance. From motocross gear to custom paint to bicycle protection, Troy Lee Designs is waiting for you on the next level.
Hey everybody, thanks for joining us here at the Whiskey Throttle Show. I'm your host, David Pingree, and with us today, a really fun guest. I'm excited about this one. I've been kind of wanting to have this happen for a long time, but he does not live close. We had to fly him in. Former Supercross winner and a guy who definitely did things his own way, which we will learn about today, Mr. Michael Brandis. MB, welcome.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Stoked to have you, man. You kind of disappeared off the map here from Southern California anyway when you quit racing, and we'll talk about some of those reasons. You and I have been chatting about it, but it's interesting when guys disappear like that and we don't see them. Life goes on, all kinds of stuff happens, so we'll get caught up on that, but you and I had some times overlapping where we were teammates. We rode together a lot. We kind of hung out in the same crew, so we got a lot of stories that would have gotten us in trouble in the back in our racing time.
No.
So we're gonna tell some of those today and have a good time. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I want to start with our Method Race Wheels front end chowder, the lightest, strongest, fastest wheels in off road. If you guys are looking for wheels for your vehicle, check them out. Sprinters, trucks, vans, UTVs. They're awesome. And you just go to methodracewheels.com/whiskey throttle, 20% off all their stuff. It's a big discount on a set of wheels. So check those guys out. And Michael, I want to start by talking about kind of what you're up to now. And I remember during your career, you were always good on a bicycle. Your cardio was just always really good. You and Phil Lawrence would piss me off all the time because you could come off the couch and be better than those of us that were training. But you kind of taken that to a new level, moving up in Northern Cal now, and where the scenery is actually pretty beautiful.
Yeah.
And you've done some pretty incredible things on your road bike here this last year.
Yeah. So I've always ridden in bicycles, so how it started. So for like training, we used to run back in the day. Anaheim, broke my ankle, crushed a cartilage in my ankle, so I couldn't run anymore. So that's what kind of led me into cycling. That was 2001. That's where I started getting into it, but I just use it as a little bit of riding here and there, nothing crazy. And then as time went on, after racing, started to get it into more. But the last 2 years, kind of been riding like a madman. Especially this last year. This year was 22,000 miles. Over 2 million feet.
2 million feet of elevation. That's ridiculous.
So
In fact, we had Wardy comment on our Instagram post, and Wardy's an animal, and he goes, "Dude, look at that guy's Strava numbers. It's ridiculous."
It was it was a quest that started off in the beginning of the year. Was not to, I didn't set up these goals at the beginning of the year, like I'm going to do 20,000 miles and I'm going to do 2 million feet. Year started off where I was just riding as much as I could because I was still working full time. But like with the pandemic, so we could work, I work from home, and then I'd ride during the day, and then I'd work till 8 or 10 o'clock at night. And then things went sideways at work. And I stopped working, and I was thinking for a minute of like, well, do I just jump back in and get a different job and start working? And I was pretty burnt out on the whole solar thing of sitting in the office just working all day. I needed a little mental break, so I just decided I was going to take some time and ride, and that led into riding almost every day all year. I mean, on average, it was 5 days a week I rode all year, of 500-mile weeks, 600-mile weeks.
You said you had a week where you went up a century for 6 days in a row?
Yes. So there was multiple weeks of 5 centuries in a week, like week after week. And there was a block of 18 total rides that were between, I think, 110 and 150 miles. 18 rides in 4 weeks. Just, I don't know exactly how all this happened, but the
Is it safe to say all of your junk is just numb? You don't feel anything down there now?
No, that's not that's not it at all. It's like I've spent, all the testing,
Or it's
everything.
tough as leather down there, you know?
No.
No. We'll call your wife to confirm.
So some people will tough it out. They're like, oh, you just got to be tough. And it's like, no, like be smart about it. Okay. Like test out new saddles, new positions on your bike, get some different, some bibs, some different chamois, see what works. And that's what I did. Like I spent a lot of time and money of like trying out different products. And then I got a setup. I'm like, oh, it's like sitting on a Tempur-Pedic. Like it's completely different than just when you're not set up right. It's terrible. You go ride all day and it's miserable.
Even the chamois makes a big difference. You get a worn out one, or, just one that's not thick.
It's huge. And even, so like a bunch of the top brands that they use for the pro teams, they're like, oh, that's got to be great. But there's a difference of having bibs that are cut up for race conditions versus endurance riding like I've been doing. And so they're designed different. The chamois is thicker. It lasts all day. It's like a piece of Tempur-Pedic. Like it's amazing. So that's how, so I spent that to get more comfortable. Then it just kept going and going. And it became more of, it wasn't training. It was a daily journey. It was like mental therapy. And it was fun because you could take off and ride for a few hours, get a coffee, ride for a few hours, maybe grab lunch. I just spin it. I didn't put a time limit on what I did. I just wanted to go out and enjoy myself. And that's what it started off at. And then I think it was around May, started looking at the stat numbers, and I was already, like in May, I was already at like 500,000 feet of climbing. Because up north, it's hard where I live to honestly find a bunch of flat roads. Like most of it is hilly. We got a bunch of giant mountains around there. So obviously climbing the mountains, and the fun part is the descending. That's the only thing that these days simulates riding a motorbike at all, is doing 40, 50 miles an hour down the hill. Not always the best idea, but it's fun as shit. It's what you do. It's the only thing that can put me at that fine line of being on the edge of what I used to be able to do on a bike, which I can't ride anymore now because of my back issues. But it's the one thing that just brings you to the edge of, if a squirrel comes out, you clip a rock, I could crash and die and fly off a mountain. It's what it is.
What's wrong with us? What's wrong with motocross guys that this is what we've got to find?
It's
but good for you. I'm glad you found something that, it's not, I think what is tough too about being on rides that long is you're just with yourself and your thoughts, right? Like that's really all you have. And you have to find peace with that and be good with yourself. So I think there's a lot of therapy in cycling that especially if you're not on group rides. Like if you're just going by yourself, it's just you and your thoughts, and that can be good or bad. And I think eventually you kind of have to make peace with it.
If I had a preference, most of the time I enjoy doing solo rides because you can ride your pace, you can go where you want, you can stop. I like to take, if anyone looks at my Strava page, like I take tons of pictures and videos to like document the ride, show other people what I'm doing, like where you're at. I kind of use my social media. I don't really use Instagram very much, which I should for talk about the business side stuff coming up. But then it's fun to look back on the rides and you see where you go, what you did that day. And there's times I'll be looking through and I'm like, I want to go back and ride that. So I'll make a plan to go back and ride that route or that area. It's just fun. You meet some nice people, you have conversations. It's very sporadically. If you're just out riding in the mountains and you come across some other people and you can start having a conversation, and then you adjust your riding speed, and next thing you know, like 15 minutes go by, you're just talking to a stranger. Yeah. But it's a good conversation. All right, peace out. Have a good ride, and you take off, go different ways. But it's a lot of, for me, the physical side is fun. The adrenaline side of bombing down the mountains, the mental piece of going out there and riding is like essential to keep my sanity in life and just be happy and at peace. It's fun.
Well, that's awesome. We will talk a little bit more at the end about kind of what you have planned, because I think that what you're trying to put together is pretty cool. And we'd love to help you promote it. One other thing here before we get down to your story, I want to ask you about this, because I've heard you say, and you reiterated it to me when we were just chatting, is that you always hated Supercross. Like if you could have had your way, you would have just raced motocross. And yet you won a Supercross. And you'll still say that wasn't my best day. I preferred my podium at High Point over that Supercross win. What was it? What was it about Supercross you didn't like?
A handful of things, honestly. So growing up in Ukiah, up in the mountains, like when I would go riding, it was more of trail riding. Like I didn't have tracks to ride as a little kid. I rode in the trails. The tracks that I would have were 3 feet wide, because I went out there with a saw and trimmed up the trees to make a little extra room. Like I probably would have been really good at GNCC. That's the type of riding I grew up doing. And the tracks that I did make would have creek crossings.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, like, not when I say the hills, not like open hills here, like full on woods. Like that's what I rode for years and years and years until I moved down here. Most of it I never had. Eventually I did get a track to practice on up there that I had, but most of it was just riding in the trails. And so that's, to me, that
Ukiah is pretty far north, right? It's pretty. Northern Cal is beautiful.
Oh yeah. It's, about 2.5 hours north of San Francisco, just up in wine country. That's all it is up there. Just vineyards. Ukiah is a small town. It's grown over the years, but for the longest time, I mean, it was less than 15,000 people when I was living there. Yeah, so it's super small.
So the Supercross thing was just outside of what you were used to. I mean, I mean, still you were good at it. So it wasn't like you weren't good at it. I could see you not liking it if you weren't good at it, but you won a race,
That's because I ride a dirt bike. Didn't mean I liked it, but I did it. I never had plans to ride Supercross until I was a pro rider. For the longest time, I guess my journey into racing was different than a lot of people. I didn't sit down as a little kid and dream about being a Supercross star. I watched it. I remember watching like Hanno, Mara, Johnson, Bailey, Glover, Diamond. Those guys, I used to watch them, posters on the wall, the kind of stuff. And it was cool, but that was not my end goal. It's not like I'm going to do all these because I want to go race Supercross. That was never what I had planned. It was, I love riding dirt bikes, got into racing, had fun, started getting better. And then it was still at the point, like the first year I actually started doing really good as a pro and winning all the the local Winter Series stuff in California, all the CMC and the GFI stuff in 94. In the Winter Series, I was like, I don't know, I made 40 or 50 grand. And I'm like, why do I want to go race Supercross? I didn't ever had a Supercross track to ride as a little kid. And it just, I enjoyed higher speed stuff. Yeah. And the tight Supercross tracks, it didn't really appeal to me at first. Well, it never really appealed to me.
Yeah.
But as you learn, as you go down, you're not going to get a motocross only contract. You know, the guys who win now can get a Supercross only contract.
Barely.
But
even for that, you got to be
exactly. You got to be
special.
winning it.
Yeah.
So it came to terms of like, there's no way that you're going to get hired on a team just to do motocross. So that was the only thing that enticed me to ride Supercross, is that if I want to ride the best bikes out there that are available and race all these tracks, and make money at it, like, this is what I got to do. Didn't like it. Was never really comfortable at it, unless, like, at our test tracks, you go out there and you spend lap after lap after lap. You get comfortable on it because you've done a million laps on the track. But you show up and you walk, you go down the Supercross floor and you're walking the track, and I'm just like, like,
really? It was always a little sketchy for you, huh?
Yeah, I was never excited, never. And but it was like, okay, use your skill sets, ride, be somewhat conservative, don't go crazy. And so there's days I was able to put in some good rides and get some podiums, but I mean, to say it honestly, it was kind of frightening. I mean, you go down there and it wasn't fun. It's not like in the work aspect, like it's hard work, but I didn't really like doing it.
So it's interesting, and I'd be curious to ask, like, Jeremy or, you know, guys who it seemed like Supercross came naturally to. I doubt it was ever scary for them.
No,
because even for me, and I was a pretty technical rider. I preferred Supercross to motocross, but I was still, like what you said, you walk the track and you're looking at the whoops, and you're like, oh shit, or you look at a triple, and when you stand on the first, I would always try to just walk right over the first one, and I'd go to the third one and look back, because it looks shorter from there.
Yeah.
If you stand on the first one and you look out, you're like, oh my gosh,
you can't see the other side.
I got to go all the way to, like, what if this goes wrong? I'm going to die. I mean, you could really get into your head walking the track, and then there'd be rhythms. You're like, oh no, Stewart's going to do this for sure. Like, he's going to quad this. Like, I would be in a flop sweat by the time I was done with track walk. So, I mean, I get the fear part, and you just have to hope that by the time you started riding, you could block that out and just do what you knew how to do.
Yeah.
But I wonder if some of those really elite guys, it didn't scare them at all.
I would say no, because it's like when, take for instance, Glen Helen, Mount St. Helen, like, you're going down that, you're clicking fourth gear, whatever, like when, especially like when we were riding 125s, you're a fourth or fifth gear wide open down that thing. That was fun. Like, I wasn't scared at all. I'd look forward to that. Just all the way down the hill. So for guys that look at Supercross, it was the same way. They're like, yeah, these whoops are fun, or this rhythm section. That was not me, but going 100 miles an hour on an outdoor track.
You like the speed.
That was fun. So it's different. I can see that some people love Supercross because that's the way they ride, and that's what it is that is fun.
Yeah.
And for me, it was the complete opposite of, you know, outdoor tracks. Take, like, Mount Morris was awesome. Glen Helen was usually pretty good. Like, Budds Creek was fun, and Unadilla, like,
you like
fast.
You like
motocross
the real traditional motocrossy stuff.
Yeah,
your results show that.
Yeah, and you go to some of the other tracks, I mean, and I was just like, ugh.
Troy, you probably didn't like Troy too much.
Somehow I did good one year there, but yeah, that going there, I was just like, the last year in 2003 when they canceled it because of the rain, I was like, thank you. Like, I hated that place. It's terrible.
All right. Well, we're going to talk more about it, obviously, as we go through your career. Hey, everybody, get over to whiskeythrottlemedia.com. We've got all kinds of new content over there, written articles that don't really live on social media anywhere. I have a column up over there called Factory Rider. We have a medical column called Crash Cart that Arden Ballard does for us. Coach Rob Beams has a bunch of stuff for fitness and training and wellness. So check it out. You can also get to our shop, whiskeythrottlemerch.com. And we ran all kinds of new winter stuff, beanies, sweatshirts, sweatpants, really rad stuff. So check that out. Great gifts for the holidays or for just wintertime in general. Let's get to your story. Michael Brandis here, brought to you by Therabody and the Theragun, a great tool for anybody that's looking to improve the way they feel. Tell us about where you grew up. You kind of mentioned Ukiah a little bit. That's where you were born, right?
Yes. So Ukiah, some people know where it's at, some people don't. So if you're San Francisco, it's 2.5 hours straight north up 101 of San Francisco, and it's wine country. And there's not, the towns are separated by 20, 30 minutes. Like, it's isolated, just surrounded by vineyards for miles and miles and miles that go down to Santa Rosa. So it's, growing up as a kid, we lived on the outskirts of town where I could open the garage, hop on the bike, and go ride and burn a tank of gas, leave the garage door open because that's just the way it was in that time. It was
different world.
Yeah.
How far were you from the beach? Could you get to the coast pretty quickly?
No. So Ukiah is in a big valley, and then to get to the coast, it's just all mountain ranges. So it's only, I don't know, the way the bird flies, it's like 30 miles.
Oh, okay.
But in a car, it's like hour and 20 minutes because it's just a twisty 20, 30 mile an hour road. So
beautiful area, but probably not the biggest motocross mecca. I would imagine that.
No, there was some people that rode. Couple guys raced a little bit, but it was mainly, I got started off because my dad and my brother had bikes and they rode, and we had some friends that mainly just trail rode, like not a racing scene whatsoever. There's one guy that used to do a lot of welding on my Kawasaki's when they fall apart. Danny Piffero, he had a metal shop. He used to race back in the day. I forget what years, but you can correct me on that one whenever. But it was a few guys that rode. We had lots of trails, but it was very, very casual.
Just recreational.
Yeah.
And your brother was 5 years older? Is that what you said? Ish? 6?
6, yeah.
So you were kind of rolling with a bigger crowd from the time you were pretty young.
Oh, yeah. So eventually, by the time they gave me a bike, so I had to work a deal with my dad to get a motorcycle. I had to get good grades, and to keep the bike, I had to maintain good grades. So school was very important, and so that's how it started. But then I would go out with my dad and my brother and some of their friends, and they wouldn't take it easy on me. They'd go ride single track trails. They were rock, shale, up, down hills. As a little kid, it looked absolutely frightening. Today, I'd be like, yeah, whatever, you can make a jump out of that. But at the time, they didn't bring me out into some flat fields and let me ride. There you go, we're going to break them in like a little rookie. Come on, punk. And there were some hard days as a little kid, but it challenged me right away, where it was sink or swim. Like, if you're going to come ride with us, this is what you got to do.
And you got to keep up. Yeah.
Yeah, and there was a few days where you have a little meltdown, and it's terrible. But riding with them, it challenged me to get better quickly, and learning to ride versus like growing up riding a track, like riding all day single lane, off camber, hillsides. Like, it taught me a lot of technique on the bike, and it's like time progressed, and the first time I actually started riding a track, I was like, this is easy. Like, if you pop out of your line, you can still go wide open because you got 15 feet over here. Like, so what?
Not going to hit a tree.
Yeah, there's not a cliff or a tree or whatever it may be. So when it got on the track later on, it was I don't want to say easy, but it made going fast a lot easier because I was so used to being super precise on sticking to a line.
Man, there's a theme here. Our last show was with Bob Hanna. As you and I were talking about, you saw it. He didn't race for a long, long time. His whole foundation was out in the desert, ripping trails, hill climbs. And for you, single track, more tight in woods, but it's that just riding the bike and developing those fundamental skills, not even on a track. That's different than what kids are doing today.
Oh, completely
the
different.
180 degree opposite. Yeah. So I just think that's interesting. Did you play any other sports at all as a kid?
A handful of them. Started off at soccer. Played soccer, I don't know, roughly 6 years. I got involved in like tournament racquetball for a while, that's a lot of fun. If you play someone of similar caliber,
I remember we used to go
game.
play at Canyon Lake, and you were really good. So that makes sense.
It was a lot of fun. So I did that. Also, I got into BMX, and so I raced BMX for I don't know, to say like 4 or 5 years, something like that. But then all the sports started overlapping, and Dad goes, pick one. Like, we're doing this, we're going here, we're going to racquetball tournament, we're going to motocross race. It's like, it became too much, which I completely understand now. So it was just pick one, and of course, motorcycles won.
Well, how old were you when you made that choice? Do you remember?
I think 11.
Okay.
11 or 12. No, probably 12, because I started racing when I was 11. And so, yeah, probably about a year into that, Dad's like, just pick one, because we're going crazy. Yeah.
Do you remember your first race?
Yeah, parts of it, not 100%. I remember getting shit from my brother because a dude on a 60 passed me in practice.
And you're on what, an 80?
Honda CR80.
Okay.
Yeah, it was at Marysville E Street back in the day when that was legitimate sand track like Southwick.
Yeah.
Like that's what I grew up riding on. A lot of the guys from up north as well. Casey Johnson, but also Talon and Tyson Volan and Rick Ryan and Lamson. All those guys rode that track as well.
I raced there in 90 at a Golden State, and it was cool. It was sandy.
Yeah, and then years and years later, it all flooded, and so like that top foot layer of all that fluff sand kind of got washed away. It's still sandy, but now it's got more of a hard base to it, so it's not the same. But it's still, in my opinion, the best track up north to ride. I like it the best. Yeah.
Yeah, the dirt looks amazing when I see pictures and stuff of it. So were your parents really supportive of it right away, or were they kind of like, I don't know if we like this?
My dad was 100% into it just because he rode, he loved it, he saw that I loved doing it, and as I was progressing, it was something I wanted to do. So, my dad was 100% backed. My mom was 100% backed until the first time I broke a bone, and then obviously, what mother wouldn't be concerned at that point? So,
did you a wrist or arm or something?
Broke both bones in my forearm at Ponca. So that I had bad experiences at that place. Three trips to Ponca and only finished one trip, and then we just scratched it and we never went back.
Man, it's not a good track record.
No.
So were you pretty quickly one of the fastest riders up in your area? I mean, you said there wasn't a ton of people in Ukiah, so you were probably having to come down to the Sacramento area to race?
Well, Sacramento was one of every track. So when we started racing, the closest track was Marysville, but that was...
Which was what, a couple hours?
2.5 hours roughly.
Yeah.
And then to go to Sac, like to Hangtown, was 3 hours. Or if we go to Sand Hill was 2.5. So
even Hollister, where's Hollister exactly?
Hollister is like 4.5 hours.
Oh, jeez.
So there were no close tracks to us. Later on, a few people tried to put on some small events, and it never really turned anything like what the tracks are now. But every weekend was a journey. It wasn't a 15, 20, or an hour drive. It was 2-3 hours in the morning, 2-3 hours at night. I was a little kid, so I got to sleep. But then I think about it now as a parent, like the amount of driving that my parents did, my dad did, then gets up Monday after, the driving down to San Bernardino, racing on Sunday, and then driving all the way home, getting home at 2:00 in the morning, and then he gets up and goes to work at 6:00. I'm like, as a little kid, you don't quite understand that until now. I'm sitting here, I'm like, holy crap, Dad! Like how?
Well, and I grew up. I started getting more serious in Arizona, and we drive over here, and same thing. My dad would drinking beers, drive us all the way home. And we'd get home at 11, 12 o'clock, and he's like, get some rest. You got school in the morning. But he'd go to work. It's the same thing. You really don't appreciate that as a kid.
No, I mean, you don't understand it until you have to, as you grow. I mean, there's a lot of things now that we understand that as younger, like, you didn't understand, you didn't care about, you didn't give a shit. But
well, I think we talked about this yesterday. you're an idiot when you're a teenager. Everybody.
Oh, yeah.
You're an idiot.
No, I was an angel.
And I'm going to use that excuse when we start talking about some of these other stories. But let's just make sure we all agree on that.
Absolute idiots, yes.
So who did you, outside of your brother and his friends, who else did you ride with? You and Casey Johnson were buddies, but was that early on even?
We started racing together. I think the first race we did was when we were riding 9 to 11 class. Like 9 to 11.
So yeah, really
80.
young.
But he was far enough away, like Vacaville, which was closer to Sacramento. So like we never practiced during the week. For years and years and years, I rode by myself most of the time.
Really?
I would hop. It was either, most of the time it was always get home from school, hop on the bike, ride till it gets dark or it's around dinner time, and come home. And then it got
Your dad wouldn't even come with you? You just go ride?
Yeah. Well, my dad was at work.
Yeah.
And then I have a brother and 2 sisters, and my mom's trying to do stuff, so it's not. I mean, it was.
Did you ever break down or crash and be like, I got no one out here?
Yeah. I walked home, ran out of gas, walk home, get home at 7 o'clock at night. I've had my parents or my brother come look for me because it's like, it's not like flat hillsides where you can see, like you're going down single track trails in the tree. It's woods riding. And then there's some areas that open up like fire roads. But to look for somebody, it's challenging.
Needle in a haystack.
But at least I would ride with my brother. He would kind of know where you go, where you ride. But there's times I ran out of gas a lot of times because as a little kid, you're not paying attention. You just and you just go till you run out, and then you walk home. I don't know about not really bike mechanicals, but just running out of gas. Like I would just ride. Like I rode a lot every day. It was fun. I mean, like that's all I thought about. We used to ride. We'd get up, at 6 o'clock and go straight out outside, get on the bike, and we'd ride, whether it's 15, 20 minutes. And then you could see the school bus coming like on a cross street. And then that's when we'd jam home to make it to the bus stop because we knew we had like 5 minutes. So we'd jam and then get on the bus and go to school, come home, hop on the bikes, and then ride till dark. Like we rode every day. Like I rode a lot.
Wow, that's crazy. I know you said you weren't like projecting yourself trying to be a pro when you were older, but you did watch racing. Was there riders that you liked, pro riders at the time? Like, did you gravitate towards like the Doggers, or just kind of any and all of them, or what was that about?
I would say most, like when I was watching, of course, Lachine was his riding style was just like, I'm like, yeah, like I go, that's cool. Like the no footers and stuff. Like I remember that and just be like, yeah, that's the shit right there. But then Johnson and Ward and Bailey and Omar, hardworking, grinding guys, great on the bike. Mickey Diamond was a dude that I thought, cause he to me, I didn't understand all the sport. I was still pretty young, but then I see this dude, big old long hair, and just hop out there like when he rode for, I think, was it 85 and 86 or 86, 87 when he won the championships.
Oh man, you're pinching me now. I'll have to go back.
But anyways, yeah, I really looked up to him too. That's the only guy I ever got an autograph from my entire life. There's the only one person ever. Yeah. When we were over in Germany, I saw him and I told him that.
Cool back then, right? Like Mickey was like this kind of rock star artist, real artsy guy.
Yeah.
Rick was like this, kind of boisterous surf guy. Dogger was the chill, kind of party guy. Like you had so many different characters.
Yeah.
And now it's like pretty vanilla.
It's, nowadays you look at it and it's
not to crap on racing today. I love it, but it's just different. It seemed like there were all of these different. You were going to a wrestling match, right? And there's it was Randy Macho Man Savage and Rick Superfly Snuka. It was like we had that in racing. It was cool.
It was the vibe was definitely different when I grew up racing. When you grew up racing, when we raced together, it was not as disciplined. I mean,
Yeah.
Let's be frank, we just fucked off a lot. So, but it's it's fun to watch the progression of the sport. Like when I watch it now, I'm amazed like how far the bikes have come. Especially watching Supercross, like what they're able to do, the whoops and the rhythm is like, it looks like watching a video game at time. I love watching it. It's super impressive.
Yeah, and you have an appreciation for what they're doing, and to your point, whether it's the bikes or these riders being so serious at such a young age, they're hauling ass, and the stuff they're doing, it's like, whew. I mean, I got respect. Like, I'm not talking trash about racers today. I'm just saying the personalities. It was just different. It was different. I guess that's all I can really say.
Yeah.
But,
it's drastically different.
So at what point did you start getting more serious with it? I want to say I remember about like, maybe it was 93 or 4-ish. I heard about you at Mammoth. It would have been intermediate. Maybe it was before that.
That was in
92.
And
when did you go to Mammoth and crush? Because I started hearing rumors, oh, this guy Michael Brandis, he's so fast.
That was in 1990. I was 14.
That's what it was.
And
okay.
I got
on a 125?
On a 125, I was 14 and won all 3 motos up there. Just waxed it. And it was...
it was not that it was... You'd been to some other nationals, but that was like...
I had just started riding a 120. I was a 14-year-old kid. Like, at the year before, I rode 80 intermediate, and then I broke my arm, and then as I healed up, I had a growth spurt, so I was 14, but I was like 5'10". So I was a big kid, and then I got back to try to ride mini expert in the beginning of the year, but I'm like 40 pounds heavier than some of these kids. Like, it was just like dumb, and so my dad's like, we're going to put you on 125. And I did a couple local races and started doing good, and then we went to Mammoth, and it was like...
And you raced 125 intermediate or pro? Oh, intermediate.
125 intermediate. So my dad did all the work on my bike for forever, and so usually you have the manufacturers up there that'll help out with jetting specs and stuff. Like, my dad didn't agree with what they're doing, so we would tune our bikes slightly different.
Okay.
And I always had good bikes up there because we did our own thing and we didn't follow what anybody else was doing.
Dad was pretty mechanically inclined and handy, sounds like.
Oh yeah, he used to work on his bikes way back in the day of his whole entire life. So one of the deals was when I was young, when the bike work needed to be done, do a top end, put chain and sprockets on, tires. My dad didn't just do it. He made me come out there and help him. And what that led me to do is that I was able to get to a point where I did all the work on my bike, tear apart the motor, whatever it was. I could frame a bike, put it back together. Like when we had our team rides, like, bring your bike to the race shop and we'll tune it up. I'm like, I don't want to waste all that time driving. Just give me the parts. I'm going to do the shit myself. And I'd rather do it. Our mechanics are busy during the week. I don't even work on my practice bike. And frankly, I don't want to drive up to Corona in traffic anyway. So the hours it's going to take to drive there and the day you don't have your bike, like, I can stay up, 2 hours, I can do all the work at home and then go ride the next day. So why waste all that time?
Yeah. That's not common.
No.
Yeah. And even I was too lazy to do that. I'd be like, yeah, here you go. Tune it up. Thank you. Appreciate it. But I do look back because my dad did the same thing. And if I didn't come out and help, he's like, all right, fine. Why don't you aren't working on your bikes then?
Yeah, same thing.
But I look back now and I really enjoy that time with him.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's cool.
There's a lot of good stuff. Yeah.
So about 90 was kind of when you broke out a little bit in terms of racing. Because like I said, and I was actually there in 90, so maybe I'm remembering it from watching. But I just remember there was a buzz about you. Like, this kid's 14, he just like crushed everybody. So that was kind of, did you get a Team Green ride that year? I'm sure.
I had one at the beginning of the year from the year before. The year before, they offered something for that year, but it was to ride minis. I think it was like a discount on a bike. Like,
yeah.
Like,
there's many levels of Team Green.
It was not like you get bikes. Like, it was like, yeah,
here's some stickers.
We'll help you with some parts at the race if something breaks. But other than that, you're gonna buy your parts, and we'll give you a discount on a bike. Like something super basic.
And I don't know if it's still like this because I'm not into amateur racing too much, but Team Green was brilliant, right? They'd had like, you wanted to be a member of the Team Green right? That was cool.
Yeah, it was a cool
And there
club.
was the really fast kids that got free everything, and maybe they were getting expense money, they were getting whatever.
I'm sure some of them did.
And then there was like, hey, here's some stickers. Here's 5% off at your local dealer.
Yeah!
You're like, yes, I'm a team.
Part of the
guy.
team, man.
But it was brilliant.
Yeah.
You know, they did a really good job. So after 90 then, for 91, I gotta believe they came knocking, right? For a better deal?
Not very much though.
Really?
I think they maybe gave, at that point my parents were dealing with everything with the negotiations, but you know, they would tell me what's going on, but I don't think it was more than, I think they maybe gave us one motorcycle.
Really? Wow.
That was about it. But the thing of it is that had I been, so like in 91, the person I battled with the most was with Damon Huffman. Like we raced together pretty much all year. And him being from down here and a lot of the other riders being in SoCal, which I wasn't, your name's not flying up on the radar as much. So they're like, oh yeah, this kid's good up here. You know, we'll give him something, give him some more stickers, make him happy. Yeah, cool.
Here's a t-shirt also, kid.
So
here's that painter's hat with the little bill that flipped up.
Yeah, you know, nice pink shit or whatever it was. Yeah, so in 91, as intermediates, me and Damon really pushed each other a lot. And so like at the local races and at the amateur nationals, like him and I, we would go faster than all the pro guys. Like if you did lap times, him and I's were the fastest laps at all the races all the time. And so we battled out throughout the year. And then at the end of the year, I was expecting Kawasaki. They were just going to like, you know, you guys crushed it this year and we're going to kind of give you whatever. And they're like, we'll give you 2 bikes next year. And I'm like, and that was like winning Winter Series races and Vegas and Texas and all that kind of
and
stuff.
even in 1990 here, you went to Loretta's.
Yeah.
School 125, 12 to 15.
Yeah.
Stock and mod, and you were third in both classes. I mean,
Yeah.
that's not bad. Was Damon winning?
I didn't race him in 90.
Okay.
That was
Trying to think.
I think Tim Ferry won that.
Okay.
So Tim Ferry won, I got third, and I think Jason McCormick got second, and I think Davey Yezik got second in the other class.
Okay.
I raced a bunch with Jason McCormick and Ryan Huffman as well because I go up to Oregon and Washington and do
gotcha.
Loretta qualifiers. So I started racing with those guys for a long time.
Okay. And so even after those thirds, like I just got to think there'd be some people going, hey man, they would today.
Yeah.
You probably have a star ride.
But that's just what it was. I mean, they gave us a little bit of help to trickle us along, and then Suzuki came in, and Suzuki offered me a ride and Damon a ride, and we both went to Suzuki.
92.
92.
Yeah.
At the end of 91, at Ponca again, I go there. I think it was the second lap in practice, right over by the finish line. I was just cruising around and just washed the front end, fell over, broke my collarbone, game over. So the rest of the year.
Were you planning on going to Loretta's? Because I noticed you didn't do Loretta's again until 95.
Yeah, that was the plan, to go to Loretta's the next week.
So you get home and it's all over.
So I heal up from that, start racing locally, do my first pro race, win that, then start and get ready for the next year. Suzuki had ambitions of me riding Supercross, and my dad was like, I don't think that's a good idea, because I had no Supercross experience whatsoever. And we went down, so when Suzuki had the track at Adelanto, and I remember going out there and riding, and I think I rode around that thing like a novice. Like, I had no idea what I was doing. I crashed, broke my wrist, and it was like, my dad was like, he's like, get in the truck, we're going home. Like, this is just like, I don't know what we're doing here. Like, I was just like, the beginning of the Supercross, it was just like, this ain't for you,
That was
son.
93.
No, that was 92.
92, okay.
So that was when we got the Suzuki stuff. And then, so I screwed up my wrist, and it took like 6 months before I could get back to riding. And then I started riding, and it was like I had gone backwards hard, because I started riding again, and it was like speed was not there. And it took over a year. It took all through 92 and 93 until I pulled my head out of my ass and figured out how to ride again. That was right around the time of high school and getting your girlfriends, and your mind starts going all the wrong places.
That's what I was going to say. Did you start kind of getting distracted through that period?
Oh yeah, because I wasn't racing.
Yeah,
I couldn't ride, so I'm like, I'd hang out with my friends, get a girlfriend.
What's this Budweiser? Let me try this.
Then, so like all my friends in high school, like they would smoke out during school, like on lunch break, and go back to school. And I'm like, how in the heck you guys do that? So like the whole marijuana thing was like huge up there. Like people all the time, everywhere.
NorCal, that's what it's known for, largely. What's the college? Humboldt? Am I thinking of that right?
Humboldt County, but Humboldt, is a school up in Eureka.
Isn't it like super?
Everywhere is around there.
Yeah,
I mean, anywhere from there down to Santa Cruz is all the same thing. Huff and puff, get it done.
Breathe in, breathe out.
But it was not my jam. So I was like, I didn't do it. And like, I would have people give it to me, and I was like, I don't want this shit. So I'd give it away to my friends, and like, oh, you're rad. And like, it was
coolest guy in school.
Yeah, like giving us this awesome dope weed. And I'm like, I don't want it. Like, so I just give it away.
But you talked about you and your buddies would go to lunch, and you're racing to lunch and
breakfast. Yes.
Breakfast. But like driving on sidewalks. I mean, pretty loose programs about that in that area. Era.
So there was a group of us, my buddy, Chell, Ian, Rigo, Jason, forget everybody's name. Sorry guys. But we would go to breakfast every Friday morning, and we'd be on one side of town and school was on the other side of town, and we'd intentionally blow off first period just to show up and, be the guys who didn't care at school. Like every Friday we'd show up like 3/4 of the way through first period, like, sorry, we're late, we're racing cars. So when we say race, it wasn't like we would just try to see who get there faster. We would blow stop signs, stop lights, drive on the curb. One day we smashed each other. One guy was pulled up a stoplight, and we go up on the curb and just hit the other guy's car, sideswipe him, but didn't slow down, just gunned it down the road, kept going. We're like, yeah, we won. So it was kind of like team racing, There would probably be like, I don't know, 6 or 8 of us, and we'd get into a couple different cars, and we just thrash it across town.
So your dad was big on grades. Were you just kind of, did the book stuff come easy to you? Were you still getting good grades this time? You strike me as the kind of guy who could just be like, hear it and take it in and then do well on a test.
So there was certain subject. If I liked math, I paid attention to. I was really good at that.
Math?
I took accounting classes in high school. Like that was going to be my go-to thing if I didn't race dirt bikes, was become an accountant.
Makes sense.
Yes. But some of the classes I really liked and I would pay attention to, but then like science at that point, like I had no interest in learning that. And I was like, I would sit there as the teacher's lecturing up on I would have, my book up, like, oh yeah, but it would have like a motocross action in front of it, and I'd be like flipping the pages. Oh yeah, the dogger, yeah, and and occasionally the teacher would walk up and pull the magazine out and like, all the time actually. So,
but you were getting good enough grades that your dad, you weren't failing anything, obviously.
Well, no, that was the thing. Like, it started off as I had to get and maintain all A's and B's on my report card. And the one time I brought home a report card and it had 1 C on it, I'm like, no big deal. Like, I was close, I didn't get it. And I went to go ride my bike. Dad wrapped a chain through the wheel, the swing arm, the frame, and I was like, oh man, he's serious. So I had to maintain my grades. I didn't like do it. I was never like, oh, this is fun. I was like, because all I was thinking about was riding my bike, because we'd ride before school and we'd ride after school.
Yeah. I love it. I love it. My dad sold all my shit one year for about 6 months because I brought home a D.
Yeah.
Pops was not having it.
No. It's
But
like, you're not going to take this shit seriously. We're done.
Yeah, good. And I'm glad he did. Okay, so I thought this was interesting. Your first pro race was in 93. Your first pro national.
Yeah.
Was Glen Helen in 93. It was mine too.
Yeah.
But you raced the 250.
It was hot. That was a one moto format day.
I talk about this probably all the time. People get sick of it, but it was a weird day. DeCoster and a promoter tried pushing this 40-minute moto format. Be better for TV. Well, it was 105 at Glen Helen. Smog was so thick you couldn't see me to you.
It was terrible.
Do you remember how bad your lungs burned?
It was dangerously bad for people's health to be active that day. And we did a national.
40 minutes.
Yeah.
Or was it 45?
No, I think it was 40. But yeah, the amount of people that pulled off during the race was ridiculous.
I pulled off, and my dad yelled at me, "You get your ass out there and finish." I'm like, "Dad, I don't think I can keep going." And he's like, "Get out there."
Yeah, that was brutal.
How did it go for you? I mean, I got it right here. I'll tell you. You got 18th.
18th, right? Yeah. Yeah. We rode at that point. I was still riding all the local races. I was riding both classes, and so I was familiar on that bike, and I rode it pretty good. And then we thought about it. We're like, all of the support teams in the 125 class, like, that's going to be tough. And so I don't know how we made the decision, whether it's my decision or my dad's, or we powwowed it out, but we decided to ride a 250 at Glen Helen and at Hangtown that year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And what was your experience? Like, what'd you take away from that?
Oh, man. It was...
And was it weird going from, really amateur racing to you're lining up with...
Of course.
Guy Cooper and,
Yeah, you get lapped by Guy Cooper and he's doing a tabletop past you. Just whack. And you're like, I'm got to be that good?
Yeah.
No, it was eye-opening on a lot of ways because it's like you have to, number one, accept that you're racing with the best guys now. And then you're coming in as an amateur. You don't know quite your speed, your fitness. Like, you don't know what's going to happen. And, of course, super long moto that day, 105 degrees, whatever it was. Like, it was a brutal battlefield that day for everybody. Yeah. And it was brutal. It was to the point where, like, you take off, you're racing, and it was like, it was probably like 3 laps in, you're like, okay, I got to chill or this is going to go.
Yeah.
Or you're not going to make the moto.
Do you know what I like the way I describe it? Because I spent, as a kid, from the time I was maybe 8 or 9, I'm watching Supercross, Moto World, wherever you could find it. It wasn't like you could watch it a lot, but you're reading about it in magazines and you're seeing these guys and they're your heroes. Then all of a sudden it's like you're stepping into this movie. Like all of a sudden now you're on the start line and I look over and I got McGrath over here and I'm Jeff Emig and I'm like, oh my gosh. Like I'm sitting on the line with these guys right now. Definitely not good if you want to be competitive to be thinking like that, but it was really hard for me to just not notice that, right?
Yeah, it took time from when you first line up till you got to the point where you would roll down the start line and you didn't give a shit who you were racing. It was like, I'm comfortable and confident in what I'm doing, but you don't do that your first season. It's still weird. Like when you're sitting there and they're calling your numbers and you're waiting and you're seeing that guy go up and that guy go up. You're like, I got to beat those guys. And it's like, it took a while, because you get up to that level and it's like everyone is good on a dirt bike.
Yeah.
And it comes down to mental game. Like who's going to be confident and who knows they can win, who goes there. There's a difference when you go to a race and you're like, I want to do good, or you go to the race and you're like, I'm winning. Like the mentality of that is drastically different until you go from, well, I want to get well, that attitude sucks and it's not going to get you anywhere.
But you have to start there, right? Like, who can show up and just go, I'm winning? It's like, no, you're not.
No, I mean,
not your first race.
I mean, my attitude was that way. A lot of people were like, at first it was like, oh shit, what's going on? But then eventually you start building confidence. And then at some point your ego kicks in. You're like, yeah, I'm in the shit. And it's like, but there's a progression. Some people stay there and they never build that confidence. And then there's other people that, whatever the curve may be, whether it's a couple races or a season, and they're able to ramp it up to the next level.
Yeah.
Just depends.
So that year was Suzuki still, right? 93?
Yeah.
Did you keep that for 94?
No, so
Back to Cowie.
So 93 was 92 and 93 when I moved over to Suzuki. That was a shit time of my racing career. Like, it was
Injuries and stuff.
Injuries. I wasn't racing. I was hanging out with my friends a bunch, which is not a bad thing, but it steered me away from motocross. I spent more time just screwing off with my friends because I couldn't ride. And so it kept going on through the year, and I never really got back to the level that I was as an intermediate. I was still a better rider than I was at this point. Like, at this point, I was an intermediate. I was here, and then 92, 93, like, my riding went down. Like, I was not as good because I wasn't as focused on it. And we got to a point where financially as well, my parents had to say, like, we're tapped out. Like, parents make an investment and they get to a point where, like, are they going to have to sell their house to continue racing like some people do? And I have other siblings. Like, we have.
Yeah.
And so that was never the plan with them. They wouldn't have done that anyways. So my parents had to say, like, we got to tap out. Like, if you want to race, you got to try to do it on your own. So my dad gave me the box van.
Cold turkey, just like that.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And I was just like, my mom's like, well, we can send you to school and you can go to college. And I was like, well, that sounds shitty. Like, that doesn't sound fun.
Yeah.
And I had to take some time and really think about it. And so I went out and I personally bought motorcycles with my money. I went to PVK, Pomona Valley Kawasaki, and guy Ralph there, we had a relationship. And he's like, if you want to do this, he's like, I'll sell you some bikes at cost. But it was like $10,000, whatever at that point. So I started making an investment in myself, bought motorcycles, bought parts, did all the work myself. And a switch hit. When my parents said, we can't help fund this, I realized that I loved racing and riding. And so I put everything I had into continue doing it. And I worked on my bikes, did all the work on them, worked with Race Tech with Paul Theed, and then with FMF and Varner. And I spent the time to get my bikes good. I did work on them. I trained. And then when it came time for Winter Series races, all the GFI and the CMC, I started winning every single moto, no matter where we went, for those 2-3 months. It was whether
This
we were
was 94?
94. So whether we were racing up north, Marysville, Sand Hill, or going down to Paris or Glen Helen, that's where my confidence came in. I said, I'm going to start winning.
And you were racing like local expert or pro class?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So up north there, guy Butch Smith was really good.
The Snowman.
Yeah. And there was a handful of guys up north, but then down south they had, I'm trying to draw a blank on the NCY guys.
Clowers,
Chamberlain, Upton. So I would come down here or come down south to race, and it was kind of set up like, oh, this north kid, whatever. And I would win at we would do a Saturday race, and I would usually win 4 motos up north. Do a Sunday race, I would usually win 3 or 4 motos down here. And so at that point, Cowie's paying good money for contingency. I have a good weekend, you make $7,500 at a Winter Series race.
That was the heyday for contingency money. Between like 90 and the late 90s, man, you could cash in.
There was a point where Honda was paying $5,000 per class. Like, you ride 3 classes and you clean it up, you're gonna make some dollars, especially if it's week in, week out. But still, at that point, I was making a lot of money, and I was like, and so the whole Supercross thing was never even really on my mind at that point, because at this point I was doing everything myself and spending my money to put gas in the box van, which ridiculous on a regular basis, buying the hotels, buying parts for my bike. Then eventually I had to pay for a mechanic to help out.
So you were just going racing by yourself? You didn't have anybody going with you?
I would usually bring somebody with me.
Just a buddy or something?
My dad would still go to help out. He went to most of them, just to help out, to support and make sure the bike, so I could focus on racing. But at that point, I was the financial backing on it. And I think at this point, when my dad saw that, he's like, oh shit, kid is investing in himself. And so he was helping out as much as he could as well, still trying to fit in work and, deal with the rest of the family as well. But that was a year where, that was a turning point where at that point, I'm going to take this shit seriously. And then of course down the road it gets a little warbly, but at that point, that was a big change that year for me.
And in 94, you did some more nationals and some supercrosses, and you actually did pretty well. Ninth at Hangtown, which a top 10 for basically a rookie. It's pretty good. You got a 7th at Seattle, not bad. Yeah. You did High Point, San Jose, and Millville. Those were just all right, 18, 22, 16. But you were now dipping your feet in. So you were driving in your box van of these yourself. This was all you.
Yeah, no flights. Yeah, I was all across America. Yeah, did that for a couple of years.
And
or had been doing it and continue to do it.
Did you get any support going into the next year?
95?
Yeah.
No, I bought my bikes again.
But you were making enough money at the local stuff that it was kind of funding it, right?
Yeah. Because it's, I was driving all over the place, all over California, whether it's north, central, south. Like I was going racing all the time, and most of the time I'd win every weekend. And so some weekends, when you get the extra contingency money from the manufacturers, you got pretty good money weekends. And so as I would use that money, and all I did was invest it back into racing, and make money and spend it, push it back in. And at the end of the year, it was kind of, I got a 7th at Seattle. So I got top 10 finishes, but that wasn't enough for a team to go, ooh, we're going to get this guy. So at the end of the year, I was kind of in the same situation. So same thing at PVK, I went and bought 2 more bikes, and started doing the same program again. But at this point, I started coming down south and staying with friends. And so at this point, I'm
like who were you staying with?
I used to stay with Sean Pagel, their family, a lot.
Yeah.
Then a friend, Brian Roth and Spud Walters, moved down here, guys from up north. I used to come down and stay with them. And then I eventually, when I did move down, I moved in with Spud, and we lived in Paris for a while, and that was interesting. So a little crazy times there.
You get killed in Paris.
Yeah.
Okay, so 95, were you still... I thought this was interesting because you went back to Loretta Lynn's in 95.
Yeah. Because after the Winter Series, Ralph at PVK was talking to Kawasaki, and they're like, dude, you guys got to help this guy out. So they did give me 1 bike.
Thank you.
Yeah, cool. We will give you 1 bike, but we want you to go back to... At this point, I started to get my feet wet in Supercross and Nationals. They go, oh, well, we want you to go to Vegas, Mammoth, Texas, Loretta Lynn's. And I'm like, oh, come on.
And you're giving me 1 bike.
I go, you know what? And Ralph, he'd been a Cowie dealer for a long time. He's like, go with their program. And I go, okay, I trust you. So went and did all these amateur races again and did some nationals along the way in there. But at this point, I took a friend, and we went back to a friend, Steve, that I grew up with in Ukiah. He moved his family, and they were back in Ohio. And so we had, I scheduled around some of the nationals. Me and a mechanic went back there, and we were going to stay at his house and post up in Ohio and go to some nationals and stay back there. But they had, for whatever reason, they had to do something. They had to go back to California, I think, for a week. during that time they were sharing this big home back there. There was another couple there, and the day that Steve and Gina they left, and they had talked to him and said like, yeah, my friends are gonna stay here, period. And they're all, yeah, no worries. And the day they left, the other couple came to us like, we're not comfortable with you being here. You guys got to go. And I'm like, so I had this whole summer plan, and now I'm 19 in Ohio and I'm getting kicked out. And I'm like, well, what do we do now? I'm like, I don't know. Let's just go ride. And we went to some local track in Ohio somewhere. I don't know how we found it. And that's where I met Brock Sellards. And we rode, and
was it like Broken Spokes? What was the track?
I don't remember what it was called.
Or Delta. There was a Delta Raceway that was.
It was not an awesome track, from what I remember. But anyway, so that's how I met Brock, and we started talking, and he's all, him and his dad are like, well, what are you guys doing? We're like, I don't know. I was going to stay here, and now I don't know what we're doing. And he's like, we'll just come stay with us for a little while before they were going to go do some other races. So I think we stayed like a week at Brock's house, and first time I was introduced to pipe bomb. Brock used to do some weird stuff. He made I didn't know him, so he's obviously a prankster, but he made like a pipe bomb, and I was working the box van. He threw something over, and he's like, oh, you better watch out, it's a bomb. And I'm like, what? He's all, get out of the way. And I was all, I'm all, what the fuck, dude? And
now that you know Brock, you're like, oh, okay. But back then, you're probably like, hey, what's your problem, guy?
I had just met the guy, and it was like, it was like day 2 or 3, and he's throwing a fucking pipe bomb at me. I was like, what? So we stayed there, and he did some other thing too. We were having lunch. He's like, oh, you want a sandwich? And I don't know, what is that stuff? Alum? It's like a powder or something that makes like he sprinkled it on my sandwich, and you eat it, and it gives you the weirdest feeling like you just ate rat poison or something. And he just starts busting up laughing, and I'm like, I'm gonna kill this guy. I was not thinking this shit was funny at this point. But anyways, yeah, so we were there for a little while, and then he had to go do some races.
That's so Brock, though, right? Like, he would invite a stranger to come stay at his house, then throw a pipe bomb at you, and he's the best. All right, sorry, keep going. I didn't know you knew him he was a Team Green kid then, like 95?
Yeah, and so like I stayed at his house. He had a track at his house, and we used to ride there. And I wasn't there for, I think maybe a week or something like that. But so then at that point he went and did some racing, and then we just went to the last couple nationals, but we just kind of winged it, stayed in some hotels. We had a bed set up in the box van too. Like the front was split up with like a sleeper and an overhead compartment, so you could sleep people in it. So every once in a while we just sleep in the box van. Like we were just winging it. Yeah. And I think I went to the last 2 nationals to Steel City, and then drove all the way home. That was the last race of the season. You hop in the box van, Pennsylvania, you gotta drive to California. That was a long trip.
Yeah.
With not a race to look forward to, and it's like, oh my god,
that's a long one.
Yeah.
So that was 95. I feel like just looking at the results, you really turned a corner for 96 in terms of racing. So what happened in that off season, and what'd you end up doing?
So at the end of the year, it was kind of 95. There was,
and hold on, before we move on, you went to Loretta's too and got 2nd and 5th.
Yeah.
Who won that year, 95?
Paul Curry did.
Paul Curry.
And so he won that, and I apologize this for Paul, but I did try to just absolutely T-bone him the last lap. So I tried to do a little ram and smash and get him for the win, but didn't work out. So he held it up right. And
strong work, Paul. Way to keep her on 2.
Yeah. So that was Loretta's, and it was, I expected to go there. So, okay, I'll back it up a little bit on that. That's right, so Casey Johnson, he had a broken leg at this point of the year.
San Jose Supercross, yeah.
Him and I drove back to Loretta's, and we went and stayed with some. Where was it at? We stayed with the family. Oh my gosh!
Not the
guy, Jason Dean.
Okay.
And we were in. I met the family. I met his sister years back, and so we went and stayed back there, and we were doing some riding, and then
You met his sister, huh?
And then we went to. Casey was my mechanic back there. We went to Millville. That's right. We went to Millville, and Casey was my mechanic. I don't remember how the results. Oh no, that's right. In '95, I was running second, and then crashed, and then ended up. I got like a top 10 moto, I think, like a 8th or 9th or something like that. And then we go to Loretta's, and then Casey was my mechanic, and I was going there expecting. I'm just gonna wax it here, and I got second, and Paul won, and I was so bitter and I was pissed that people were telling me, like, when they were doing the trophy presentation, you know, they're calling everybody's name up, they're standing up there, they're all in second place, Michael Brandis, and they're like, you can see my box fan driving out of the pits. I was just I didn't win. I don't care. I don't want a trophy. I was mad.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we're done. We're going. And so we left. Yeah, we missed trophy presentation. I was over it.
Well, you'd have just thrown that thing away eventually.
Like we did with a lot of our trophies, they kind of bring them out to gun ranges and shoot them.
And blow them up.
Yeah, we did that with about 200 of them.
And this was the year, you told me this story. You pissed off Mike Hooker, who was the team manager. I was on Pro Circuit in '95, and you said you pissed him off because you were maybe in line for a ride '96.
Oh, let me see. That started off. That was in '94.
Okay.
So it was. We were
Pedro, you and Pedro.
Yeah, we were a winter series race, and I'd been winning the races all year, and then. So this was This is January, pre-Supercross, and so Splitfire comes out, and there was Pedro and James Daub and
Chamberlain, I think, Rhino.
Yeah, a couple. So the PC guys would come out, and some of the other as a warm-up race before Supercross. So there's a bunch of big guys there, and I think I won some of the motos, and beat those guys. And then one of the races, Pedro T-bones us, and we crash. And then it was a get up, my favorite thing to do. I punted him in the head, and then we got in a little wrestling match.
That was your move? Get up, kick him in the head?
I did it a few times.
That became your signature
Don't fuck
move?
with me. So we got in a scrap on the track, and then we got up, finished the race, and my dad was like, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" He was pissed. And then so I'm sitting back at the box van, FMF helped me, so we had all the FMF guys. And then Mike Hooker came over, but I had no idea who he was. Like, I was not part of the SoCal scene. I was not interested in Supercross teams. And he comes over, he's like, "Hey, are things cool between you and Pedro?" And I was just like, "Who the fuck are you?" I'm like, "Get out of here." I'm like, "Whatever, dude." And so we got into a little heated match, and it was like, I had no idea he was team manager for Pro Circuit, and I was like, that's probably a very bad move. I obviously now, but at the time, like, I didn't know who the guy was. I'm like, don't come over in my pits and then get attitude with me. And it was just like, we got in a big old yelling match, and it was like, "Fuck you, get out of here." And it was just like, let's fucking beat it, dude. And then someone, the FMF guys was like, "You're a little higher on him," and I was like, they didn't say it as like, you shouldn't have done that. They were kind of giggling like, "You fucking laid into him. Wow." Then it told me who he was, and I was like,
shit. Well,
all right.
And for those who don't know, Mike Hooker was a team manager for several years at Pro Circuit, but he was also in charge of a lot of development. Yeah. He'd build cone pipes. He'd help Mitch with different cylinder specs. He was very, very sharp.
Yeah.
Went on to work at FMF Honda in '98. Now he works for TRD building their NASCAR engines. So that just gives you an idea of his trajectory.
Yeah.
Great guy, just bad situation.
I had a couple conversations of yelling at him and then apologizing to him at a different day. I didn't know the guy. He's probably a great guy, but I started off on bad terms, and he,
It never got better.
Yeah.
That's funny. So one other question. what year was it? Because I've heard this story, and not from you. Somebody else mentioned it, that you showed up to maybe it was Loretta's qualifier, and you wore, you put all your gear on backwards or something. What happened, dude? This was at Star West or something, right?
Yeah, so that was the year Kawasaki they're like, we'll give you one bike, but you got to go to Loretta's. And so we were doing the qualifiers, and you got to do the area and then the regional, and they're like, oh, we qualified. The area we qualify 15 people, and there's like 7 pro riders there, like me and Casey Johnson and Spud Walters, Jeff Willow, and so we're like, what does it matter? Like, so we're like, let's fucking do this. So like, took the front fender off my bike. We put our gear on backwards, like those long like Fort Guard stickers. Put like 10 of them together, so I had a streamer hanging off my back fender when we're riding. Like took the visor. I think
put them on backwards.
My visor was pointing backwards. Yeah. Like we just were goofing off, and like the front fender off and all this kind of stuff. Our gear on backwards, like, and just riding like dorks. But we were trying to T-bone each other. Like, you know, when we go out to Elsinore, we play like a little smash fest. Like we were just screwing around, and like in the middle of the track, like we start doing donuts and stuff, and like it didn't matter. I was like, I don't know, we were kids, like we're 19-year-old kids just goofing off, like, and of course one of the other, so somehow a guy, Ken Fott, was always taking pictures. Whenever I was doing some stupid shit like that, he always managed to get a picture of me and put it in the magazine, like that time, and then the other time where the other picture he got of when I punted Ricky in the head, that he got a picture of that as well.
Oh, you kicked Ricky in the head too?
Yeah. Sorry.
It really was your move.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wasn't kidding. I did that a handful of times.
We got to ask about that later. Okay. So did you get in trouble? Did Cowie get mad at this, or who? Because I heard it was a big...
The Star West thing.
Yeah.
Oh, Kawasaki was pissed. They're like, you're out here, you guys are out here representing Kawasaki, and you're goofing off like a bunch of idiots. This shit is bullshit. You guys got to get your shit together, or you're not going to be part of this team. Like, they were pissed. It didn't help that months earlier, when we were up at Sunrise, and we were up there for a practice day.
Yeah.
And, you know, there was, say, I don't know, 50 or 75 people on a practice day. We were there with buddy Jake Wyckoff and his family. He's not here anymore. But my brother was down, and we were goofing off. And then someone brings up, I think it was Jake that brought it up. He's like, I'm going to ride around this track in my underwear or something like that. And I was like, dude, fuck that, dude. I'm going to do it naked. And so I stripped. I had boots and a helmet on and gloves. And this was right before Mammoth. So Cowie gave me a 500 ride up in Mammoth. And so I hop on this 500, boots naked, just dangling, and was doing laps out at Sunrise, and then
testicles flapping like a pirate ship sail.
Oh yeah. And aerodynamics were not good, but we were ripping it. And I was doing a bunch of laps, and some people got some pictures. I still have these pictures.
There's 75 people at the track, and you're out there naked.
Yeah, butt naked. Yeah, but doing not one lap. I did like 5 or 6. Yeah. Yeah. And full speed too.
And no one's flagging you off.
No, people were watching and taking pictures. Like, no one gave a shit.
You said you may have one of these photos in your attic. We're gonna see. If
I do. I got an awesome picture of my brother. He is crashed. Like, he was riding Jake's bike and doing some donuts, and he fell, and he's completely ass over tea. His head is bent in the sand. His legs is up, and he's just legs spread, like just full ass shot. Like, it is hilarious. And then there's another picture of me doing a big old jump, doing a big old dogger, no footer on a 500, but just butt naked, which I'm going to search for and try to get to you by this weekend. So at this point, someone had called up Kawasaki, and I got a phone call, and they're just like, what the fuck are you doing? If we can prove this is you, your ass is fired. And I'm like, oh, this is my brother.
He looks a lot like me.
You know, he does. And, my brother was there riding, and he was riding naked. But anyways, yeah, I was like, well, it's what it is. Yeah, so.
And this was just before the qualifier at Star West.
It was right. I forget the months because it was in the middle of the year.
Yeah.
The Star West qualifiers, and then this was before Mammoth, so this is all
pretty same area.
April, May-ish, something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So there was a lot of. So this was when I was a 19-year-old kid, and I had moved down from Ukiah, and I was living on my own as a kid down here in Paris with Spud, and that's when life started to derail and go into screwing off, not taking racing as serious. Like the racing aspect, I would still ride every day, and I would go to the ride, and like the confidence level didn't change. I would go to the races, I could still win races, but that was local stuff, small stuff. But that's when we started fucking off, and the whole riding was not the number one priority. It became partying, drinking, clubs, girls. That was more of a priority. That's when it started that year, because I got unleashed as a 19-year-old kid by myself, and I just went out of control.
Went ham. And I remember, like we ran in some of the same circles. You're living down here in Paris. I'm in Menifee or whatever at the time. And I remember hearing and seeing you, and I'm like, man, this guy's on a loose program. And I would join you later.
It was a good program, but not for racing, but it was a good program. Yeah.
So tell me, okay, end of 95.
Yeah.
You still got a second at Loretta's. You're still fast. You're winning local stuff. You're back on Suzuki for 96? Or what was 96?
96 was, I didn't get hired by a team, so I was just planning on doing it myself. I found a guy up north, Richard Stone, helped me out with a couple bikes, some parts. Okay. Same type of deal. I still had my box van, so I was doing this shit on my own again, of paying the bills and going racing. Met a few people where had a track with jumps on it to ride. I wouldn't consider it a Supercross track, but
we talk about this a lot. In that era, there wasn't tracks. You couldn't just go ride Supercross. And most of the time, dudes would just find a track with some jumps, or Star West. That was like the best we could do.
So what I did, like eventually I did have some property where I was able to make a track, but I just went and, as like a 17, 18-year-old kid, I just went out and rented equipment, and I started building my own tracks. So I had a blast doing that. So I started building my own tracks, which I thought was somewhat of a Supercross track, but it looked like more of a technical bicycle track at some point. The first one I built, I was like, man, this is weird.
I didn't do a good job.
No, I'm like, the jumps are cool, but they're only like this tall and they're super peaked. And I'm like, what was I doing? Hey, but you got to start somewhere. So the, what was that?
So Suzuki. So
so we got, so I had met a guy that had a track down here in Murrieta somewhere, but it was a sketchy Supercross track. Like I remember there was a jump that went through the bushes and you jumped over like a tree limb. So there was, the takeoff ramp, and there was like a creek, and there was a tree, and the branch grew across, and so you jumped over the creek and the tree. Like, it was a Supercross track like that. It was just some jumps.
Yeah.
So no real Supercross practice. But I made the decision that if I'm going to do this and race and get on a team, like, I got to ride Supercross. So I planned on riding all the West Coast that year.
Okay.
And surprisingly, the first round was Minneapolis, East-West,
right?
Yeah. Did well. I got a 7th. So from not having a normal Supercross track to getting a 7th at East-West, I'm like,
That's really like a 3rd or a 4th, because you're adding East and West guys together. So and I think I was 4th or something maybe that year. I think Wyndham won.
Yeah.
6, yeah. But look at all these top 10s, man. You went 7, 8, 6, 4 in your first 4 races.
Yeah.
As a privateer. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah. My bikes were pretty good.
Big bore. Now, there was a lot of rumors that you running big bores back in the day.
So I did one time, but I'll explain this, and people aren't going to believe it, but my big bore was only a 128.
Okay. Well, if you bored them out too much, they got no over rev.
They didn't work. Like, if people go, you make a 150, like, no, it doesn't work, because you can't. They're not designed to do that. You can't build the exhaust correctly. Like, it doesn't work. And then people would build 130s and 135s. It was too much. So Wiseco made a 128 piston, and we tuned it up that way. So it was slightly better. Was it not stock? Yes, but it was no big bore. Some of the guys were running big bore 150 kits and stuff. Like, that's not what I had.
Yeah.
So
probably smarter.
it was reliable. I rode it all year.
Yeah.
It worked pretty good. I was happy with it.
So full privateer. Yeah, like I said, a lot of good stuff. St. Louis was a West round that year. It says on here, which is really weird to me.
Yeah, as you know, the East-West, like the cutoff line, St. Louis is a West is ridiculous. Like, get out of here.
Ridiculous.
But the one thing, Minneapolis that year was the first time I'd ever seen cold weather. And when I mean cold weather, it was roads were frozen. It was negative 40.
Yeah.
And I'd never seen that. And it didn't matter what you put on. It was so cold, like it would hurt your lungs when you're outside. Well, it did for me anyways. I was like, I'd never experienced anything like this before. So that was interesting for Minnesota. But anyways, go ahead.
So you had a really good year, man. Like 4th at San Diego, 4th again at Denver, some top 10s outdoors, 8 at Washougal, 7th at Steel City. And you were just privateer all year? You never jumped on a team halfway for the summer or something, right?
So I made it through Supercross, and I don't remember whether I was top 5 in the end of the season. So whether it's 4th or 5th, I don't remember, something like that. And so we're able to get a hold of Chaparral and talk to them. I didn't do it personally, but talk to Chaparral and like, hey, why don't you hire this guy and at least bring him to the Nationals? And so I got put on the Chaparral team, but all it was they just brought my shit to the races.
Yeah, they weren't paying for stuff or...
No, they didn't. It was literally, they would just bring my bikes I had, they put them in the trailers. I put their graphics on my bike and I wore their team shit, but I didn't really get anything. But I got to the races and I got to work as a team and get some information from Brooks, and
worth it, right? Probably what you're going to
absolutely.
spend in hotels and gas driving.
Would have been a lot, yeah. So yeah, I spent the rest of the season riding with them. Put in some decent results throughout the year, nothing fantastic. But then they were able to. I didn't really know, because they're like, next year we're going to get a semi, and I was like, oh man, like they're going all in, and I was like, yeah, I didn't really think I had a shot to be on it. And Brooks was like, yeah, we want to put you on the squad. And there was a pretty big team at the beginning of the year, like 6 guys, I think, the next year.
Yeah, I was looking at the picture from 97, and it was like Factory Phil, Button, Pedersen, you,
Schnell,
and there's another one.
I think Villeman pitted out of the truck at like 1 or 2 of the races, and then everything was kind of weird. But he wasn't part of the team, but I think he was pitted with us for like 1 race, and then I don't know what happened. But there was a big squad that year. Yeah.
So hopping back to 96 real quick, anything fun happened that year? I'm going to pull up a photo because I think you sent me a shot of that 97 season. But anything interesting happened in that 96 season? Because you were still on the road on your own for Supercross, then running around with those guys in the summer.
I met a crazy ass lady. That's what happened that year.
You did? Oh, man.
No, the rest of it...
Preston.
Yeah.
Preston was the other guy.
So 96, nothing... Really, honestly, that was the year where I had some pretty good focus with racing. I was super stoked that I got to be part of a team for the first time. And so things were kind of... I was pretty focused in on that, and it helped out. I didn't really... Did we go screw off? We probably did, but nothing crazy. We tried to keep it in check and I was like, oh, this is a good opportunity to do well and move forward. And I think I was pretty decent that year.
So no naked riding. No gear on backwards.
No, for the most part, no. I was trying to work at it that year. Like, it kind of kept shit together for most of it.
Okay, so into 97. Now you're on Yamahas.
Yeah.
And those bikes were pretty good, right?
They were.
I don't know about the Chaparral bike, but I mean, in stock trim, that Yamaha was a good platform.
It was, so we had, FMF was doing our motors, and it was the first time, like, that was the first bike that I ever had that was good, like where you're getting extra parts and you're splitting the cases and you're changing things and you're putting ignition.
Testing. That's probably that stuff you didn't do a lot of.
Well, we did a little bit of that because I work with Terry Varner and FMF a lot. So Terry did great things for my bikes in the previous years. Like, he'd work his ass off and constantly be building new engines. And I did a lot of work with them, with FMF and Terry. Yeah, they did a great job.
So this was a massive team.
Yeah.
And there was a couple of things that went on this year that stand out. And I think I'd get in trouble if I didn't ask you about LA. Because you brought the kickback out. You got him a full brawl with Rusty. What happened?
So no, it was I didn't no football kicks in this one.
Oh, there wasn't. I could have swore there was. All right.
So it was a main event. Like, I don't know. I've been riding pretty good. I was potentially in a position to get on a podium that night, which usually the first, if you look at the results, the first round of the Supercross, like my entire life, is usually always one of my best races. So I was ready to go, and I was, whatever the section coming into a full 180 bull turn.
I remember right where it was. Yeah.
And the bull turn that came up right against the grandstands. And the intention was just to dive under Rusty Holland. And for whatever reason, because him and I had raced together and for a lot of times, and this was not like I'm going to come in and smash him, because if I'm going to come in and smash you, I'm usually going to put you over the bales and then give you a finger as I ride away, something like that. And that was not the case, but for whatever reasons, you coming in and there was ruts in the corner, and as I came in, it kind of stood me up, and then instead of cornering, I went kind of into him, and then we fell on top of each other. So it was like, if you look at it, you're like, oh, he came in and cleaned him out, but that was not the intentions. Like, I'll tell you if it was intended to take somebody out or not, because it was kind of fun.
You don't seem like you guys are going to lie about it. If you wanted to take somebody, yeah, I was trying to kill you.
Yeah, I used to do it for fun.
Yeah.
So we crash, and I was like, oh shit. My mindset was like, get up, get going, because I think this was for second or third place. Mm-hmm. Like, I think Wyndham was out front, and then we were right behind him. And then as I'm trying to get my bike, then Rusty comes up and starts punching me and pushing me, and then that's how the fight got involved. And then at that point, I turned around and we started scrapping, and
it went on for a while, if I remember right. Like,
yeah, because we were on the track, and he was mad, and so he started fighting me, and then I was trying to get up and go, and I'm like, oh, if he's gonna fight, then I'm gonna fight. And then so we started getting at him, punching, and we ended up on the ground wrestling, trying to choke each other. Like, we went at it, yeah. And it took a while before, I don't know who it was, but they had flaggers coming over there, and they don't show the whole thing on camera. But when you're watching the race and they're showing Wyndham go down, all of a sudden you hear the crowd go, rah! And then it pans back over me and Rusty, rah, rah, rah.
I was watching because I was riding east this year, and I was in the stands going, oh man, look at this, and like, it went on forever. It went on for a really long time. We're normally, like with Pike and Freezy, that one race, it's a few punches and a shove and then it's over. This was like a 3-round match.
I couldn't tell you what the time frame was, but it took a while. Like, we didn't stop fighting. Like, we were like, all right, let's whatever, the race is screwed at this point, let's just box it out. But like, what damage are you gonna do? You got helmets on, and
I know
you're just wasting your time.
And you guys were you buddies before this race, or
we were friends enough where I think it was 95. Like, at one point, like, we were friends enough where I went and stayed at his house and we went riding. Like, yeah, we were friends. It's not like there's people that I don't like and I'm going to take you out. But I was not at that point with Rusty then.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
It was honestly, I could say it was an accident that the takeout happened. But then once we started fighting, it was like, whatever, let's fight.
Yeah. And Russ is a good dude. It just, he's probably pissed because you guys just both went down and he thinks you took him out.
Yeah, I mean, we were both in second or third and fourth at Supercross, because he was coming up at that point. He's like, yeah, I'm top 3 in Supercross. And then we get, we crash it out. Of course he's pissed. I'd be pissed too. I'd
And
probably do the same
in an
thing.
odd twist, he filled in for me at Pro Circuit in '96, so he and Hooker got to be good friends. So Hooker probably told him to kick your ass.
Yeah. Well, no. Over the years of racing together, me and Rusty had some battles. We had some run-ins. I think one day at Hangtown, he was trying to punch me over a jump. Like, we got into some sideways, some stuff along the line, and then, anyways, like, whatever.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. So take me through the rest of that season.
So we.
Fourth.
So,
you got a
okay,
fourth
so-
the next weekend in Phoenix.
So I'll touch on one thing real quick. So after the riders meeting after LA, when we got in the fight, no one else on the team did any good. Everyone sucked that night.
Okay.
And I remember
This is like
Brooks,
a team meeting after.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're in the semi, and Brooks and Dave Dammer comes in. He goes, "You guys suck. I'm just gonna cancel this team. That was terrible." And he walks out. And Brooks is like, "Well, what do you guys got to say?" And I'm like, "What is going on?" And I'm like, "I know I screwed up, but it's like it was a weird night." So, anyways, it was just heated at the moment, and obviously we kept racing. Yeah. So then we go on to the next couple races, and some of the results were pretty good. Like Phoenix
You
got a fourth.
Yeah.
But there was, not should have, but that's when there was a couple of the guys from the East Coast that's when the East Coast guys could ride the West Coast races. So I think Roncada and a couple of the guys from the East were riding in the West Coast races, but they still get points and everything. So
Well, Ricky and I did LA2.
the mud one. No.
No, the first one was the mud one, and then the second round at LA, Ricky and I did it because we were just going to use it as a race to kind of shake down our race bikes and get the nerves out.
Yeah.
Ricky had never done Supercross, and that was. Do you remember we ended up switching?
I remember
the
the story. Yeah, there was a bunch of
drama, and then I ended
nice work on that though.
Yeah, I know. We were trying. That was a Brandis move.
Absolutely.
And then
do what you can.
I got so pissed that we got called out that I tried to get the whole shot. We were just going to let everybody go, which is what Ricky did. I tried to get the whole shot, ended up clipping somebody going down and pushing Casey off the track, who was, that was his coast. It was a debacle. Anyway.
Oops.
But you had like a 7th at Gatorback that year, 8th at Houston, 4th at High Point. Great, great ride outdoors. You had some good finishes, and I think Phil and Button did too. I mean, you guys.
Yeah, they did pretty good in Supercross as well. At certain parts, most of the guys did decent. Jimmy and Phil did pretty good in the 250 class.
Yeah.
I had some good. I remember that was the first time I sat top 10 in the points at the Nationals. And so, you don't got to do qualifiers when you get seated in for the motos. And I was like, all right, cool. Like, I'm getting
cool.
places. This is the direction you want to go. And so,
and for those, if there's any new listeners or new people to the sport, now it's all just done with time qualifying. Back then, the top 10 in points didn't have to run a daytime qualifier. So you do practice, and then it was straight to the motos. And 11th through whatever had to run a qualifying race. If you didn't make it, you did an LCQ, and then the motos. So it's a pretty big deal to be a top 10 guy.
I would have preferred it that we did time qualifying back then, because I guarantee you I could have been top 5 pick at everything. 3-lap speed, I think I could put out the best, but not 10-lap speed.
You're probably right. So what was it like working for Brooks? Because Brooks is intense, and he can be awesome if he's on your side, or it could probably be a nightmare when he gets to where he's not.
So he was helpful, but difficult, because if we didn't get the results he wanted, so different people work differently. I'm going to say that people being pushy and aggressive may have motivated him. That doesn't motivate me. You get pushy and aggressive, I'm like, you're a dick. If you don't have any sort of support and like talking in a civilized manner, then I kind of just like, go away, don't talk to me.
Yeah.
And Brooks was pretty aggressive, so we didn't mesh. I mean, we were decent, but it was like, there was not like that connection of like, that people get with their managers or people on the team that are like, you work together and it's like you're building it up. Like it wasn't not that.
That wasn't it.
Yeah.
I kind of didn't seem like that relationship would be real good, you know.
There was definitely some. He had some great stories about him and Mike Craig and fights and women and all that. That was hilarious, especially when we were at Unadilla and the year before at Unadilla, and Craig and Brooks were about ready to get in a fist fight like 10 minutes before we were getting called up for the moto line. They're in the back and it's just, and I'm like, what is going on here?
A lot of history there.
Yeah. That's for them to tell.
That's another story for them to tell.
Yeah, that's some funny shit though.
So for you, maybe one of your best seasons ever so far at that point, right?
That was probably the last season that I made all the races. I think that was the last season. After that, I don't think I put in a full season after that. But yeah, most of it was pretty good. Stayed top 10 in the Nationals. I think at the last couple rounds, Steel City, I screwed up my wrist and I rode one moto and that was it. So at some point I went from 10, I was teetering on 10th in the points. I think I went to 11th. I don't know. But it turned out pretty decent.
All right. So tell me about what happened into 98, because you ended up back on a Suzuki riding for Team Stiffy.
Yeah.
And this is, I want to talk about this season because Team Stiffy to me, I don't remember you being on the box that year.
Yeah.
And I just remember Team Stiffy being like, oh, wow, this program's not real great. But you got a podium. There's a lot of really good teams that didn't get podiums.
So there's it's Steel City.
And Chaparral went like factory Yamaha in 98, right? Isn't that what happened?
Yeah, I think they had Button stayed and then they hired Jeremy.
Yeah.
So at that point, that's when FMF was like, we're getting a team together, blah, blah, blah. We want to hire you for the 98 series.
Yeah.
And then that whole thing, Mike Hooker was going to be the manager. Obviously, we didn't get along. So I believe the wording was, if you hire that guy, I'm not going to work for the team. So I didn't get the ride, and they kept Hooker was a manager. And you rode for them.
That year. Sheik, myself, Danny Smith, Brock, and Jason McCormick.
Yeah. So that's what I thought was going to happen. Like Honda sent me an offer letter, and I'm like, cool. But I was friends with Team Texas, the guys from Team Texas, which happened to be Kurt Clovis, which was doing Primal Impulse for 98, which I was friends with Sean Parolio and would talk to them at all the races all year. And Kurt goes, hey man, what do you got going on for next year? I go, dude, I'm good. I got something set up. He goes, we'd really like to have you on the team. And I was like, yeah, I'm good. Which stupidest thing ever. Like, take your contact. Like I didn't have his contact information or nothing like that. And so when things went sideways,
those bikes were really good. Those Primal Impulse Hondas. That was basically...
but then the following year, 98 is when they went to Suzuki.
98 they went to Suzuki?
With Raynard and somebody else.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so that would have been ideal too. Budman was on the team that year, I think, in 98. Okay. I don't know.
I remember Robbie because he was a missile on that bike.
Yeah. So that was a missed opportunity, which...
By the time you found out what was going on at FMF...
It was already done, and it's what it was. So at that point, I was like, I don't know what to do. And then I was friends with Sean Parolio, and I think he's the one that started talking to guys with Stiffy and started putting a team together, which was, you don't really see it now, but their gear was the over the boot pant.
Yeah.
And it was some weird shit.
Which like LBZ and Flesh Gear, they were doing that. It was kind
like
of
a free ride pant almost.
Yeah.
But they slimmed it down and made it into like motocross stuff.
Yeah.
And then if there was times where I tucked that shit into my boot and they're like, no, you can't do it that way. Like that's not our stuff. Like, and I was like, all right, okay. And so,
all right, I'll run these.
Not great for boot sponsors because you can't see it.
Yeah.
So anyway, we work out this deal where it's like, it was just agreement, like, oh, we're going to do this. We'll give you a bike. But like no contracts. And I was like, oh, this is weird. Like, yeah, we'll give you a bike and we'll try to go to the races, and we'll try to go to the races. And then I think the first one of the East-West rounds was like Minneapolis. They're like, that's kind of far. How about we skip this one? And we're like, what? Like, it was sketchy. But so anyways, the year starts off at LA Coliseum. I don't remember what practice was like, but it was a mud race for the main.
It was muddy, yeah.
It was really muddy. But riding in the woods and single track stuff and in the mud, like I rode in the mud all the time. So usually the mud races, I do pretty well. Managed to get a podium on the night. I don't know, I can't remember the race, but it was like whatever I started and moved up some positions. And, Ryan Huffman was the Suzuki guy on Primal that year. Cause I remember passing
Ryan Huffman.
I passed him and I got third. So.
Was this the one where Wyndham was leading and then he went over the bars and the whoops and maybe Deegan won? Is that the year?
that was the second round at. I think that was
before.
another 2 rounds at LA that
you.
year. The first one was the mud race, and then he won the other one.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was
anyway. You had it up in the box. Was the bike any good? Do you guys didn't have a test track? Where were you riding?
The bike. So back to that other track of that guy with the tree jump, and then that track down in Temecula. No, that was the next year that.
It was Amarillo's place. Is that what you're talking about?
No, not. There's that other track that I built at that kid's house. That you'd come out there. You came out there a couple times in '99. But anyways, that was the wrong year, so it doesn't matter. I don't even know what kind of Supercross stuff I rode that year.
Okay.
I have no idea.
So were these guys losing their mind when you got a podium at the opener?
Yeah. Everyone was. I was pretty surprised, honestly. I didn't think. I'm like, yeah, that was my first podium spot. I was like, I think Dowd won that, or Dowd or Wyndham. I don't remember, but I was like...
It wouldn't have been Wyndham. He'd have been gone. He was 96, 97, and then he was out. 98 was Dowd, Villeman. Dowd and Villeman were kind of the two.
Yeah, it's like, I want to say Dowd won it. I don't remember the other spot. Anyways, but yeah, I got third, so I was really stoked on it. And I was like, wow, all right, cool, move it up.
That's awesome. And then the rest of the season went all right, top 10s, and not amazing, but like decent in Supercross. And then you switched out for outdoors. Tell me what happened there.
The team was a mess. Like it wasn't even really a team. There's no contracts. Like trying to get parts or like it was an organized team that got us to the races enough, but it was super janky, low budget. Like, and I'd been talking to Kenny Watson. He's like, hey, why don't you come ride for our team? And they were more established with Moto Triple X, and they had vans and parts, and it was a more structured program. So Deegan was riding for them, and we basically just flip-flopped teams. I rode for Moto Triple X, and then...
Did Deegan have a falling out with them, or what happened?
I don't know exactly. I got no idea. I don't know whether it was... I don't know whose idea was it to do all this switching, because somehow they were all... I mean... Motor Triple S guys and Stiffy guys, they were all kind of in the same area up there, so they knew each other. I don't know whether they were friends or whatever happened. We ended up switching out. I don't know why, but I was like, okay, this is a better team. It was just kind of organized a little bit better, and it seemed to be better. So at that point, I was still kind of building engines like on my own on the side with Varner and then my mechanic I had, Brian Kinney, that used to work for...
Oh, that was your mechanic, Brian Kinney?
Yeah, 96 and 97.
Okay.
And so he was still living with me in 98, but he was working for Button at... but the Suzuki and the Yamaha the engines were almost identical. Mm-hmm. So like the cylinder-wise. And I'm like, I had a already ported cylinder and head from somebody else. And I go, dude, can you do anything to fix this thing up? He goes, is it a new one? I go, no, it's already been ground on. He's like, okay. He's like, let me see. He did some work on it and brought it back to me, and I put it on my bike, and I went and rode it out at Railroad Canyon. And I was like, whoa, this thing was fast as shit. Just by doing some cylinder work and stuff. And that was the weekend that he did the work, and I put it in my bag, and I brought it to Bud's Creek. And that day, started third, and then I led like half the moto that day.
Is that right?
Yeah.
At Bud's?
Yeah.
In 98?
98, yeah. Prior to that, it which kind of sucked at High Point, a couple rounds before that, I had crashed, and how my thumb is like this.
Oh, yeah.
I had ripped it completely backwards, so like there's no ligament, and I tried to ride like, so by the time I got to halfway, my hand hurt so bad that like I could barely hold on, and I just faded out like a weight. And I think I still got top 10 the moto, but I couldn't even ride the second moto. I was like, I got a ninth, but I'm like, I couldn't make a fist. Like my hand was jacked.
Yeah.
But my bike was better, so that was positive.
So whoever's going to fill in for me, he'll have a good bike.
Yeah.
And you had a fifth at Hangtown that year. Like you put some good rides in, 8th at Southwick.
Oh yeah, that's right. At Hangtown, I did get a top 5, and yeah, Moto Triple X. They were floored. They're like, oh my god, dude! Like, and that's when we were still.
Kenny was looking like a genius for bringing you over.
Yeah, and that's when like Skoll had their privateer award, so you'd make like an extra $2,000 or something like that, being top privateer. And like as a privateer, like when you're not getting a salary, those little bonuses like that go a long way.
Oh yeah.
And so you're like, an extra 1,500 or 2,000 or whatever it was. And it was like, I started racking up a lot of those throughout the year because I was the better privateer getting those. So,
was that a pretty fun program with the Moto Triple X guys that summer? And who are you with? Was Swink? No, it wasn't Swink.
No.
It was,
oh my gosh.
I know Preston was there at one time. Phil was there at one time. The years
Swamp was there at one point, but I don't remember if. I honestly don't remember. I think at parts of it, I may have been the only person riding, but there was somebody else, but I'm drawing a blank.
Yeah, I can't remember who either.
No, honestly, 98 was, I didn't do much with Triple X in the team because they were Simi Valley area and I was, Temecula area. And so, but yeah, that's when, I lived in Quail Valley, like across the street from Metzger and Dossel. And like, that's when we started getting it on with the partying and fireworks and bikes in the middle of the night up and down the streets and burnouts. And that's when the fun started to creep back in and it started to ramp itself up. That's where it started coming back that year.
Yeah.
And
I remember, I've got this written down somewhere in here. A couple of good stories. First of all, 98 was El Nino here. And we talked about this kind of coming back from the airport the other day. There was so many fun hill tracks because when it rained in Temecula, best dirt on the planet.
Yeah.
And we had all of these hills that are now covered in houses and wineries and whatever. But at the time it was just rolling hills.
Untouched dirt, not like just hillsides that people have ridden on. Like the amount of grass tracks that I cut in was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like all over the place. And like, let's go here and go make a new track today. And we'd carve in a 2.5 minute track and we'd ride it for a couple weeks. And then you'd go ride something else and you'd come back and you're like, whoa, it looks like a national track because word gets out and the next thing you know, like 100 people are out there riding, throughout the week. And it's like, it looked like a national track after like a week. You go there one day and it's like 5 feet wide because you get like 4 people to break it in. You come back and you're like, whoa, what happened?
Yeah.
But it was,
it looks like a national track. Yeah.
I mean, that's when we could do that. That was one of the great things when I came down here. You could ride anywhere.
Yeah.
Like even when I was in Elsinore and Quail Valley and Menifee, like I would ride out of the garage all the time still. You didn't always get to the best tracks, but I would still ride from the house a lot of times.
Yep.
It was that open and you could get away with it. I mean, out of all the years of just doing all the riding, I gotten one one ticket riding a dirt bike of all the places we've ridden without. Had guns pointed at me a handful of times. Being places I shouldn't be, but there's one ticket out of all the street riding we've done.
The 90s, and I'm sure it was great in the 80s and even 70s too, but in the 90s, Temecula was just big enough you could live here, but not so big you get in trouble for doing that kind of stuff. And so we had some amazing tracks. We were talking about one that was right off the 215. Again, started as kind of a few of us built a really bitchin' track, and then by the time 2 or 3 weeks went on, you'd show up, there'd be 25 trucks out there.
Yeah.
It looked like a national test session. I remember all the factory Suzuki guys are there, Albee and DeCoster's there. And you're going, what's going on? And at one point the cops did show up, and they're just like, guys, you guys got to get out of here. Like, the freeway's coming by, people are rubbernecking.
They're slowing down on the freeways, causing, and the cops would come over like, dude, yeah, guys, like I went to Anaheim last week and you guys are awesome, but like you can't be here. So like they were super cool about it. And that happened quite a bit of cops coming out. I've had him come out and I'm like, what's up? He's like, we're just watching you ride. Yeah. Like no concerns. Like you shouldn't be here. They were just like, cool, stoked, because everyone was into it. The
climate has changed for sure.
So there was one cool thing that I used to do when I at the house I had over in Menifee. I lived on a court, and so court with sidewalks, and most of the time you'll have driveways that go everywhere. But the way this one was, the court was built, it butted up like there was a little bit of grass and then a fence. So the whole cul-de-sac was a curb. And so the one thing I'd never seen anybody do in any videos, and I wish I would have got this, I could come down the street like third gear, and then park it up on the curb and lay it over.
Really? Like a berm?
And rip it around this cul-de-sac like third gear wide open. I do it so much, I ground a hole in my frame from dragging the foot peg and the frame on the asphalt. Put a hole in my frame. But it was so much fun. Like Casey and Jerry used to come over, and that's when we do laps and we just do it over and over. It was so much fun. I'm sure neighbors absolutely hated us.
Yeah, I think at that point in your time in your life, you were pissing some neighbors off.
That's when it just got started, yeah.
I had bought a house in Menifee right across from Chad Pedersen.
Yeah.
And we had Sean Palmer living right down the street, Sean Norfolk living down the street, the Lawrence boys. Well, this was Phil and Randy, not the new Lawrence boys. And it was just mayhem.
A little different.
I always said, like, I would come out every morning and there's a cul-de-sac across from our house and there'd be donut marks and peel out marks up down the street. I'm like, well, it was either Palmer or Brandis. Somebody ruined some tires in here last night.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, there was a handful of us that lived all in the neighborhoods, and it was fun. It was a fun time.
When did you move to the bottom of Tuscany Hills, that Elsinore area? What year was that?
That was the end of '99.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
so I stayed
we're getting there.
I stayed in Quail Valley throughout '99.
Okay.
That place over when I lived down the street from Mesquite.
So how did you get on? '99, we were teammates at Primal Impulse Suzuki. Yeah. And how did that come about? You were still just talking with Kirk?
No, actually the end of the season in '98 came, or we were at Washougal, and Kenny Watson did a big favor. I didn't know he was actually doing it, but he was talking to the guys at Primal Impulse and was like, Buddy was on the team, but he was hurt, and Kenny was talking to them. He's like, why don't you let Michael ride Buddy's bike? Like, give him a good bike, see what he can do. And they're like, well, we can't put him on Buddy's bike. And they're like, why? Like, because his suspension was completely different than what I could have ride. I think they had it was set up so it was slightly lower as well. Okay. So like, if Michael rides that, and I go, dude, I don't care. Let me ride the bike. I go, dude, that'd be the best bike I ever rode. And so at Washougal, they let me ride Buddy's bike. Did it handle right and all that stuff? No, it was set up for him. I just hopped on it and rode it. And it was fast as shit. And I was like, wow. Like, I was blown away. Like, this is what a good bike is. The day didn't go very well. I don't think the results were very good. But Kurt from the previous year wanted to hire me. And so then at the end of the year, Bill Sabero, Bill's Pipe called me up. He's like, hey, Michael, what do you got going on? Like, we'd like to put you on the team. And we started talking, and I was like, rad, okay. And so then when we started the 99 season, we started testing, and I was blown away at what a factory motorcycle was. Mm-hmm. I remember the first couple times testing, they're like, well, what do you think? Like, what do you want to start changing? I'm like, dude, this thing is so much better than anything I've ridden. Like, I need to ride it. Like, I don't want to start changing anything because I haven't even figured out how to ride this bike correctly. And so it took some time, and then, you know, I think at that point we had the option, we could use Japan stuff or Bill's stuff. I think you used the Japan stuff, and
for Supercross I did.
Yeah, the gears or whatever inside were the motors were different. So you use one setup, I use one setup, and that's everything. Like, everybody likes, just because there's a good factory bike doesn't mean that everyone's gonna like it. Yeah. You like one thing, I rode a completely different setup. Like, we're on the same team, but we had completely different engines.
But I say all the time that 99 and 2000, when I rode for them, that's still, those are my favorite race bikes I ever rode.
That was the baddest motorcycle by far. It was awesome. Like, and then we went from Supercross to outdoor. I remember the first day of testing out of Glen Helen. I come back after like 4 laps. Though, what do you want to do? I'm like,
load it up and let's go to the first round.
I'm all, dude, same thing. I go, the way they had that outdoor bike set up and the way that thing revved, like, I swear that thing would rev to like 15 grand. Like, it just goes. Like, and I'm like, same thing, guys. I'm like, I need to ride this thing. I can't tell you what to do because I got to sort out how to ride this thing.
Yeah, it's
like,
better than me right now. Yeah.
It was the best bike I ever had to that point, and I still think it's one of the best bikes I ever had as an overall setup, everything. Not to mention, it was just a great team that year. Like, it was. Was it you and Jerry and I, and then Budman was arena cross, but came over for nationals, right? Am I have that? Yeah, wasn't right? Jessman was on the team too. He might have been two. Oh, he was? Okay. For the outdoors, I know that. Maybe I remember
he was coming up from amateurs, so maybe he did outdoors.
I remember like when I say the first day of testing we did at Glen Helen. We were going out there and we stopped at Denny's up there to go eat breakfast, and we sat down. Me and Turkey Bandit was with me.
Ben Shank.
And Shanks goes, look at that dude over there. He's in his gear. We're at Denny's and he had his riding gear on. Yeah. And I was like, oh, that's my teammate, dude. But Brandon and his mom, they kept a very tight knit. They were to themselves quite a bit. So like, I never really interacted. I don't even know how much I even talked to him that year.
They were very quiet. And Brandon, my first, maybe it was that same day. It was kind of the first time I'd ever really met him. And he's really quiet. He's got like dark, like black hair and real goth looking, you know, and I'm kind of like trying to figure this guy out. And he comes over and the first thing he says to me, he's like, hey, what kind of music do you like? And I'm like, oh, you know, I little hip hop. I listen to what kind of whatever, you know. He's like, do you like Korn? You know, or like, he had some, whatever the like death metal band was. And I was like, it wasn't Korn. It was something way more aggressive, right? Oh gosh. Sepultura, or it was something like that. And I'm like, no, that's not really my jam.
My thing, dude.
But that was it. He'd sit in his car and just, blah, 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 you know, like that music. And I'm like, what is going on? And then his mom was like real sweet and quiet. He was an interesting cat. Anyway, carry on. No. So that was seeing him in his riding gear at Denny's for a practice day of testing was super odd. But,
that's all I got on him. That's it. That was just a funny thing to me. I'm like, what?
Pickup kid at Denny's, dude.
Yeah. So, but no, that was a fantastic year of all kinds of stuff and craziness. And
we got a lot of stories from that season, so we'll get into it. But I got to go back. I think.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Turkey Bandit.
Yeah.
This story to me, I still laugh at this. I think Jeremy McGrath is probably still angry about it. What year was this? Was this 99?
That was 99, yeah, because Shank somehow when they took that pontoon boat across, he was wearing my jersey. But yeah, that was 99.
Okay. So tell the story, because you guys were living in Canyon Lake or Quail Valley,
I was in Quail Valley at that point still.
which is right by Canyon Lake, which is where McGrath lived.
Yeah. And so we were hanging out with Kirsten and Richie Rich over at their house because they had on Canyon Lake. And so we were over there partying and just fucking drinking it up and having a good time. And then that's Ben Shank and then buddy Jake Wyckoff.
Okay.
Those two guys, they kind of disappeared. Like, there was no plan. I didn't know what was going on. Like, I didn't. And they had rummaged through the freezer out in the garage and found a frozen turkey. Like, I don't know their plan set of what they have going on. I'm like, but they go get a turkey. Shank is in my jersey. They go down the docks and they're walking around and they steal someone's pontoon boat. Or not a pontoon boat, the paddle boats.
Yeah.
And then they start rolling, but they brought a 12-pack with them too. And so I wasn't there, but the stories of them, the amount of drinking and then just tossing beer cans. And then somehow they found Jeremy's house. And so they go up there, and the first idea was, as them being all shit-faced, they're like, we'll get one over on Michael. We're going to put the jersey around the turkey and throw it over the fence into the pool and be like, what's up? And then I'm like, thank God he didn't do it that way, because it would have just been like, that would have been fool me. Like, you couldn't talk your way out of that one.
Yeah.
And so these guys were gone. Like, we were at the house and just partying and drinking, and then I'm like, where did they go? And they were gone for hours. And they come back, and in the process, they were so shit-faced, like they fell out of the boat and they're wet and they're climbing back in. But Shane comes back, he's got my jersey. So he didn't put the jersey on the turkey.
Okay.
But they still threw the turkey
into Jeremy's pool.
Into this pool, yeah.
The infamous Turkey Bandit incident of 1999.
Yeah, good job, Shank.
And Jeremy was mad, if I remember right. Really
he was mad for a long time.
Yeah.
He's like, who the fuck are your friends? I'm like, dude, was not part of it. And had I been part of it, I probably would have put my jersey around it and tossed it in there, but I wasn't there. But yeah, Jeremy was mad about that. He asked me a couple times, who the fuck are these guys? Like, what are they doing? And I think somewhere along the lines, like how this kind of got exposed of it being how it happened, because if nobody said anything, Jeremy just would have walked out and go, oh, there's a turkey in my pool. What? Somehow there was some prank calling. Like,
I didn't hear about this.
Like, I think that's how it became known of why it got kind of brought back to me, because they prank called them from my house. And so my number pops up on there, and they said something about, how you like your turkey, motherfucker? And so that's how I got drug into it, because my name came up on a caller ID. But yeah, I mean, yeah, they were just shit-faced and fell out of the boat. I can only imagine if you were having a nice evening out on your dock, you know, having a glass of wine, and you see these two drunk-ass loud dudes throwing beer cans falling out of a boat. And then you watch them park it and then climb up and throw a turkey into someone's pool.
A multi-million-dollar yard.
Yeah, it was a very nice house. And then just hop back on the boat, probably fall out again, and then just make the way back. If you were sitting out there watching going, who are these people?
Yeah, this is wild. I got to move.
Yeah.
All right, so tell me, we're going to keep stories going. There's another one, and I wasn't there. Again, I was trying to be serious at this time for a minute. And
then we got you to...
I got hurt that summer, and then all the wheels came off my program a bit. But you and Hot Sauce, you and Ivan Tedesco used to go to a bar, and I tried texting Ivan to find out if you remembered the name.
The bar in Canyon Lake.
The bar in Canyon Lake. And you guys used to roll to this bar in your spandex cycling shorts.
Yeah.
Full kits.
Oh, yeah. Or half of the kit. I think it was just the spandex bibs. I don't think I had a jersey. I think it was just me and the bibs. Like, I did that a couple times. I got a rad picture of that if you want one of those.
Please send it.
Yeah, so that's when Ivan was living with Casey, and we were up at Casey's house, and at this point, to decide we're gonna get bike gear on and go to a party, yeah, we were pretty tuned up at this point. And I think there was a party sponsored by, I think Al Border was doing a party with Skin. And so it was like a big event. There was a lot of people there. It wasn't just a regular Tuesday.
Okay.
You know, some days it was a regular Tuesday, but this happened to be a party. And so me and Ivan go over there all dressed up and just cycling kits, like, and we get to the door, and Al invited us over there. He said, hey, come over here. And the guy at the door is like, whoa. I'm like, what? I'm like, get the fuck out of the way. I'm like, we're invited, man. And he's all, no, like they weren't going to let us in. And then finally it got straightened out, and the guy's like, sorry, I didn't know. But yeah, of course, like, who the fuck are these guys coming in here in spandex wearing? And but we went in there and just partied it up. And
In your bibs. Your
and there
your little unitard.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely just hilarious. Just the shock on people's faces to see that kind of stuff. They're like, but it's like, we don't care. Like, we're just, of course you're just absolutely drunk as shit and don't really care. But it's like, it was funny. It was, a lot of times it was fun to see the reaction on people's faces of you just doing some wacky shit, and then they're just going, huh?
Yeah.
Like, it was funny.
You were into some shock value.
Oh, of course.
And I think it's, most of us expected it out of you. I thought it was funny Ivan just joined along. He was like, hell yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
Because he's got some, people don't know Ivan, but he's got a little bit of like, not so much anymore, but he had like some ghetto in him. Because he grew up in New Mexico. Remember his gang? He had a gang called the Mini Mart Locos. I don't think it was real hard, but I mean, anyway. Pretty fun.
Yeah, that was.
Well, I want to talk about 99. We're going to pick it up from there. We're going to take a quick break. This is your TLD timeout. Stay tuned. We'll be right back to continue with the show. 'Tis the season for clean, sparkly balls, if you know what I mean. Our friends at Manscaped are helping you clear your driveway for safe travels this holiday season. From stocking stuffers to white elephants, Manscaped products are at the top of every wish list. Grab some crop mops for your pops or the body buffer for the holiday lover. Win this year's White Elephant gift and help all the men in your life go from eggnog to nice hog this December by going to manscaped.com and using the code WhiskeyThrottle for 20% off plus free shipping. Listen, I don't know what happens as we get older. Hair goes from the top of your head into your ears and nose holes, and it just starts to sprout out of there like weeds in a garden. But you gotta take care of it, all right? Manscaped is a one-stop shop for all your holiday needs. They have the perfect gift in the Platinum Package 4.0, plus loads of little presents, perfect for stocking stuffers and stuff like that. What better holiday gift than giving the gift of good hygiene and a few laughs? Manscaped offers a handful of their liquid formulations, shampoos, body washes, upstairs and downstairs deodorant, gels, exfoliants, absolutely everything they could need to keep it clean. Don't let their chestnuts roast in the wrong boxers either. Get them a pair of Manscaped's boxers, specially made to keep the area cool and provide holiday comfort all year round. Now that you've gifted them perfect privates, go beyond the grown with Manscaped's full-body product line. Dad has nasty nose hairs? Save his life with the Weed Whacker nose and ear hair trimmer. This thing is awesome. The Shears 2.0 is their full kit for nail care with scissors, clippers, tweezers, and a file for the traveling man. These things are awesome for your travel kit if you are somebody who travels for work, travels to the races. There's the new Persevere Cologne that brings a light, breezy, woodsy feel and gives that fresh tree scent even after the holidays are over. Still using a loofah? Introducing the Body Buffer. Well, loofahs, they actually hold bacteria from dead skin. They're a little bit disgusting. Throw those out and get the body scrubber that feels smoother but acts tougher. Lastly, on top of the stocking with the crown jewel for their family jewels, the Lawnmower 4.0. This is the flagship here. The electric razor's advanced skin-safe technology is a life changer and known for reducing nicks and cuts on his Santa sack. Manscaped is here to make holiday shopping a blast by giving products they'll love and make them laugh. So here's what you got to do, guys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code WhiskeyThrottle at manscaped.com. That's 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com. Just type in the code WhiskeyThrottle. Listen, Manscaped, for a perfect gift, that will be the holiday's biggest hit. Merry Christmas.
Dunlop. There is a reason every AMA championship in the past decade was won on Dunlop tires. They are the best. Choose the best performing tire and a brand that has never wavered in their support of our sport. Choose Dunlop. Pro Circuit. Pro Circuit products are designed with one goal in mind: winning. Through passion and hard work, Pro Circuit has operated the most successful 250 team in the history of the sport. They use that same formula when developing exhaust, engine, and suspension parts for every brand. When only the highest level of performance is acceptable, trust Pro Circuit.
Since 2009, Seat Concepts has been dedicated to making the best aftermarket seats. More comfort, more grip, more riding. For 10 years, we've continued to raise the bar. Innovation and American craftsmanship make Seat Concepts the world-leading manufacturer of power sports seats.
Something from nothing. That's what Nihilo Concepts is about. It starts with a spark, an idea, a concept, which leads to a design, and finishes with engineered excellence with the highest quality products created with durability in mind. All our products are made in the USA at our state-of-the-art facility in Stuart, Florida. Whether you are a weekend warrior, ride for fun, or at the highest level of competition, Nihilo Concepts offers innovative titanium, aluminum, and carbon fiber parts for your dirt bike. We offer a wide variety of products that you can customize to your liking. Browse our site for foot pegs, brake tips, engine components, specialty tools, frame grip tape, lever grips, carbon fiber components, motor stands, our secondary on-switch, plus much more. Head to NihiloConcepts.com and see for yourself why factory teams like Red Bull KTM, Rockstar Husqvarna, Troy Lee Designs Gas, Orange Brigade, Club MX, KLM Gas, and some of the fastest riders in the world choose Nihilo Concepts.
Since 1987, Coach Rob has been dedicated to creating durable motocross, supercross, GNCC, and road racers through his complete racing solutions program, integrating performance, nutrition, functional strength, flexibility, and mental development. His proven system has world-class results, producing 4 AMA #1 Pro Plates and over 270 national championships. The complete racing solutions program focuses on the fundamentals of human physiology and how riders interact with the physics of a motorcycle. Its proven process and system helps riders understand the why associated with riding technique, and how getting faster on a motorcycle directly correlates with strength, endurance, nutrition, and flexibility off the bike. There is a difference between a fast racer and a complete racing solutions racer. Visit CompleteRacingSolutions.com and get on the path to becoming the champion you want to be. Specialized Bicycles. Specialized leads the way in the world of bicycling. Whether it's cross-country racing, downhill, e-bikes, enduro, road, gravel, dual slalom, dirt jumping, or all mountain bikes that do it all, Specialized has the perfect ride for you. The brand is synonymous with engineering excellence and innovation that steers the industry. Visit your local Specialized dealer for a test ride and see just how good Specialized products are.
I try to keep on keeping on.
OGO Power Sports. OGO has perfected the carrying case. Motocross gear bags, helmet bags, boot bags, hydration packs, backpacks, and travel bags, to name a few, have all been meticulously engineered to maximize space and surpass durability standards that would make NASA proud. Simply the best, OGO Power Sports.
Connected. Mesh intercom on.
It's cool to be able to hear what they talk about and how fast they go, throttle control, braking. Really cool.
Extend your leg out. There you go. Good job. Good throttle control, Lonnie.
That's a great training tool. It was a lot of fun to be on the track with them.
Hey, Lano.
What?
Can you pull off over here when you get to me and your brother?
Okay.
With a rich history in motocross, Pro-X has been dedicated to supplying quality components since 1975. Whether you're rebuilding an engine or just need a new chain, Pro-X Racing Parts aims to bridge the gap between OE quality and affordability. Pro-X has over 9,000 part numbers and over 60 different product types that are manufactured by highly reputable or even OEM suppliers and are offered at affordable prices to help keep riders on the bike instead of in the garage. Visit ProX.com to search parts for your bike or check them out at your favorite online or local dealer.
Audio Jungle.
The guys are just breaking in their race bikes, which will leave on the semi this Saturday to go to the first Supercross for our coast in Orlando. So the guys are just be goofing off a little bit, do some cool photos, do some cool videos. When you go racing, you want to do well, but a big key is keeping the bikes on the track. That's why we chose to work with Motul.
Expectations coming in as a rookie is just to try and get my feet wet and honestly just send it, see where I end up and do my best out there, but just ride aggressive and ride like myself in practice and I should have a good time.
Challenges of this sport, I believe, is just simply staying healthy. With how fast we're going and what we're doing, your margin for mistake is really, really small.
Stay Sick. If you have little rippers, then you have had to have seen Stay Sick bikes by now. We have created bike and experiences that allow kids to develop sooner and empower them to find their own ride. From learning to ride to sharpening skills, the Stay Sick promise is accelerated growth. Whatever path your family chooses, it's going to be the ride of your life. Stay Sick Stability Cycles.
You ever heard the phrase that the harder you work, the luckier you are? Well, at Luck Apparel, they believe in an acronym that kind of sums it up a little more simply than that: laboring under complete knowledge. So it isn't just some random chance that determines what your outcome or results are going to be. It's being educated and working your butt off to get it done. And I think that goes hand in hand with the motocross industry. You don't get lucky into a win. You work your ass off and you make it happen. So check out Luck Apparel. They've got t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all kinds of cool stuff. And we're stoked to have them on board here at the Whiskey Throttle Show in 2022.
Today's show is brought to you in part by ZDMS, the next generation dealer management system for the power sports industry. Designed for large and multi-rooftop dealership operations, ZDMS Business Intelligence harnesses the power of your data for better line of sight into dealership decision making. Pinpoint performance areas of concern where profit is being maximized and opportunities remain. Real-time data visualization combined with drill-down reporting means you can track up-to-the-minute dealership performance across all departments, unlock stories you never knew existed, and meaningful insights into your business. With ZDMS's intuitive, easy-to-use dealer management system, you'll streamline your opportunities and improve communication across your entire dealership with efficient workflows while spending less time behind the counter and more time with your customers. ZDMS understands technology is only as good as the team representing it. With ZDMS's unmatched top-tier support, rest assured your customer experience is part of the package. Every team member in your dealership will have access to a support team ready to assist in any way possible. Change is good. Say goodbye to your legacy DMS software and modernize your operations, minimize costs, improve efficiencies, and make data-driven decisions to increase profitability with ZDMS. Demo at ziidms.com today.
I'm on vacation every single day because I love my occupation. I'm on vacation. If you don't like your life, then you should go and change it.
Welcome back. That was your Troily Designs timeout. Get over to troilydesigns.com. All kinds of new products out over there. If you're mountain biking, you want to get your helmet painted, new gear, they've got it all. So check everything out over at troilydesigns.com. We're jumping back in here. Before we start, I want to pick up with 99, but I want to go back to this kicking RC in the head thing. Tell me what happened. Tell me this story, because I don't remember it.
Okay, so that was at Paris when they do that GFI Invitational, usually 1 or 2 weeks before the opening Supercross. That was a year, so they would start us off and we'd do half the race.
Yeah.
And then they would stop us and then they'd line us up single file and then you'd take off and you finish the second half of the race. So we take off and how'd it go? So
this was still at Paris because they moved to
Paris.
Glenallen. Okay.
There's a Paris. Well, that was the year they did it at both. We did it both of them.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we take off in the race. I get into the lead. Casey was behind me, and I think that was a year. So that's when, I mean, they had this was not a Supercross track. This was an outdoor. It was half Supercross, but then outdoor sections with like massive, like 100-foot doubles, like just big stuff. And there was one of the jumps. Like you came into it, I think we were on 125s, we were like 4th gear, and they just had this booter. It was huge.
Along the front fence line?
Before you got to the fence, it was like when you come across them, you went the Supercross side, then you came out into the motocross
when you came
track.
Across. Yeah, I remember.
Before you turned and you came right across the fence. So anyway, we're doing the race. I was leading, and then I got caught up by a lapper, and they had like the passing lane on the side that you could, instead of, the jumps were so big, Goat-Brecker made a passing lane for people who didn't want to do the jump. Like they were that big. And the lapper got all sideways in front of me, and so I had to check up and I couldn't do the jump. But I totally forgot, and then Casey went around and he hit the bypass lane, and went around the jump, which you can do. I just forgot to do it. And so he got in the lead and I was second, and then I think we stopped at halfway that way. And I'm like, okay, got Casey in front of me, and then who's behind that? I think like Wyndham and Voland and a lot of Chic, like a lot of people, and I think probably you and Ricky, and like it was stacked. Like everybody from East and West Coast was all there doing this. So we take off again. I think we run like 2 laps. Coming in the corner, there's a right-hand corner that brought you back along the fence line where all the parking is, where usually the finish line is. And it was kind of a pretty fast corner, and I'm coming in, and Ricky comes in so hot, drills me, and we both go flying through the banners, like, not like we bump and we hit, like he plowed me like he was going to use the berm as a jump, like hit me so hard, we both just stacked it up and ate shit. Okay. And I was like, fucking kid, boom. And so, boom. And as I come back, so I kick him. Sorry, Ricky, uncalled for. But I kick him, but when I'm near my backswing, and Ken Fott, here he comes, gets a picture of it, puts it in Dirt Rider. So I have the magazine, some people may have it. There's a picture of me in action with
lining up to punt RC in the head.
Yeah. So finish out the race, and I go back to the truck, and I was like, I was mad, and then I was like, whatever. And so Brooks comes over. He's like, you're not gonna take that shit from that little kid. You go over there. You go start some shit with them. And I'm like, what? And he fully instigated me to go back over there. He's like, don't sit here like a pussy. Go yell at that guy. And I'm like, are you serious? Like, okay. So I'm all, whatever, okay, I'm all team manager's got my back. Like,
yeah, this is great.
Like, he wants me to scrap him. All right, dude. So I go find Ricky, and he's walking back with the Cowie dudes, and then Chad was his mechanic. And I come over there, and I start pointing the finger, and Chad was like, hey, be cool. And so we were going back and forth. I said a bunch of shit I probably shouldn't have said, but I was all fueled up from Brooks telling me to go get in his fucking face, and I was just lighting him up. And then at that point, I was drinking water, and I had a bottle, and I squirted the bottle at him, and then that's when the whole Cowie squad was there, and then everyone kind of like, whoa, this is going to go sideways. So we split it up, and we go back to the truck, or to the semi, whatever, and I'm sitting there, and then I forget the Cowie guy's name.
Like factory Cowie or Pro Circuit?
Cowie.
The driver or Schoenstrom?
No. The manager there. I forget his name. But anyway, so
okay, 97. I'm not sure if it wasn't Schoenstrom. Fisher.
No. Maybe the other guy. So anyways, so he goes over and he talks to Brooks. He was like, dude, you need to get your rider in check. And Brooks came over. He's like, dude, that was kind of uncalled for. What the fuck? You just had me all pumped up to go fight him, and now you're backpedaling because the Cowie dude said something to you. I'm like, what is wrong with you? Like, and that was the start of the year, and that's I'm like, you get me fired up like you got my back. And then you're telling me...
And then you yell at me.
Then he tells me, he's like, you got to go apologize to him now.
No way.
I'm like, dude, what is wrong with you? And he's like, no, Cowie's mad. I'm like, you just told me to go fight the guy. Now you're backpedaling, and I'm like, So I bit my tongue and I went over there. I apologized. It was that line. Yeah, it was a weird day. Do this, don't do that. Go to apologize. So I'm like, you just...
Yeah, one way or the other.
Yeah, so...
Oh, that's funny.
You know, one of the things, not the best day on the bike. It was super weird, but... you know, after that, I didn't have any issues with Ricky, and every time I saw him, he was nice, so it was...
Yeah. He probably he knew he probably blew it and whatever.
I did talk to him on the phone once, and he asked me about that. So why'd you do that? I told it to him, and he didn't see it the same way I did.
Oh, the incident?
Yeah. He's like, I don't think I bumped you that hard. I'm like... So yeah, no, him and I don't see it the same way, but
all right.
The fact that we went through the banners as we were crashing, it was pretty hard.
Yeah, you're not going to turn left and drag him with you.
I'm very good at doing that kind of stuff, so I understand what is intentional, not intentional, what is out of line.
Yeah.
Do it all the time. Anyways.
All right, so let's get back into 99. That season, like you and I both said, awesome bikes, great crew, Mike Raring, Billy Whitley. We both had, Todd Brown was my mechanic. Your guy Tex, like we just had a good crew. That was a fun year.
Tex and Blue Thunder.
And Blue Thunder. Tell me about, because you started off with a podium. I hurt my back before the season, so I was kind of midway in the season before I even started riding decent again. But you came out and got a podium at Anaheim, a podium at Phoenix, a podium at Seattle. So you were killing it.
Yeah, this was the one year that I got a lot of my shit together. I trained a lot before. We had a great team, so that it wasn't just the bike was good, but the whole morale, like the team, the riders, like everybody got along. Like it was a good vibe that I was motivated. Like it seemed like everybody was motivated to do the job. The mechanics, Whitley and Raring, like everyone was excited and putting everything together. Great bikes made it easier. Not easy, but still like, so that those events, like opening round, like the way I rode at the test track was not the way I rode at Anaheim. Like at the test track, I could chase down Albie and pass him on his 250. But we get to Anaheim and things were different. I was Supercross, we do a million laps on the test track. I get comfortable. Brand new track, I'm kind of like, it takes a while. So I got a third, yeah, but I didn't ride that good. I kind of rode crappy, honestly. But yeah, it goes back to like Supercross is not awesome to me. So it was kind of weird. Yeah, good results. I'll just chalk it up as that I can ride a dirt bike good, so I can figure it out, but it doesn't, it wasn't there. Like it wasn't at the end of the day, it was good. The team was kind of happy, but I do remember we used to have those team meetings the next day. I remember Pat Alexander ripped everyone an asshole, like, because I think he expected us to get 1 and 2 on the box, but because Yamaha Troy with Casey Johnson and Lido, and he's like, you guys got demolished and creamed, you were nowhere. Like, he ripped in us. I'm like, dude, I got third. Like, what the fuck? And he was still mad. I don't know if he was just talking at the team and not reflecting my result or what, but I don't know. I'm just like, I never got along with Pat either.
Yeah, well. That would have been weird. I mean, Casey, Johnson, and Lytle, you were on it.
Yeah, and
Johnson was like, I thought that season he was going to go on to be the next dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
he was riding so well.
His bikes, his fitness, his confidence, his mindset. His mindset was there, and that's for all riders. Like once you get your head in the game properly, and you go, he went to that race knowing he was going to win. That's why he won.
Yeah.
I didn't go to that race knowing I was winning or even expecting to win, and that's why I got third.
Yeah. Yeah, he was on it. So take me through that season as it went on. Anything interesting happened? San Diego, Phoenix, Seattle. Like I said, lots of podiums.
Let's see. So we did most of the. So it started off pretty calm. There's a couple high points in the season here. So we were pretty busy testing, so no crazy stuff was really going on. I do remember it. San Diego and the qualifier, I was trying to pass Ramsey for the lead. Poor judgment and cleaned us out. We both crashed. And then that was the first time I ever got a talking to from AMA, because Pro Circuit went and talked to AMA like, dude, you got to do something about this guy. And it was like, that was the pass on Nathan was not like, it was not an intentional T-bone thing. It didn't work out the way it was supposed to.
Yeah.
But anyways, AMA came over and they're like, we're going to watch you. You do any shit, you're going to get disqualified. We're going to suspend you. And that day I sucked in the main because I was all tripping out I'm like, dude, are they that serious? Like, if I bump somebody, are they going to suspend me for the rest of the year? So that day, like, dude, I remember sitting behind Eric Vallejo, no disrespect to him, but I was a much better rider than Eric Vallejo, and I sat behind him for 3/4 of the main event till he slid out and I passed him. Like, I was afraid to bump anybody that day. Like, terrible on track. So, and then after that,
I remember that track being really hard to pass on though, because I got a bad start for whatever reason and I could go nowhere.
Yeah.
I just remember it was one line and you had to really either blow someone out of their shoes or wait for them to slide out.
Yeah, and usually the first option, I was going to blow somebody out of their shoes. You got to make the pass move forward. So anyways, that happened. San Diego. We get over it. And then I think the second time we went to Anaheim, the day that Rusty landed on Casey and broke his arm and he was out, in the main, I think you were in front of me and I got a bad start and I was coming up and I think I was behind you or I just passed you, and then the next lap, there was a big triple that Casey crashed on.
Yeah.
So there was a little double. There's like a little step up double thing before the triple, and so I did this step up, and as I landed, I jumped kind of too far, and it kind of kicked me off a little bit of an endo before the triple, and I get all out of shape. This is on TV, so you can go back and see it. I'm all out of shape and I'm falling off the bike as I'm coming up to the face of the triple. And so I just jump off and like splat my body into the bottom of the first, the takeoff on the triple. And then it pans around from the other view from the camera and it just shows my bike.
By itself?
By itself. All by itself. And then I go running after it. But that was a pretty funny. I have that race on all the races from that year. Me and Casey used to watch them all the time, and there's a lot of. But that one was kind of funny to watch. You see it just up and then just get kicked off, and I'm like, I'm not gonna save this, so I just bailed. And the bike just went flying.
I don't remember any of that. It's weird. I don't remember much of that Supercross season. I thought I sat a lot of it out because of my back. But anyway. As you went on here, there was a couple of rough ones like Irving, Houston, Mini, Vegas.
Irving, Texas, I was sick as a dog. I wasn't going to go. Like, I was bad, like terrible flu. Yeah. What did I get? 14th? Yeah, that sucked. But the only other option was to stay home. But
yeah.
So whatever, we did that. Yeah, both the rounds in Texas were not good. Yeah. I remember the other one, Houston, was more of a. It had a couple technical sections on it, and I was not comfortable doing it, and I just rode around,
just cruised it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you wind up the Supercross season. Were you stoked for the outdoors? I mean, this bike was good.
Oh, let's go to Minneapolis. That's a race.
Oh, Minneapolis.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Minneapolis, right. you win the night, but during the race, I think I was second. I think I was second during the main. I think Preston was out front. I was in second.
Lytle was leading at a point, and I had to pass him, and then Nathan passed him too, and then I don't know where Lytle ended up going, but
I was out of the picture before it. But in the first couple laps, I was up front.
Okay.
Threw it away over a double. I did something. I fucking bent something on my bike, and I'm like, dude, I can't ride on this. So I don't think I finished that race, but you won, and then Albertine won that night. So, everyone was pretty happy. So we go back to the hotel. All the dudes from the team and Suzuki and Albertine, he's like, yeah, I won. So I remember he had 2 trays of kamikazes. He must have ordered 50 of them. And he just bought drinks for everybody. And so people were drinking, and we were in the hotel lobby, and this was probably, I think they stayed open until they stayed open until 1. And by the time we get back from the track, we're trying to get our drink on real quick, so we only got an hour and a half. And so,
was I there? Was I at this party? I don't remember this.
I remember a few key people of the story, but I don't remember
if you were
fuzzy. Well, I remember it, but we were definitely teetering on the fuzziness. Well, so we at the bar drinking, and then the bartender was being a real dick kind of to everybody. He was expecting to shut down the bar and go home early. And then all of a sudden, we all come in there and we want to stay there, and they'll close it down and just ordering drink after drink. And the guy's probably just going, dude, I want to go home. And so he's like, last call, we're shutting down. We're like, it says 1 o'clock. It's 12:15. And he's like, get out of here, and making a big deal out of it. And my mechanic, Tex, Rick Blasingame, he was pissed. Whitley was pissed. We were all mad. Even Pat Alexander. And he's like, you guys need to get out of here. And all right. And so I grabbed 3 kamikazes with each hand, just fine, we're gonna bring these up to the room. And I start walking out, and the guy's like, hey, you can't bring those with you. Super mad. I go, really? All right. And I took them, and I just fucking chucked the glasses at the bartender. And then all of a sudden I'm like, oh crap. These 2 bouncers come running at me. I'm like, those are big motherfuckers. I'm out of here. So I take off running across out of the bar through the lobby hotel. So there's me running, 2 bouncers, and then my mechanic Rick, who has definitely got my back like nobody else, he's running after the security guards. And I go to whip open the front door, and they had already called the cops. So the cops were outside, and I see the cops, and I stop, and I'm like, and then boom. Dude, the security guards tackled me, and Rick tackled those guys.
Oh no!
And then one of the sheriffs was on top of him with a billy club on Rick, and then they had grabbed me. I was wearing a sweatshirt. They ripped the back off of it, and so there's a pile of us down on the ground, and obviously we're right in front of the cops, and this guy just threw drinks in my face. So yeah. So
that's accurate. Yes,
yeah,
I did.
Yeah, I did. He said I couldn't take him, so I gave him back. Just
at high speed.
Threw it at his face.
I don't remember any of this. Where was I?
You probably did the responsible thing and went upstairs. I mean, before this happened.
Dang it!
I gotta assume that you were there because there was, I don't know, all of Suzuki, Albertine and Alexander and Whitley and the mechanics, a lot of people were there, but I don't know. Maybe.
So what happened?
Oh, so that we're in Minnesota in what is January or February?
Cold. Well, I'll tell you right now. March.
March. Anyways, it's still freezing there.
Yeah.
So they load us up in the car and they bring us to jail and like disorderly conduct, whatever. Sit us in we sit in the cell. There's a couple people in there, and
you and Rick both.
Yeah. So there's me and him in there. He was kind of sweating. He's like, "Oh man, this is bad." Like, I was lit up. I was laughing, having a good time. I was like, "Oh yeah," I was telling the story to the other people. You know, the other people in there. We started sharing. So they go, "Dude, I got a way better story than that. Like, I was doing this. I threw a drink in the guy's face, and we were having a fun time in jail." It was not a bad night. It was fun. And then I was like, "Okay, I'm tired." And so I just went to sleep for a couple hours. And then, you know, they let us out in the morning because there's no real charges or anything. So at that point, we get let out like 6:30 in the morning and there's snow outside. I have a sweatshirt with the hood ripped off and the back is completely open. Dude, I was freezing on the way back to the hotel. I'm just like, oh God. And so we go back and obviously, so a lot of people don't know this story, and I'm going to say thanks to Davey Coombs. He was there, and he told a lot of people, he's like, this is not good for anybody. It's not good for the story. It's not good for the team. It's not good for the races. He's like, and there were some other people there that could, like magazine people, and they're like, don't write any of this, or you guys will, I don't want to say you're going to pay, but he told him, he's like, just let this be. So Davey helped settle that one quite a bit. So that's why it wasn't talked about a lot. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but it was, a lot of people didn't know that story. Yeah, but then
Davey always did his best when guys would get in trouble to try to kind of like just.
And everybody there, even, so we had a meeting, obviously, the next couple days of Whitley and Pat Alexander, and he's like, no one, they were disappointed because it happened, but everybody was like, the guy was being a dick. We all wanted to do what you did, but we weren't supposed to do it. You were the only one that did what we all wanted to do. I go, yeah. So it was just kind of, it was kind of left at that of, we understand why you did it, but you just can't do that.
Yeah.
I go, yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna clean it up and I'm gonna be good for the rest of the season.
For a couple of weeks.
For the rest of the season, we're gonna be good. And so, yeah, we finish up, and then the next weekend was Vegas.
No debauchery in Vegas?
I got taken out in the first corner, like go through the corner, whoops, just augured it out, face planted. I'm like, dude, I'm not riding, I'm done. And so that night out at the Hard Rock, I bumped into Jeremy and Brooks, and he's like, dude, where's your stupid friend out that threw the turkey in my pool? Like he was fired up. And yeah, Jeremy was mad, but he was mad about the situation, and Brooks was like, just go away.
So he was really mad, like angry.
He was mad. He was mad that it happened, but because my name was somewhat affiliated and he didn't know the other guys, I was the only person he could vent to about it, like because he didn't know the other guys.
Yeah.
But it was a couple words, and it was It just got pushed over, and that was it.
And so no debauchery after the race in Vegas that year?
Let me see.
The years all run together.
I think it was pretty conservative. Mom came to Vegas with me that time.
Mom is Kirsten.
Yeah.
This is a girl you were dating at the time. Or dating? Would we say dating?
Sure.
So when he says mom, it's not his mom. We called her mom.
Yeah.
She looked after everybody.
So, yeah, I remember gambling. I remember her just winning and winning and winning. on playing blackjack and stuff. She's like, oh, do this. And like, she win like $200, do this, won like $150, do this, won like $400. I'm like, wow, how about? And so honestly, she went around, she made like $1,000 that night. And I'm like, all I do is ever lose. So it was actually kind of fun to watch somebody actually make money.
Yeah.
And there was no skill set at it. She just was getting super lucky.
Yeah. The cards were digging her.
Yeah. So, I mean, we did that, and that was about it, because we knew at that point we'd already started doing our outdoor testing, and I was really looking forward to the nationals. So we kept it somewhat under control, and went home and started prepping for Glen Helen.
And you came out firing at Glen Helen. You got a 4th. You were 3rd at High Point, which is your first and only podium in nationals. And you said this one meant a lot.
I was more proud of that than the other podiums and the win I got the following year. Like, I was more proud of my riding and what I did that day than any of the other races. Yeah. Or over any of the European races that I've won. Like, those were just whatever races, but that one I had a battle against Talon Volin. I went 2-3, he went 3-2. Like, it was a good day of riding. Yeah. And so surprisingly, that first moto at High Point, so that whole so leading up to that race, I was really getting in the groove, because Glen Helen went well. Hangtown, I got a 3rd the first moto, and then a bike issue the second moto. So I remember watching all the films from years and years and years, and I was never a dude to like go like full inside gate. So High Point, I went full inside, and I'm like, I lined up there. I'm like, what am I doing? I'm like, this is a bad call.
Pretty far inside.
And it turned out the first moto I started 2nd gate, and then the second moto I started 1st gate. First moto came up pretty good, kept that inside, and then I think I don't know, 5th, 6th, 7th, top 10 anyways. I still had to do some passing. Coming up through like Fonseca, me and him went back and forth a couple times. Then I got up to McCormick, and I was catching up to him. There was a section, so if you go backwards from like the finish line, I would go down the hill, and there's a hairpin. There was a weird like step down notch thing down there.
Yeah.
And I was just, for all of practice and everything, kind of jump down. And then I caught up to McCormick, and I seen him double down that thing. And I'm like, dude, that's sketchy. I go, whatever, bro. And so I did it behind him. And I'm like, okay. And then the next lap comes around, and he kind of gets off balance, and he jumps and he kicks him sideways. And you're kind of committed at this point. I'm like, oh crap. And so I kind of slow up and jump the other direction, and I see him just swap. And that's when he took a hard right and went down the hill into those trees and just augured himself.
I remember that.
And so as I'm jumping, I go left, and I drill straight into a tree, boom, and crash. And I get up and I take off, and Fonseca and someone else passed me, and then I'm going, Volin passes me, and then I get past Fonseca, and then I'm sitting, I'm like, okay, I'm 3rd. There's Ricky out front, then Volin, he pulled a little bit on me, and I was riding, and I'm like, I feel good. I'm gonna go. Like I rode that track well. And then I slowly started catching up. And then there's probably like 3 laps to go. I caught him, went around him. And I was like, wow, all right, cool. And I'd go back and I watch the video, and I'm like, dude, you look at some of the corner speed and stuff like that. I'm like, dude, this is getting it on.
Yeah.
And he came back to fight a little bit, but I held him off, got 2nd, and I was like, wow. I was pretty stoked.
And so a 2nd to Ricky in 99
was like winning.
And I know some will say that's a defeatist attitude. It's like winning. That guy was unstoppable that year. He was ridiculous.
Yeah.
I got a 2nd in a moto to him at Steel City. and that's one of my better moto. Like I would pretty proud of that one.
Consider for the rest of us, you won that day.
I mean, yeah, right. Okay, so your results stop after Millville, and I remembered
it was affected before that.
Oh, it was?
Yeah. So that year, you and I and Dawson, we went to Mammoth. We did. After Bud's Creek, we flew home. We had a weekend off, and we all went up to Mammoth.
Okay.
And shit derailed. So
why do I not remember this? I probably was.
I don't know. Maybe you were up there racing and I wasn't.
Okay, tell me what happened. Tell me the story of what we did in '99.
So the leading up, working hard, training, and obviously I was on point. Mental aspect was there. Like the results were showing. Like I was sitting third in the points. Like cool. That break.
And you were just for the record, go back and watch some of these videos from '99. You were as fast as anybody. Maybe not Ricky, but like. Yeah.
The rest of everybody,
freaking on it.
That I rode one of my best years of speed, just the confidence. Like I'd go line up on the gate, and now we were talking about Supercross. Like, oh, you're lined up. I didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I was like, if you're in front of me, I'm passing you. If you get in my way, I'm gonna punt you off the track. Didn't care who it was.
Yeah.
But everything was going good, on point. Working hard, training hard, partying is at a minimum. The race results are showing. And then we got our weekend off, and why we all decided to go to Mammoth up to the race. I love going up there. We used to go up there all the time. As amateurs from minis and big bikes, I love going up there. And going up there, it was like, yeah, let's go up there. And so...
Did we race, or were we just going?
No, we went up there to race. And so we go up there, and we're practicing during the week, and you get a lot of those corners, you can square it up, go inside of the berm, goes outside, and you're crisscrossing lines. And that was so I was riding, and then Bobby Bonds got on and was trying to race with me, and I'm just riding, and he's coming in, and he tried to get underneath me and crashes into me, and I fall and I slam and I tweak my shoulder. And I was about ready to give him a boot kick to the head as well, but I realized he was a little kid at that point. And I'm like, okay, so he didn't get the boot kick. So at that point, I'm like, my shoulder's fucked. And we kind of decided, like, screw it, I'm not going to race. But we had the condo for the next 5 days. So some people, we had a condo, and there's probably 10 people staying in the condo. So we were, not racing. So what we did, we go out to the bars and drink, and there was pool and the plethora of girls just having a party and a damn good time, and racing was not on the program whatsoever. And that's where, instead of taking that weekend off and training and making any sort of headways, I just had a week of partying. Had a party at the condo. There must have been like 100 people, and like locals were showing up because they're pissed because their girlfriends were over there. And like when we had a party, like there was girls with their tops off in the bar. Like Tex was at the door. Like I'm like, dude, there's a lot of people here. I go, you be the bouncer at the door. So Rick was acting like as a bouncer, like checking IDs, like kicking people out, because there was like, for whatever reasons, there was way more people showing up than I ever even thought were going to come over, and it was out of hand.
Okay, this is making a little more sense, because I remember that I got hurt at Hangtown. I separated my shoulder.
Yeah.
And so I was just off. And this was probably the hardest I ever partied, because I'm like, well, I'm not racing. I might as well have some fun.
Yeah, come on, teammate. Let's go do it. Come on,
I had you leading the way. And I met my wife later that summer at Chili's, which was one of the places we used to go to drink.
On a regular basis, yeah.
So thank you for introducing me to my wife. But yeah, I remember some debauchery that summer early on.
Yeah, and that was kind of the downfall of the rest of the season. It was a teeter-totter point of just keep continuing forward, and then Mammoth hit, and it went down, and it kind of came up, and it went down, and it was just, the rest of the year was not what it should have been. Like up until...
Well, so Mammoth would have been about
June-ish, yeah.
And let's call it right about here. I mean, you still came back at Bud's. Well, it might have been end of June. So then, yeah.
Unadilla was a...
10th at Red Bud. Here, this one, I want to talk about this weekend.
Which one?
Unadilla. July 18th. You got 4th. And this surprised me because I've told this story before on the show. You and Budman and I were the 3 riders still. I don't remember Jessman being there.
No.
Maybe he was hurt. I don't
know if he was hurt, but even if he was there, he wasn't.
He was on his own program.
He didn't hang out with us.
Okay, so you and Budman and I were driving in a car together to and from the track. My recollection of that event, this was the great fire extinguisher incident of 1999.
Yeah. I remember there's a couple key points of what I wanted to point out on that, but go.
I thought we all had really bad weekends, and that's why we're like, let's go out and just, blow off some steam. And I'm like, he got a 4th. Well, so you were probably celebrating a good ride. I was bummed because I did terrible that day, and I'm like, I'm over it. Let's just go blow it off.
Well,
so tell us the story from your perspective.
So you see 4th, and you're like, oh, you did good. Well, 4th is the reason I was pissed off, and why Budman decided to order so many drinks, and we did what we did. So the day started off, first moto, battled it out, got 2nd, actually stayed somewhat close. This is at Unadilla, so it was one of the tracks that I rode well at.
Mm-hmm.
I was not, 5 or 6 seconds from Ricky at the finish at the end of the moto. Like, that's pretty good. 2nd moto, I'm like, all right, I got a good opportunity to get another podium here. 2nd moto, we take off, make it like, I forget where it is on the track. But anyways, they had done a little watering. Mike Craig was leading. I was in 2nd. I'm all, this is cool. So I go underneath them to pass them, and I fall in a mud hole, get up, gloves are all muddy, and I'm like, fuck. I'm like, could have passed for the lead, try to put some time in. So I get up, and at that point I had mud and shit, so I'm trying to clean up and take off, but people are coming by, and so I take off, and I'm going, and like halfway through the moto, I'm like in like 10th spot at this point, and Ricky passes me, and I'm like, son of a bitch. He had fallen in the first corner, and I'm like, had I passed Craig, which I would have, anyways at that point, and then I had a good opportunity to either win the moto, or in the event that he did chase me down, I would have got 2nd. So there's a good possibility I possibly could have won that race. And that's what I was so pissed about. The fact that halfway through and Ricky passes me for like 10th place, I'm like, oh, I had the opportunity.
Yeah.
And so that's why
those were rare at that year.
And so that's when we went out and
how do you remember? Tell me the story post-race. How do you remember it?
So the 3 of us, me and Buddy, go out to, we'll consider it dinner, but it was more drinking. So we just drink after drink, and then at some point we decided that was kind of enough, and we were going to head back. But we're like, okay.
We went to a club. We went to a dance club. Do you not remember the dance club? After dinner, it was like...
No, I don't.
Oh, yeah. We were out of place. I will just leave it at that. Very hip-hoppy. We were not fitting in, but we were still having a great time, the 3 of us.
Like I said, I don't remember that.
Okay. Well, that was fun.
We were tuned up. I was super tuned up. But I remember leaving, when we left the restaurant bar, we had to Rochambeau, see who was going to drive. Terrible idea.
Yeah. We couldn't even make scissors roll.
So,
Buddy lost, or you lost?
Yes, Buddy did. I sat in the passenger seat,
and I was in the back, built it up.
About every 45 seconds, I was pulling the e-brake. Car was going sideways. Stop that! And I totally get it now. Had everybody been 100% sober and like car going sideways, no big deal. But the fact that we weren't all sober, doing sideways shit in the car, terrible idea. But then at that point, so I don't remember the club, but we get back to the hotel. So I'm going to bypass the club experience. Don't remember. We get back to the hotel, and we're walking down the hallway, and you grabbed one of the fire extinguishers. You started it.
No way.
Hold on.
Okay, all right. Tell me your version.
So you grab the first one, and you go, oh, yeah, cool. And you went, just a small little spray, like the white chalk. And it was like, ha ha, that's funny. Oh, give me that motherfucker. And so then I grab it, and we go, and I start lighting up the hallway. And this one, empty the whole. So just imagine the hallway with the full, what is that stuff that's in the white chalk?
Dry chemical.
So the whole, you can't even see more than like 10 or 15 feet at this point. Just the whole hallway is just a cloud. And I'm all out, throw that one down. I see another one, grab the other one, undo it. At this point, I go down underneath people's doors. Next side. Till that one was empty. I think filled up. I think at this point, I was the only one using the fire extinguisher. I don't think you did the little bit at the beginning, but I think the rest of it was me.
That's different. I remember running to my room and trying to get the door shut.
Yeah,
and
that
then your
too.
foot goes in the door, and I just see a nozzle come in, and you buried my room.
Yeah, that too. That was all part of the damages of everything that we had to pay from people checking out. I think there was 7 people that checked out of their hotels. We had to pay for, or hold on, we'll get to that in a sec, the way the story goes out. So after we empty the fire extinguishers in the hallway and in your room and the hallway and other people's doors, we go in. I think you and Buddy were sharing a room.
No, we had our own, but we went. My room was covered in snow.
I covered yours, and then we went into Buddy's room, closed the door. I don't know, we were laughing and shit giggling. Then all of a sudden, the police come, and they're knocking on the door. And Buddy's the only one that had any common sense. He's like, we should probably open the door. I go, don't do that, dude. We open it up, we're all going to jail for sure. And at this point, you know we're not talking quiet. They're probably standing out there going, listen to these fucking idiots. Like, and then
I remember you going, shh, just be quiet, pretend we're sleeping.
I go
away.
I'm just like, just stop. I go, nothing. So then they banged on the door probably for 5 minutes, and they go outside, and how the cops will get, so he had a flashlight or something. He was tapping on the window, bang, 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 bang. I thought he was going to break it. And Buddy was like, we need to let him. I go, no, just let him be. And so they banged out there for 5 or 10 minutes, and they left. And I'm like, see, we're all good. And then I think it was probably 5:30 or 6. I think Whitley came to the door. Bang, bang. He said, you guys need to get up and come to the lobby. Okay. And so I think the 3 of us went down there, and Buddy was like, I was not. And I'm like, no, he was not. And I think we excused Budman at that point. It was just me and you. And so there was the sheriff, the manager, and Whitley up there, and they're like, well, this is what happened, what you guys did. Like 7 people checked out. The cop's like, I will arrest you guys unless you give up your credit cards to pay for all this shit. And we're like, oh, well, it sounds better than going to jail. So I remember we gave him the credit cards. I think we each paid like $1,500 or $1,600. But the thing that I think you didn't tell last time was that the fire marshal of the county was the brother, I believe it's the brother of Duke Finch, the AMA official. So that spread real quick and got us, and the team got heat. We got some ass chewing. That's where AMA got really mad at us and at the team as well for doing that shit.
Yeah, you were a real bad influence on me, man.
Perhaps. Well, yeah. That was
probably that was wild. It did cost us some money.
It seemed like a damn good idea at the time, but I couldn't imagine now if like I was one of those people in those hotel rooms, I would have wanted to come out there and kill me.
Yeah. Yep. Well, all apologies to those in Binghamton, New York that evening. let's move along to Spring Creek. Because boy. I as I was kind of prepping for this, I remembered this happened.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were calling it Martin Hill at the time, but that big downhill at Millville.
Mm-hmm.
Did you catch a stake or something on the side, or what happened? You cartwheeled hard.
So that was so if you put it on the track, the catapult, the jump where Chad Reed ate shit, then you go up the hill and then you take left, and that was a big, huge, like suicide double coming down that hill. A couple 250 guys were doing it, and I think Ricky was the only 125 guy doing it. And at this point, I was still third in the championship. So I was like, Whitley's like, dude, Ricky's doing this. If you want to get up there, you got to do this. And I was like, all right. And so I was like, next practice, I was sizing it up. So you come up to the top, there was like a little dip, and then there was the big ramp that launched you down the hill. But the way the lip was faced, the landing was kind of to the right. So when you roll it, you don't really pay attention to it. But like if you're lining it up to launch it, you kind of got to jump a little bit to the right. Not bad, but just a little bit. And I remember I hooked that up to the top, just took the corner as wide as possible. Like I think I was in a gear higher, like third gear through that corner up to the top, and like hopped and was like, I'm gonna get the drive. I got this. And I remember like to the far right where people are going, like people were braking. So there's a couple braking bumps. And at the last minute I go, I got to go a little left. And so when I moved over just like a foot, and this was like an 80-foot launch down this hill. It was huge. But just a little bit left, the trajectory put me off. So I was landing off the side of the track in the grass next to the
Between
fence.
the track and the fence.
Yeah. Which was, I don't know, 8 or 10 feet wide. And there was a banner. They had, the green metal stakes.
Yeah.
Those were sticking up. And as I launched like this 80-foot down the hill, I landed in the grass like between these two metal stakes. Like a foot that way or a foot that way, I probably would have got stabbed with a stake. But I land and just collapse because the dirt is soft. Cartwheel into the fence, wiped out spectators, ripped both radiators off my bike. Like I couldn't ride my bike back.
Yeah.
I could barely walk by the time I got up. Ankle was jacked. My wrist. Yeah, it was a bad crash.
Yeah. Is it on TV? Did they catch it?
This is practice.
Oh, okay.
Ryan Huffman did the same thing in practice. And then after I crashed and he crashed, I crashed, then they took that jump out before the motos. Mm-hmm. They flattened it. They cut off like 3 feet off the top. Of course. So then I'm like, I can't walk, like my ankle. Then Corey Wharf.
Yeah.
He was there. He taped me up the best we could. Like, so I couldn't move my wrist. I couldn't move my ankle. And they were like, you're sitting third, go try. So I lined up. We do the parade lap. And I'm like, I'm like, I come back, I go, no way. And Whitley's like, just try. I go, okay. I'll give it a go. I made it around the first turn and went down that straightaway. And I just kind of pulled off the track. Like I was in so much pain after two corners. Like I screwed myself up. And so then at that point I was done. I couldn't ride, and that was pretty much the end of the season at that point.
It was, yeah. That was the last result you have.
Because then I couldn't ride the next two rounds. So at that point I go, well, my summer vacation is starting up. I got a head start on you guys. So you guys went to the last two races. I started my Canyon Lake summer vacation.
The Canyon Lake party boat tour?
Yeah, and at that point there was for Mr. Hummel's sake, there's some people up in Portland that I had met from Washougal, and they had come down, and so then we just started the party function just way earlier, and it was, yeah, the year was done. You guys were racing, and I was like, Tuesday, let's hit the lake, let's get our drink on, and yeah, that was the end of the season for there, but it was just
the off season started early.
Yeah, there was a lot of fun, just the partying and the girls, and like it was crazy. Like it was, I remember also like when the one thing that Suzuki did was super cool. Like when we go back to the Supercross and we had our autograph shows, like they would pick us up in limos and stuff. Like there was a lot of cool stuff that happened. It's unfortunate, like that was a year like things were really going up, like going on a good path, and it got sidetracked by just partying way too much, and the results, like if it would have kept on an onward progress, like it would have been a fantastic year that probably would have led into more fantastic years. And that year there was a lot of good highlights in it, but there was a lot of bad shit that happened, getting sidetracked, and just priority was partying and girls. Like racing was not the priority at certain parts of the year, most of it.
And so would you say that was sort of like where you peaked? Like, do you think it was a sort of a slope down from there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because then, so going into the next season, it was...
And you were telling me why you didn't stay. And I can't remember the specifics either, but because I was curious why you went to FMF Honda for 2000 when... I stayed at Primal and the bikes, it was the same bike, so it was a killer bike still. But I don't remember this, if I had a 2-year deal or if I just rolled the dice, which I did kind of get burned, but you said you were kept asking Billy for a contract and they wouldn't get it to you.
Yeah, so end of the year comes and I'm like, so throughout the process, Bob Moore was working at FMF.
Yeah.
And he'd been... working with FMF. I had a good relationship with FMF my whole life, and they're like, we want to hire you. And the previous year, Casey had jacked up the contract prices quite a bit for a lot of people.
Casey and Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they came at me and we started talking, and the numbers were looking really good, and they kept kind of going up, and I was like, I made it. And so we get to so Suzuki and Billy and everybody, it was very obvious they knew that there was conversation, because Bobby would talk. He would just come up to me and talk to me every weekend. Like he was making it very clear that he was after to get me. And so we get to the end of the season, and I was so we started talking after the end of the season. And I was like, okay, we're gonna do this, and Whitley was like, okay, this will be your contract. Well, we're going to pay you a little bit more money. I'm like, what do you mean a little bit more? I go, dude, I did really good this year. He goes, well, we can give you about $10,000 more than last year. I go, dude, I got podiums and you're going to, dude, the payout was terrible. Like, he offered me $30,000. Mm-hmm. And I was like, no. And then so FMF's number was way higher, and I was like, I go, all right, Billy. And I go, you need to put something better together. And then he came back and he offered more money. And then we started negotiating. And then so Whitley and Suzuki, the money was coming up. Honda's money was going down. From what they initially said, I think Bobby Moore was just kind of snowballing me and telling me what I wanted to hear to get me interested. And then when it came down to it and Honda sent me some information, it was not the same numbers. And I was like... But then I was like, okay, you know what? Forget Honda. I'm going to stick with Suzuki, and the bikes are good. And I go, all right. Well, send me a contract. And at this point, Kurt Close, the owner of Primal Impulse, he was going through a divorce, money issues, so his accounts got frozen, and then all of a sudden, things changed. Like, all of a sudden, our financial backing is shut down. It's locked down. And so at that point, they couldn't they didn't know what was going to happen, so they couldn't commit to a number because, as you know, later on in the year, like the money got screwed up. But so Billy's in, you know, we're talking, he's calling me every day, like, dude, we're going to get you on the team and do this and the contract. They're okay. Send me the contract. Let's do it then. A week went by. 2 weeks went by, and I'm like, hey, Bob Moore, like, what's up? Are we going to do this? And I'm like, and they're like, yeah, we'll send you a contract. So they sent me a contract, and I sat on it because I truly wanted to stay with Suzuki on the bikes because they were amazing. But because of all the stuff that was going on with Clovis and the finances were a mess, they didn't know what they could do, so they couldn't give me a contract. And I was like, at this point, this was, I don't know the exact date, but I'm going to say this is closing in like around Halloween. Like, dude, it's time to do something here. Like,
yeah.
I go, I know that you guys say you're going to do it, but if you can't give me a contract, like, I'm a little leery of just winging it. I mean, like, because we all know in the sport, if it's not inked down, like, things are going to change. And so I waited, and I was like, I got to make a decision. So I go, Billy, you can't give me a contract. I have to go with Honda because I need to get started on my season. And that's a decision. It's not because that was the only reason. Had Suzuki given me an actual contract, even though the money was less, I would have stayed and rode for them, which probably would have been the best thing I could have ever done for the rest of my racing. That was terrible idea, going to Honda.
Well, so the way it played out, and I don't remember what my contract situation was, but at the end of that year, because Kirk didn't pay what he was supposed to pay because of that divorce, they found another sponsor that was a web-based company. That company went tits up. And so by the end of the 2000 season, I was owed about 30 grand. All the mechanics were owed money. Like, everyone was owed money.
Yeah.
And it got ugly. Everybody sort of did what they had to do. But we were on the good bikes again. You know what I mean? Like, it was still...
Yeah.
And we finished the season. They did get us... I'll give Billy and Mike credit for that. They did whatever they had to do to get us to the end of the season. And then the wheels just fell off. Right.
Yeah. I mean, so in the situations, like, I had a contract, I got paid, but my bikes were shit. You had great bikes and were able to race. You just didn't get paid. So it was like, I would have much rather had the bullshit of not getting paid over versus trying to race on a lawnmower all year. That was...
I was on that lawnmower in 98. I know what your pain was.
So our 2000 bike was so bad that eventually we went back and we convinced them to at least put the 99 motors back in our bikes from the previous year, like what Talon was running.
Dude, in 98, we were running 97 cylinders.
Yeah, it's the same. That era of those bikes were terrible.
Terrible.
But the thing of it is the difference between the 2000 engine and the 99, like, the whole power valve placement was completely different. So when you look at the bike, you know it's a different motor. And Honda didn't want to do it. They're like, how can you guys race a 2000? We're putting a 99 motor in and we're trying to sell these bikes. Like, our pro team is not willing to ride the new motorcycle. Like, that's how bad it was. It was a mess. And
yeah,
it was, I remember, it started off, the year started off good. Dan Bentley did a great job of what he was doing, but the bikes were just, they were garbage. And dude,
I think Honda had given up on their two-stroke development at that point. They knew the direction they were headed.
Yeah.
And they were just like, yeah, just make it work for now. We're going this way.
Yeah, it was tough, but
well, so that 2000 season, you still got a Supercross win. I mean, seems like the rest of the year was just okay, not great.
I don't know if I'd even say okay. I had one good race, and I think the rest of the year was sucked.
Well, the results don't look super amazing. But tell me about that one night win. What was that like?
So we'll have to back it up. So there was, like 3 weeks before Anaheim, we're out testing, and I'd been out there riding let me see. Let me get this straight here. So I was scheduled to ride West Coast. And leading up to that, I had done something and I screwed up my back. And so they made a decision, take some time. I think me and Lytle switched and Lytle rode west, and then I went to go ride east. So that gave me time, so I took some time to rest. And then as leading up to it, so I was out at the test track every day. Me and my mechanic Rick were out there every day, riding, just burning laps, just trying to make that bike work and get it so I can compete on it. So of course, when you run 1 million laps out at the Honda track, like, you're used to it, you know, the lines, like, I was riding really, really good. And so one of the days we come down, we're going to do some last minute changes, you know, like, this is the last changes we're going to do, and then we're just going to settle in and go to the first round. And I'd ridden so many laps there, I go, you know what, I'm just going to ride the track backwards today. And testing most of the day, and then I went into the whoop section going backwards, and there was kind of like a little step-on-step thing, and so you kind of launch into the whoops, but I just sent it way too far, because you can kind of jump into it and then stay on tops of them, but I just launched it out there. And the front wheel missed one.
Dropped.
And it dropped, and it goes, and I just fucking cartwheeled so bad. And in the process, I fractured a bone in my wrist. And so this thing puffed up, and I'm like, anyways, crashed out. We ended the day. I go to the doctor. I mean, like, I couldn't squeeze a can. Like, so for the next 2 weeks, just went and saw Dr. G, did some therapy with it, tried to do everything we could to get it so I could ride. And I couldn't ride, couldn't do push-ups, and I was like, I can't race, guys. And they were just like, do whatever you can. I'm all, okay, so there's a doctor that helped me out. I'm not gonna say his name. So I go to his office, and I discuss it. He was a motocross fan, and he's like, well, what's going on, this and that? And he's like, okay. He's like, so do you want to race? I go, yeah, I want to race. I go, but I can't do anything. He's like, so I got an idea. He said, hold on. He goes, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do this trial test, and I want you to go home, get your bike, if you can ride for 15, 20 minutes, and then come directly back here. I'm like, dude, it's like 4 o'clock. He's all, just go do it. He's like, I'm not leaving the office. I'll be here. I'm like, okay. I'm like, so what are we doing? He's like, well, it was Marcaine. So he just got some injections and just juiced up my wrist. So it's like Novocaine, but just stronger. So basically, I couldn't feel my hand.
Your hand went numb?
Like so from wrist, like, it was numb. And we put some tape on it, and I went and rode. I was just out of Elsinore, just riding the main track, and I'm like, so it was like, it was super weird, but I kept looking down and like, I know the functions of what I'm supposed to do using the clutch, but it's like, it felt weird because I really couldn't feel it.
Yeah.
But I was just mentally like, do this, and I was able to ride. And so I'm like, it still kind of hurt, but I was like, I can ride. So I go back there, and it's like 5 or 6 o'clock, and I'm like, it's kind of weird, it's kind of numb. I go, but I can ride. He goes, okay. So hold on. So he goes and gets a bottle of Marcaine, a bunch of syringes. Here, find someone qualified. You got to do an injection before practice, before the heat race, and before the main. So I had to get injections of Marcaine in my wrist all day long.
This was Indy?
Yeah.
Oh,
so I have this stuff, and I'm like, who am I going to find? And the team we'd kind of asked around, and then so we found a doctor that was there that was willing to do it. I go, but I have to do this now before practice, and then I have to do it for the qualifying and then the main. He's like, you could kind of tell he was kind of reluctant, like, he's okay. He's like, all right, I'll do it. And so at that point, I didn't even think that, flying back there at that point, I go, so I got to find a doctor or someone that's qualified? Like, I'm like, this is a waste of time, guys. Like, I was not even going to go. And then when I get there, like, my expectations were zero. Like, I'm like, I rode at Elsinore. That doesn't mean that I can go through a rhythm section or a whip section at a Supercross. Like, so he does it, and I go out and practice, and my mentality was like, I don't care if I come in last place. I'm just coming here to appease the team, to ride. Like, and so I just went out and I rode, put up some decent times in practice. Because I was a West Coast guy, then I had to do the day qualifier. So here comes, so there's practice, day qualifier. So that's third injection a day. And day qualifier, line up, whole shot, just win. Cool. Set up for the heat races, another injection. And that year that race was pretty stacked. So there was Ramsey, Nick Way, Pastrana, Roncada, Fonseca, Sellards, Jessamine. There was a lot of guys.
Yeah.
And so I think Roncada did the first heat race. I don't remember if I did the first heat race. I won one heat race. He won one heat race. And I was like, I think that was the second heat race I'd won. So I was like, wow, but at that point I was still like, in my mind, I was like, I don't know if I can even make it through the main. Like, my attitude was like, I had no concern, like no.
You took the pressure off yourself.
Yeah, I was just like, whatever happens.
Yeah.
And then, so it comes time for the main. And Roncada, he had first pick, and he started in the middle. I'm like, dude, it was just straight down full U-turn. I'm like, dude, I'm going way inside, just gonna move people out of the way. So I line up, and somehow on my lawnmower, I just gated perfectly, and I'm coming in, and
you didn't wheelie. The bike wouldn't wheelie.
Exactly.
Just full traction, full throttle.
It's a whoa.
Put it into rabbit mode and go.
Yeah, and so it was the third whole shot of the night. I'm coming in the first corner. Like, if you watch the race, it's funny because I'm coming in, and usually the outside will come in a little hotter, and I'm coming in, and I get on the brakes, and I see out of the peripheral, you see people creeping up, and so I just sit up and I go straight to the outside berm, and you see people just go whoa, flying off the berm.
You sent everybody over the top.
Yeah, so it was because there was a good sized berm, so if you came on the outside, you could have laid it over and just hooked it around, which I think was probably their idea. But as I'm coming in, I just stood it up and went straight, and people, probably 5 or 6 dudes over the berm. I come out, whole shot, and I'm like, all right, let's go. And so Brock was in second, then Pastrana and Roncada, and those three started getting into it. And then at one point, Pastrana jumped into Brock, and kind of he went off the track, and I think Pastrana crashed, and so it gave me a slight gap. But Roncada was still there, and Fonseca, like everyone was still there. It was like lap 2 or 3. I'm like, all right, I still got another 12 laps to go. And I just hit that perfect mindset of just ride. Mm-hmm. Just ride. There was a couple corners that, the one thing I look back, there was a handful of sections on the track. I'm like, they had really good corners, and I just looked forward to seeing how fast I could go through those corners. Like, that's what I was focusing on. Like, not who was behind me, not other rhythm section. I'm like, I go, this first corner, like the first corner you could come into so fast and just lay it in this berm. Like, there was parts of the track that were fun, because it was more like outdoor riding, like big berms coming in hard, railing corners. Like I was just having a good time in riding. And then I put 2 seconds, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it got up to a 10-second lead. And there was all kinds of bumping and smashing behind and way crashing. I think there was carnage in that day, but I just rode the way I should have rode. Yeah. And it was a very easy day.
Did you get in your head at all the last lap?
The last two, because I had a huge ass lead. And it's the thing, like you hear people say it a lot, like don't slow down. Like as soon as you start slowing down, you start riding terribly.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, just take it easy. We come into the whoops, like just riding like an idiot. And so I finished it off and won that race, but it was a fairly easy. It was an easy weekend in the way that the main event didn't feel hard. It just came naturally, and I think part of it is just the mindset I put into it is like there was no pressure. I'm gonna go ride. Like I didn't care if I crashed or got last, but I just rode the way I should and just had a great night on the bike.
Isn't it crazy that it's hard to get into that mindset?
Yeah.
Just day to day or weekend to weekend. But it takes something like that to go, well, I'm obviously not gonna win. I got this wrist, so I'll just go ride, and you end up winning.
Yeah,
it's crazy how we get in our own ways with our heads,
I was blown away with it, like 'cause it's the amount of guys that were in that.
Both coasts were stacked that year. That was like one of the craziest years for 125 racing.
Yeah, and so then things go good. So now I'm going in the next round. But my wrist is jacked now. Like, same thing. I couldn't ride. So there was almost 3 weeks before the first round, I didn't practice. I did the race. The whole entire next week, I didn't touch the bike. Same project, go to the race. Got my Marcaine. Got to find somebody to give me some injections. And it didn't work as well that weekend. Then the heat race, I came up short on one of the triples, and that just sent like a shockwave through my whole body. I was like, oh, and I almost just called it a night, but I tried. I rode terribly. My wrist hurt so bad, and then the next week I was like, Danny Laporte, I'm like, I need a break. I'm like, I can't do this. He's like, you gotta try. I go, dude, all I'm doing is making this thing worse. He's like, just try. Like, he was so pushy. Nice guy, but he's way too pushy. It's looking back, like the safety issue of I had a fractured wrist that I was getting injections and it was not getting better. My results sucked, but he was trying to tell me to keep riding instead of taking a break.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm trying to be the good team player here. And it was a bad move, but then, so the next like 2 races just were down and super painful. I was still not practicing during the week. And I just straight up told myself, I'm not racing. Well, just try. I go, no, I'm not going. And so I stayed off and I didn't ride till the outdoors. I took they were mad that I didn't try, and I was like, whatever. I go, my wrist is jacked. I go, how do you expect it's not going to get any better before the Nationals? So unless I take time off, like, I'm not going to do this all year. So I just took a break.
Okay. And the rest of that season didn't go super great. That bike was tough to do outdoors on.
I had an awesome get off at Glen Helen. If you ever watched the second moto, after you go to the start, you go up. It wasn't the big Mount St. Helen, but it was the one
Showy Hill or whatever.
The halfway one. Yeah. And I landed in some braking bumps, overjumped, landed in some braking bumps, rode the front wheel off a tabletop. Woof. Just
beat her. I don't remember that one. I'll have to look.
Yeah, it was a bad one. But you come down the hill, and I rode the front wheel so long. Like when you look at it, like say this is the next jump, and I'm riding the front wheel, I should have face planted into it. But somehow I rode the wheel and just went flying.
Got lucky.
It was a bad crash, but it would have been way worse. Yeah. probably face planted, knocked out. It would have been ugly. So
So that year was kind of a wash then.
Yeah.
After that.
Yeah.
Tell me some more stories. I want to hear about your time in Europe. I know you and Casey Johnson went over to stay in Germany for a little while.
Yeah.
For was it 2 or 3 round Supercross series over there at the time?
No, it was about 5. 5 or 6.
And you stayed the whole time?
We would stay over there, I think, for about 5 or 6 weeks, and then it was right around Christmas. So one of the years came home for Christmas and then went back. But we stayed over there, and so we were able to negotiate it out. Like, we had an apartment to live in, we had a car, so we had a location to hang out with. So we stayed over there, let's just say 5 weeks. So we do the first race, like he's on one team, I'm on another team, and so like we go over there a week before and we ride the bikes a little bit, but I was like, I didn't like Supercross. I was going there to get some money. Like, let's be real about this. Like, I was not going like, oh, I want to go win this championship. I'm like, they're going to give me this amount of dollars on start money per night. Yeah, let's go on vacation and get some money.
Yeah.
So we're getting whatever we were getting paid per night, and we're going over there. But they wanted, their suggestion was like, oh, you can, some indoor track in like this barn in Poland. They're like, yeah, you can go practice here. I'm like, nah, dude, we're not.
In a barn, I'm good.
I went there last week. I go, that's like an RC kart track. That is not a dirt bike track. So we said, screw it. We're not going to ride. We did, every day was like a vacation. We would go to the vineyards. We would go to the strip clubs. I mean, like, there was one of the, we'll go to that in a sec. So then we would go, we got to go see like all the castles, and like we were doing scenic tourist stuff, and it was amazing. All the cathedrals, like in Amsterdam, like it was fun. And for anybody that's never been there, like, oh, there's the red light district in Amsterdam. That's a very small section. That's not the town. The rest of the town is really cool. The architecture, all the canals, the boats, the tulip fields, like it's awesome there. But yeah, we were just screwing off. But yeah, walking around, for people that never walked around the red light district, the shit you see of just naked people in the windows, people walking around selling drugs on the street, sex shows, the cafes, like it's not a big deal now, but back then, like you go into these cafes and you get a hash and a weed menu, like it's kind of interesting the first time.
Yeah.
Like, wow, okay. Some of the
I'll take a side of black tar heroin.
Yeah, pretty much. And it was like a 2-page menu. It wasn't like 2 options.
Yeah.
And they would have like pre-rolled joints that were like twice the size of this thing.
Oh man.
They were just, it was like a big fat cone. I was like, whoa. So yeah, dude, we just, every day was just a party journey. And
did you guys get in any trouble?
Oh yeah.
Didn't you, I want to say there's a story about a car you crashed or something happened.
Yeah. So me and Casey, we go out to dinner, have some margaritas. We go to a strip club, and we're talking to these girls at the strip club. And for whatever reason, they thought that they were going to come back to America with us. Like, they came looking for us the next day. We had a team party, and they came to the team party looking for us, like they thought they got their ticket to go to America. And but before that night, bring me home. So we hop in the car and super tuned up, and so after, we missed the trash can story.
We can come back to it.
Okay, so Casey was reenacting the trash can. So he's gonna plow some trash cans in Germany. Well, let's get this one. Is metal. Just plows the side of the van we were in, breaks off the mirror, dents the front. we're like, we're just laughing it off. We kept going. And so the tracks over there was a motocross track there. I think at one point it was a GP track. But like, you're driving down the road, one of the little side roads, no fences, just a little ditch. And then there was the motocross, this sand track, just public access. Like, it's different. Like, people can just go ride it and use it whenever they want. Like, it's like a track we have at a field here that you go run at. Like, it was a motocross track like that. And so Casey's driving and we go out onto the motocross track, and there's snow on the track, and we're driving the van on the track, jumping it through the snow. We have no idea where the track goes, what it is. We don't know if it's going to go into a creek, or we're just going for it, just lit. Going around the track, and we're like, okay, we don't want to just completely break this thing. We were close to it. We're going down the road, so we hop back on the road, and we're driving, and there's fields. So we would just turn off the road through the gutter and just go out into the fields and just spin it and come back on the road. We did it, like, just terrible shit in the car. And we come back and we get kind of this little town area, and it was and I'm like, dude, Burger King. I'm like, go. So we go through this intersection, pulls the e-brake, woo, just sliding this thing sideways. And I don't know, it's got to be 1 o'clock or something in the morning. We pulled it sideways. We're all laughing because we didn't see any cars anywhere. Ha, 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 ha. And I look out and I'm like, oh, fuck. We slid it sideways right next to a police car. So I'm like, and Casey didn't see it at first, and so he goes to take off. And I'm like, oh shit, man. All of a sudden, like, lights, woo, and I'm like, oh dude, we're done. I go, cops. And so we pull over. Oh man. And I'm just thinking, I go, okay, you think the worst, like, you're in a foreign country, like, you don't know how it works, like the way things are, the rules, regulations. So the cop comes up, speaking German, because we're in a small town. We're like in this town, Cottbus is like an hour south of Berlin, like not in a big city, like this is a small little area. So the police come up, they don't speak English, they're speaking to us, we don't understand German. And we're going back and forth, and then at some point, I think we mocked them, like, no. The best thing you can do.
The best thing to do when you've been pulled over.
Oh my goodness. And so I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, this is not good. You know, we're continuing on, and then I see the cop, he puts his hand in, like, through the window and goes to grab the keys out of the car. And Casey grabs the guy's arm, and they start wrestling. And I'm like, let her go. And they're wrestling, and all of a sudden the door flies open, and there's 2 cops, and they just rip Casey out. And I'm like, oh, dude, this is so bad. And I'm kind of looking in the mirror. I'm like, oh, dude. I'm like, what's going on here? And he's like, they put him in the car. I'm sitting there thinking to myself, I'm like, how am I going to find him? Like,
yeah.
Like, I don't know what to do. I don't know who to call. And I'm just sitting there just like, this is not good. And all of a sudden, my door opens up and they rip me out. And then they bring me over to a different car, put me in a different car. And they're trying to talk to us. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying, dude, blah, blah, blah. And
none of them speak English?
No, so one of the things we found is that if you were like at a certain age, like if you were a younger person, say you were 30 or younger, most of the people, they spoke English. Or if you were in a bigger city, most people spoke English. But we were in a small community. So at this point, no, there was no English speaking people to help us out on this thing. So we're in the different cars. And so they're looking at the van, and it's all smashed up. And at this point, they're thinking like, did we do a hit and run or something like that? They didn't know that we smashed into a trash can, so we can't communicate with them. Like, that's all we did. And then all of a sudden, I'm sitting there and I see Casey's car go that way. And I'm like, I wonder if that way is to jail. And then my car goes this way, and we're going in different directions. And I'm like, oh shit, is this how we get beat up and die and stuff like that? And I was thinking the worst at that point. At this point, I don't even know. I didn't even have my passport with me at this point. Like, I had no information. I don't even think I had maybe I had a phone that worked with over there, but I don't remember. And so eventually they bring us to the cop station. Like a half hour goes by and I see Casey and I'm like, yeah. There's like some glass windows. I'm like, what? Or I was more like, yeah, dude. So we see each other and I'm like, okay. I'm like, I feel better now. But that's all I did. I saw him in passing and then they put us in different cells. And I gotta say, the jail cells were really nice.
Pretty cushy.
I had a mattress, a blanket, a private bathroom, a sink. Like, it's not as bad as some of the hotels I've stayed at in upstate New York. Like, there's been some crappy shit. And the jail cell was comfortable and I was like, and I
took a little nap.
Yeah, so I was good and I wake up and then they start their interrogation. Blah, 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 blah. And they're speaking in German, and I'm like, I don't understand you. And he's like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Dude, they slam me against the wall. They understand fuck. So they slam me against the wall. And then the one guy had like his elbow in the back of my neck. Like, they were trying to fuck me up. And somebody came in that spoke English, finally. And so they started asking questions. And I could kind of see where they were going. They were directing the questions on like, did we go hit somebody? And I'm like, we hit a trash can. They're like, how did you damage the car? I go, we hit a trash can. How did you damage the car? Blah, blah, blah. Did you hit? And they were just, and I go, I don't recall. I go, I've been drinking a lot. I don't recall. And for probably a half hour, I just repeated, I go, I don't recall. Like, I'm not talking to these people. And because they were just trying to, they were leading it over. They wanted me to give some sort of information. Yeah. Like, all it was a trash can. That was it. There's no people. There was no cars. And so eventually they let me go, but they're like, who are you here with? And I'm like, the only person I know, I had to call my team manager. So the police station had to call my team manager. And so that they were notified of that. And then I go back to the hotel, get some money because I had to bail Casey out. And so I come back, get the bail and get him out. And then at that point we had a damaged van that we had to bring back. So I had a car, a small little, this weird like little automatic. It was a shift. It was a manual but an automatic. It was a little Mercedes that looked like a smart car. Casey had this other van, and so we had to bring the van back and explain what happened to Casey's team people. Mm-hmm. That was a rough conversation, and then they started getting into a heated battle, and I was like, we need to go. And so, there was a heated battle with that, and then, so we finished up racing and went home, but then that was, I don't know, like $3,000 or $4,000 worth of damage that, Casey had to pay for the car. And then, I think we came back again the next year too.
They had you back? Oh my gosh. I would have thought that was the end of that.
Yeah, it was, there's some fun shit.
Those trips are good times, but I would be scared getting in trouble over there.
I was definitely afraid, yeah. I mean, like, you hear these stories, but Germany is really nice. It's a very clean, well-organized people, and I don't know, I didn't know what to expect when I went over there, but it's a really nice country. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's that area over there, I don't know. I'd love to go back there and go ride my bike all over the country. Like, it'd be fun.
Yeah. All right, so moving into 01, what were you? Who you riding for in 01? What'd you do?
So 01, I rode for Moto XXX.
Okay, and that was on the Tuva DF.
Not for Supercross. Supercross, I had a 125.
A Suzuki?
No, Yamaha.
Oh, Yamaha. Okay.
So, so I get hired on Moto XXX, and preseason. That's when we built that track out at Amarillo's.
Okay.
So I remember that was the time because that's where I practiced out there a lot. Like me, Casey, Jerry, you, some other people, we'd all go out there and ride a bunch. It was a pretty good track. Oh, McGavran helped build the track. It was pretty good for us.
It was a cool place. Yeah.
For us doing it turned out pretty well. So leading up, I was motivated to do well, a bunch of training, riding, had a decent place to practice. Didn't have a legitimate team Supercross track to practice on, but that place and the other one in Temecula. So there's a couple places you get ready. So Anaheim, that's when Yamaha Troy, all the guys like Fonseca and I forget who else, they were on 250Fs. And so I was on a 125.
Yeah.
And heat race, like usually at the beginning of the season, like I'm super motivated when it comes November, December to get in the program and get ready. Like every year, like that's the time like I focus, I train, I stop partying and I get ready. And usually the first round over the years, like I've usually gotten podium half the time at the first round, and then later in the season it goes down. So the beginning of the year I was ready to go. Heat race, I'm in takeoff, Fonseca's in first, I'm in second, and he kind of screws up in the section, and I was gonna go in and just smash him, but I'm like, first couple laps, heat race, whatever, just let it be. But I don't go through the corner properly, and we got a big triple after it, and he's on his 250F, so he's kind of goes slow and then just hits it, and I'm on the 125, and I'm like, coming up to it, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm committed, but I'm like, this ain't gonna make it. And I cased this thing to the point where I stopped. I stopped and I smashed, and I just fell over. For when I hit, I smashed my chest and I collapsed my lung.
Oh.
And I broke my ankle and compression or damaged the cartilage in my ankle. It's like a compression because everything hit. And so after this was the start of where cycling came in instead of running. But so I go to the hospital. I'm like, my chest and my ankle killed. Like it was like a burning, it was bad. And so we're doing the x-rays and going through everything in the hospital. They do chest x-ray, no broken ribs. But the ankle, they're like, oh, there's this and this. And so they put me in a walking boot. They're like, it's so swollen, we can't do anything yet. Typical thing of give you your IV, give you some morphine, prescribe you some pain meds, send you home, follow up with your doctor tomorrow or the next day. I go home. I think my brother and some friends, and had a handful of people over the house after the race, after the hospital as well. So it was probably, I don't know, it was late at this point because going to the hospital from the race and home, I don't know, let's say 1 or 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And at this point you get home, had your morphine, kind of looped up, had a couple beers when I got home. Phone rings. I'm like, who's calling me at 2 o'clock in the morning? And it was the doctor. And he's like, hey, we kind of overlooked your x-rays. We need you to come back. I go, dude, I'm tired, man. I'm like, I'll go tomorrow. He's like, no. He's like, you need to come in now. Like, this is emergency. I'm like, what's the problem? He's like, we overlooked your x-rays. Like, you have a collapsed lung. I go, well, I feel fine. I'm okay. Of course I feel fine. I was pretty juiced up on some pain meds and some beers. Like, I felt great. And he goes, if you don't show up at the hospital in the next 30 minutes, we're sending an ambulance and the sheriffs to your house, and they're going to escort you out. Because at this point,
it's a liability on them.
Think about the liability. Yeah, we sent a guy home, did an x-ray, collapsed lung, go home, and he dies. So they're like, dude, you could die tonight. Had I not answered that phone, I don't know if I would have been here. Maybe it's not that big of a deal. Well, collapsed lung's pretty a big deal.
I mean, I think you would have probably woken up, but it depends on how much booze and pills you had going on.
Yeah, so I go, fine, and I get somebody to drive me to the hospital. I show up at the little ER thing, and there's probably 10 people standing outside, nurses, wheelchairs, doctor. Like, they were ready to go. Like, they were prepped for me. So by the time I got out of the car, I had a tube in my chest probably within 5 minutes. Like, they just wheeled me in the room, took my clothes off,
Prepped it and stabbed it.
Prepped it, just cut me, stabbed it, and I was like, whoa. And I stayed there for 6 days because there had all kinds of blood and fluid. Like, it was pretty bad. Like,
how did that feel? I've heard that hurts. Although you had some.
The problem was that
your own anesthesia going.
Well, no, the problem was that my ankle was so jacked up that the pain from that was so far worse that I just kind of overlooked my chest. So like the chest issue was, yeah, it hurt, but it just felt like someone punched you in the chest. Like,
I mean the chest tube. When they cut you and insert that, that's painful.
Oh, I don't really know. At that point, I'd already had morphine in my system, and then they gave me more and lidocaine or whatever. Like, I was fine.
Yeah, all right.
Pulling it out, that's a different story.
Bummer.
Yeah, it sits there for 6 days. The skin starts to grow and attach to it. They ripped that thing out. Like, I felt like they were ripping my insides out. That hurt like a son of a bitch.
So that was the end of your Supercross season. Nationals looked like they went okay. 8th at Unadilla, which is good. 11th at Washougal.
So there's a fun part of so I get hurt here, and then Moto Triple X is a small team, and then going into the first round, I knew half of the sponsors personally, and they're like, just sit out, just get ready for outdoors. And the manager, not Kenny Watson, but Kurt, the owner of Moto Triple X, or I forget exactly the state. He called up, and at this time Kyle Lewis was on the team, and he's like, dude, we need someone to fill the spot. So Larry Ward is his buddy, so they wanted to hire Larry Ward. So they called me up. They go, "Oh, Michael, I'm sorry, but you haven't been racing, and we got to terminate your contract." Hell no, motherfucker. So we got into a battle, and I go, if you think that we're gonna sign up a contract and you're gonna offer this, and we have obligations to do this with the sponsors, I go, I've been talking to the sponsor, and they've been telling me. Because he tried to do the reverse. He's like, all the sponsors are upset. I go, no, they're not. I personally talked to them all. Like, most of them, like, over half of the sponsors, like, so you're lying. And so we got in this big argument match, and I told him, I go, dude, I've been working my ass off getting ready for outdoors. I go, if you think you're going to pull the plug on this, I go, I'm going to sue the fuck out of you guys. I go, I'll go to every single national, I'll write up a bill, and I'm going to bring it to you and bring you to court. And we got in this big, massive argument. And, well, so they hired Larry Ward, but they just gave me their box van and expenses and a credit card. And me and my mechanic Trent did we still pitted together, but we had our own program. So go to Glen Helen, first moto. Glen Helen, that's when I started riding the 4-stroke, and Big Gun made my engines and stuff, and that thing ripped. He had spent time over in Europe, and so he was used to the 4-strokes, and made an awesome bike. Whole shot of the first, like the whole shot, Glen Helen, like, your bike is good.
Yeah.
And I ripped a start, like that bike. The bike was fun. It was fast. It was the problem with that first year. If you stalled it or fell over, your race was done. Like, they got hot.
It was a while to get.
They got hot, and you weren't getting it started unless you could bump start it.
Yeah.
So had good speed. But just just couldn't put it all together, would ride fast and had crashes, and just not the best season.
Yeah. All right. So then you went to ECC the next year. That wasn't a great bike either, was it?
That was worse than the Hondas.
Really?
The best. So
they were unique looking. Like the color scheme, I would say, I don't know if you loved it or hate it, but you never forget it.
No, yeah, because the year I rode, they were kind of red and yellow. Then they made, when Lamson rode it, the green. I was like, what is going on? But that whole, anything with Mike Craig, like, oh my goodness, like just a disaster, like everything. So we're starting to test, and I'm like, well, what are we going to test? He's like, well, just get used to this stock bike. I'm like, dude, what's going on here? And so the bikes were absolutely garbage, and I would truly hope to expect that Craig, being a good rider, would understand, like, you need a good bike. And he would just go, well, you just need to ride it harder. I'm kind of doing that already.
Doing my best, buddy.
So it was everything to do with that team and that bike and that year. It was just tough. It was just a headache.
I wanted to ask, because you rode the 250 outdoors that year.
Yeah.
And I always thought, man, you seemed like a good fit for that. Just being a little taller, it seemed like that would have worked well.
Yeah.
How was it?
I had
a works bike. But.
I had a 252 stroke, but then all the top guys were riding 4 strokes at this point. So there were still some 2 strokes, but
you needed a 450 really,
or a very good one, a 2 stroke. I did Budds Creek was the first one. I think I got 9th or 10th overall, something. I think
10th. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did decent the first one, but the bike it had issues with it. Like it would start to vibrate through the moto, like the head stays would come loose, and like the whole thing would vibrate, like where your hands would go numb.
Awesome.
And it was just like, it was so hard to ride. And the first weekend I really tried to tough through it and to get a result, because I was like, I can't ride these 125s. Let me do this. So I got a top 10. I'm like, okay, this is way better off than what I was doing. But it's just like, the bike was like unbearable to try and ride. And I would try, and it just get to the point, it was so hard. I was like, this is dangerous.
Yeah.
And it's like, at this point, started coming along. There was a lot of people that, we'll back up there in a sec, because there was a lot of people. We need to go back to Supercross.
Okay,
go back. A lot of people that we know and race with had been getting hurt bad, and ended up in wheelchairs and stuff. And I was like, so in Supercross, I was still riding the 125, and at Atlanta. So the West Coast, I did the West Coast, and it was just sucking. So I did some of the East Coast just to do some more racing. And we're at Atlanta, and I head out and practice. Super sticky dirt. And I was watching the one practice, and you came across the start line, hooked a hard left up the finish line jump. So you get a rut that went through the corner up the face. And I saw that. I'm like, okay, so take off. And I was the first guy out. And I go outside of the rut, and I'm going, and it kind of slides a little bit. So as I'm coming up the face, I come into that rut up at the top, kicks me sideways, and I kind of case it sideways, fall over, not a big crisis. I'm like, oh shit, I'm first guy in practice, like I need to get up. And so like I'm in a push-up position on my stomach, and I kind of look, and then this is where Paul Curry gets his payback. Lands on my back, like your L5, S1 area.
Yeah.
And it's not his fault, it's my fault for laying in the track. Smashes me, he crashes, like he dislocated his shoulder, like he got screwed up, but he hits me, lands directly on my low back. I flip over, and I'm laying there, and I couldn't move. And they're like, this is the first time I could never get up and get off the track. And I was laying there.
Like couldn't make your legs move, you're saying?
Yeah. Like I couldn't move. I couldn't get off the track, and I was even kind of faced, like my feet were up and my head was down on the landing. The paramedics or the Asterisk guys come over and like, can you move? Can you do this? I'm like, I can't move. And I was like, fuck, this is the scariest thing ever. And so they've red flag stop practice, and at that point I couldn't move. They're putting me on the stretcher, and it was in the worst pain that I've ever felt on any of my accidents. Like I was wanting to scream out of my skin. Like worst pain ever. So we get to the hospital, and I'm laying there, and this has like been an hour, and I still I'm not moving. So I'm like, just panicking at this point. And slowly, I don't know whether it's like as a reaction from the body, like to temporarily paralyze you just so you don't make any more damages to your body. But that's what happened for like an hour and a half. Like I couldn't move. I thought like, oh, shit, it happened to me too. And then it slowly started to move my feet, and it started to come back. So at this point, they got to diagnose what's wrong with me. So they start doing x-rays, and they're putting, they drink the dye to do the internal for the organ damage. And I'm like, I'm sick, I'm going to throw up. Usually is the first sign that you got some sort of organ damage. And so I'm like, I'm sick. And it's like, just hold on. And I'm like, dude, blah, I just start throwing up all over on the x-ray table.
Oh, man.
And then at that point, they knew right away. They go, he's got internal damage.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
That's okay.
So at this point...
You didn't hit your head at all in that? Okay.
No. So they diagnose it real quick that they take a scan and they get that it ruptured my intestines. So they got to wheel me in, and so they got to cut me open, pull my intestines out, figure out where they got to cut it out or stitch it, and then shove it all back in, like, pulling out a pile of spaghetti and then putting it back in. Yeah. So there's 26 staples, the scar that goes up around your belly button and up. So 26 staples just had me splayed open.
I don't remember this. Wow.
Yeah. So that was a point where I stayed back there for like 6 days in Atlanta. Turkey Bandit was with me. Atlanta around the hospital is a pretty rough environment. So like, he didn't go back to the hotel, like he stayed at the hospital. My parents got on a red eye, they came out. So we stayed there. And then when they finally let me go home, that like, because of the way the stitching was, like, I couldn't really sit down in a chair because it would crunch up the scar. Oh. And so like, I had to stand up 90% of the flight. I'd sit down when we took off, and then I kind of had to stand up almost the entire flight.
All the staples would like push together.
But yeah, then so it's like they rip, so your abdominal muscle. So they rip it all apart. So even moving or coughing, like, they just felt like you were getting stabbed. But that was a lot of time. I spent time with my parents after that because I was messed up.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was just like, I don't think I'm gonna ride anymore. Like, that was a very close call to being permanently damaged, and it was frightening.
Was that the start of your back injuries, like your back problems?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't just repetitive wear and tear. That
that took a big hit. Where, I mean, you think about it, lying there in a motorcycle, cases on your low back. Like, I got scars across like the top of your hip bones and on your back. Like, that's where, he just cased on me. Yeah, so that was the start of where my back issues really started, and where I was 100% over Supercross. Like, didn't like this shit to begin with, and now I hate it.
Yeah. Well, that experience is that'd scare anybody, right? Like, you brushed up against everybody's worst fear.
Yeah.
So, damn, I didn't know that happened.
But then,
so then you did come back and race though, because you raced in 03 and a little bit in 04.
I did come back and I did race at the end of the season.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. That when I rode the 250.
Oh, okay.
So this was Supercross, and then I did ride some of the outdoors.
So you came back in June, rode Southwick, 10th at Bud's.
It was, but you could tell, like, my riding was different at that point. I was obviously not...
A little timid.
Wasn't really to take the risk. I wasn't fit enough. I kind of thought in my mind, I go, I don't know if this is the end. I go, but I need time to sort it out whether I'm going to throw in the towel. Because once you throw in the towel, you don't really get those opportunities to come back. So I just rode out the season. Terrible season with the team, the bikes. It was just...
Bad experience.
Bad experience, yeah. So end of the year comes, and I forget who it was, but I got an offer from someone for a team, and I sat on it, and I just said, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to ride Supercross ever again. So at that point, I go, I'll ride outdoor for you. And they go, well, we need you to ride both. We can't just, and I go, so I had a contract to ride for 03, and I just let it go. And I took some time, and I kind of sorted out. I go, well, all right, well, I'll just ride some local races and just have some fun riding dirt bikes and kind of go back to what I was doing before I got into trying to chase down Supercross. And the problem was that you have the money that you used to be able to make. You go have a good weekend at a local race in the Winter Series and you could make $5,000-$7,000.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden it was down to like making $1,000 or $1,500. Wasn't many people. The sponsor money wasn't there, and I was like, "Uh-oh, this ain't gonna work." But I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna ride. So I rode all the Winter Series races, and I'm like, and then at this point, Sean Hummel had helped out. He's like, I'll just get you some bikes and at least just keep racing and riding. So he helped me out with that. And so I'm coming out and just winning all the Winter Series races. And then I come down to stay with Casey Johnson again. And down here, I'm prepping up for the Nationals. And so he was kind of in the same boat. He didn't have a ride set up yet either. And Keith and Kevin Johnson this was the year that they created Star Racing. And so they'd called Casey and they're like, hey, are you interested in this and this? And he kind of that's when he had this stuff in the works to ride for Suzuki that he did. And he's like, no, I'm good. He's like, but you should talk to Michael because he's, doesn't have his thing going on. So I talked to Keith and he's like, well, you haven't been racing Supercross. I go, yeah, I know I haven't. I go, I've been riding local races, riding outdoor. I go, me and Casey have been pounding out 40, 45-minute motos. Like, we were on track. Like, there was no fucking round. There was no partying. Like, we were training and riding. And
he was fast at Glen Helen on that Suzuki until he got hurt. But
yeah, like we were
obviously serious.
We were doing the work, like what we should be doing or should have been doing all the time if we wanted to race. And so so I'm talking to Keith and he's like, well, all we have is, so Paul Curry was riding for them in Supercross. They go, well, we can give you his Supercross bike that he was riding and you can ride it, let's just say the first 4 Nationals. I go, whatever, good enough. He's like, we just want to see that, you can do. I go, dude, I'm gonna crush it. Don't worry about it. And he's like, yeah, whatever. And so they give me Paul's used Supercross bike to ride for Nationals. And
how was it? This is very early on the Star program. So, I mean, it wasn't the Star you see today, but
it was the second best motorcycle I ever had.
Is that right? Wow.
Yeah. And that was his Supercross bike. I can only imagine what it would have been had they built me an outdoor motor. Probably, I'm wondering if these are the same people that are involved in what they're doing today.
Yeah, it was the same guy.
No, not the owner, but the people doing the engines.
Yes, same guy. He's been with them since the very beginning.
So, yeah, that bike the motor was ripping. You look at, so that year, there were still some people riding 2-strokes, and most of us are riding 4-strokes. But Glen Helen, I got a 5th.
Yeah, you started at a 5th with a 5th at Glen Helen.
Riding a used Supercross bike. I'm all right.
So what did they say after that first round?
Bobby was like, what up, boy? What do you want? I'm all, give me a Budweiser. He went and got me a Budweiser. Yeah, they were, Ryan Dudek was on the team. So there was me, Ryan Dudek, Keith, and Kevin Johnson. And
was Brad the engine builder at the time, or was he a mechanic?
I had no idea.
He was involved with the team because he was involved from the very beginning, and now he's the main guy over there with running that thing.
He didn't come at that point. It was just Bobby coming to the races.
Okay.
No one else was coming except for him, and so so what we did is, of course, I was just having a year of fun. So Turkey Bandit, he was my mechanic that year. Super qualified mechanic.
Yeah.
But it didn't matter because we had an awesome bike and we didn't need to do anything to it. Yeah. We just rode it. And but it's still amazing. It was a used bike, a used Supercross bike, and I was able to put in some of these results outdoor.
Yeah, 5.14, which the 14 surprises me because you're good at Hangtown.
Bike broke the second moto.
Okay.
So I think it was like a 7 DNF.
So, okay, 5, 14, 7, 9, 12. You got a 7th at Washougal. Like, you had a good summer.
Yeah, there was it was a good bike. And but by the time halfway through the year got going on, the program changed, and it became like, start getting back, going to partying, and just,
your program.
Yeah, and it was like, didn't stay on track, and just wouldn't train as much. Just kind of went sideways and veered off to just fucking off and partying and chasing girls and doing that sort of program again. And it was, the results kind of show, and it was I still put in a couple decent results here and there, like Budds Creek, I got a 4th in a first moto, and then I crashed. And so that was the weekend that James came back and he did his ride from when he crashed on the start and came back from last to win at Budds Creek on his 125.
Okay.
But anyways, that was the same weekend. I got a 4th the first one, and I crashed out in the first turn pileup, second moto. So I was still able to put in some top 5 motos, which was pretty surprising at that point, because the training program was more partying than actually doing anything.
Your blood
else.
type was Jack Daniels at that point.
Pretty close, yeah. So there in Southwick had some good motos, but yeah, then it petered out the rest of the year.
Were you kind of thinking this was it? I mean, what was your mindset at that point?
Yeah,
Here's what's also funny, dude. Just not to bring myself into your story, but we had the same first national, Glen Helen '93, and 03 was my last year. I was with Moto World Suzuki riding the slowest 125. It battled the FMF Honda for like slowest bike ever.
Yeah, and it's frustrating when you're doing that, because you're like, ever since I got off that Primal bike, no matter how hard you train and ride, you're not capable of getting into those positions, because your bike will not get you there regardless of what you do.
Yeah. It's frustrating. Like, it kind of mentally defeats you. You go, I'm at a disadvantage every time I'm on the track.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's why I asked about your mindset, because by 03, I'm like, this is it. I know I'm done. I'm going to finish out my contract and sayonara.
Yeah. So the same thing. So that at the end of the year, I think that's when I went over to Germany the first time. I went over the 3 years. So it came time, I was not interested in riding Supercross. I went over to Germany, did that, and then just to make some money and screw off, whatever. And then a bunch of people were getting hurt, and no one was having good results. And I remember Bobby called me back. He said, come ride Supercross. He said, you can beat these guys. I go, yeah, I probably could. I go, but I don't want to. I go, I go, I'll come back and ride outdoors for you. He said, we need you now. And I knew that if I didn't take that offer to ride Supercross, there was no way he was going to come back and let me ride outdoors. And my mind was made up. I'm like, I'm never stepping foot on a Supercross track again. And so had I done that, I could have rode for a star again that year, but I didn't want to ride Supercross, and I just wasn't going to do it. I'm like, I'm not interested. I go, the last couple of years of Supercross has been terrible. I'm done. So, just kind of.
So you kind of knew at the end of that year, that after you turned that down, like that was probably it.
Well, for Supercross anyways, but still, I still love riding motorcycles and racing. So I'm like, and that's when, so I forget exactly how it happened, but someone reached out to me because Mark Kwame, the guy at MDK Racing, he had reached out and wanted to start a race team. He's up in Northern California, and so I was one of the top guys up at the time. So somebody got a hold of me. Oh, Gary Rabe from Rock Oil Company. And so we had a meeting and we sat down and we hashed out how to make a race team and how we started. And then it was pretty small effort. We got a fun mover. They wanted somebody else, so I had my talk to Casey. I'm like, what do you got going on? And Casey had nothing, so me and him got on the team. Later, Rusty Holland got on the team. but it was leading up to that season. I was down here hanging out with Casey and riding out of Kahia, and I don't know if it's still the same thing, but along the fence line where you park, there's that big step up over a downhill jump. I don't know if it's like if you pull in this way, there's a parking lot, you pull on the track, and then there was a big step down over a hill.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's different now. But.
So anyways, I was out there riding, and it's a fast section. I hit this thing and hit a little kicker off the top of it. And this is probably, you jump 80, 90 feet like up and over. And I was just over the bars, into the chain link fence, just flattened the chain link fence, destroyed my bike, broke and dislocated my shoulder. And I met the truck and I was talking to the paramedic guy out there. And I was like, this is the first time this has ever happened. I was like, vision turned white and you get that full tunnel vision. And all of a sudden I'm like, dude, I'm gonna pass out. And I'm like, hold me. And he's like, you'll be all right. I'm like, no, dude, it's going. And I was like, everything turned white, like you were looking in the snow. And it was very weird. And slowly pulled out of it. And there was no ambulance out there. So I sat there for like 2 hours to get my shit together because I drove myself out there, and they put a little sling on me. They loaded my bike, and I drove back to Casey's house after that with a broken, dislocated shoulder by myself, driving back to his house. And I was like, oh, dude. Spent the night and figured out I needed got to go see a doctor. So I went and saw a doctor down in Temecula, a guy that was affiliated. He helped out a bunch of the motocross guys. And
was it Ryman?
No.
Anyway.
Who was it? Alexander. Yeah. And so we did X-rays and stuff. He's like, dude, you're jacked up. He's like, you can't ride. Mm-hmm. So I went back up north and just hung out. But I'd already put the wheels in motion for the MDK team. And we hadn't signed the contracts, and Casey was coming up like 2 weeks later, and we were signing the deals. And I was like, dude, I can't tell him about this. I'm like, hopefully it'll heal. So they're like, hey, I'm like, we were there doing our contract signing. They're like, you all right? I go, yeah, I just fell. I'm a little sore. And I'm like, And so we got everything organized, got going, but it wouldn't heal. And it was healing slowly, but it was fractured and dislocated. So then it was all loose. Like every once in a while I'd have issues. And I tried to get ready to ride, and it never healed properly. And I was never able to get any sort of time to train and ride properly. And I did a few races that year, and they were just worthless.
Junk.
Yeah.
So when you decided then to wrap it up, you and I chatted a little bit about this. You went up north and did some schools and stuff, but that transition's tough.
Yeah.
It was a struggle for you too, huh? I mean,
there was, because you're so set on, ever since you're a little kid, you're riding, you have focus, you have goals, you know what you're trying to do. And then to go, well, that's not a possibility of a job anymore. So what do you want to do now? And it's like,
let me go through my Rolodex of skill sets.
I'm like, well,
there's very little in there.
I'm like, well, obviously the first thing everybody thinks is like, oh, I can go into coaching and teaching, and it's an easy solution. You can always find some people, but the reality of that, if you're working with a pro level rider where you can communicate with on, high end stuff of positionings and tactics and mental aspect, like that's the fun side of it. But going out and teaching a kid that the parents are so involved in and think they're going to be the next superstar, that's what's really hard. And I came across a lot of people where the parents were way too involved. Kids were upset. Kids were crying and mad at their parents because they were pushing them. And it felt like I was there to be a counselor. And I was like,
yeah, not for me.
No. And then at that point, I'm like, okay, well, if I don't do that, what am I going to do? And then I was still kind of doing some local racings. I still liked riding and stuff. And then got involved with Scott Davis because he was running the track up at E Street. And so I started working with him of prepping and building the tracks and running the races with him. And then during the summer, he would do these motocross camps. He had organized up really good. Like the kids would come and stay for like 3 or 4 days, and we would coach them, and I would take a group, he'd take a group, and like he had it set up really good. And yeah, so I'd work with him, but then we did just the funnest part I had was building the tracks.
Yeah.
Like I enjoyed doing that.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And especially at E Street, it's a sandy base, so like working on it was a piece of cake.
Yeah.
Like it's not this weird, hard, sticky clay that's like miserable to work with. If you prep it right, you got this fluffy sand, and it's like it's a dream.
Did it get old after a while, like mundane though? You're doing the same thing.
It was it was hard because it was fun, but at the same time on a race weekend, Friday you're prepping the track all day. Saturday you're up you're up at 4:00, prepping the track, throwing in your last water, doing stuff, getting things organized, running practice all day, prepping the track till 8:00 at night, getting up at 5:00 the next day, getting it ready for race day, supervising all day. Race shuts down, getting everything cleaned up and shut down. Dude, it was long days, and we busted our ass a lot, but it was at the same point it teetered off where it was like, dude, it was back to just drinking a lot, and it was, I mean, like, you know, showing up to work with a 6-pack and like popping a beer in the tractor and, you know, working and drinking beer, like. We did that a lot, or I'd say I did anyways. I'm like, I don't want to implicate
me, myself, and I.
I'm not implicating other people, but that's, you know, I did that, and Scott knows that. You know, we had some issues with that, and obviously, but yeah. So that was, it was hard when I wasn't riding and you're not training for a goal. Like, you know, for me, like drinking has always been an issue, and like that little boozy demon would come out like, come get me, like I'm gonna make you feel good. And so like it was always hard to like not drink. It was like always like coming to get you, and it was like something I dealt with all the time, and it was hard. Yeah. So it was like at times like I'd have the shit together and be riding, or like even when I was working, be cycling on the days off, and like things were good, and then it would snowball off the other way, and it's like, you know, like it's 4:00. I've already had 6 beers. What the fuck? And it's
constant battle, huh?
Yeah. It's a lot of people deal with it, and it's tough. It's not easy.
So you got into the solar thing for a while. Kind of got burned out on that. That ended. Mm-hmm. And this past year, we talked about earlier, you've just been riding a ton.
Yeah.
And something you and I talked about was you'd love to build a business that's doing bike tours through that part of the country, the redwoods and that part of the coast. And man, I just think what a cool idea, you know, and anytime you can turn something you love into a way to make some money, that's the ticket.
Absolutely. It's the one thing that, so of all the years of racing and like drinking getting in the way and causing problems with friends and family and relationships and work and stuff, like the one thing that has, the only thing that ever in my life that has ever kept me 100% on track and not drinking and getting my shit together and staying there is when I'm out cycling and riding all the time. It's something that I can do that gives me a peace of mind, like not like going out and doing little short, you know, group rides and stuff, but I want to get up in the morning and hop on my bike, and I don't want to come home till it's dark. I want to go ride 8, 9, 10 hours. Like, it's a lot of people go, that's fucking crazy, and I'm like, well, whatever. I'm like, I enjoy it. Like, it's, you can't treat it like a race, but it's something I go out and I do. And the area that I get to ride in up there, all these single lane roads through the mountains, the redwoods, you're next to the ocean at points, like, it's awesome. Mm-hmm. Like, a lot of people go, oh, I need to go to Europe to ride cool shit. I'm like, yeah, it's a long flight to ride some roads that you could probably do here. Mm-hmm. So the amount of time and effort I've spent into cycling and how much I love it, like, I would love to make the effort, and what I'm trying to put together is to do set up a bike touring, like set it up for different, do some shorter rides for like schedule it out. Like this week, there's a 3 or 4 day bike tour in this area, but each day, maybe 40 or 50 miles or smaller, but then the next month or the next week or whatever it may be, organize it up to do a longer, bigger rides for different capabilities of different people, and come and set it up, whether it's a 1 day ride or a 4 day tour. But to organize and put that all together, like I know a lot of the roads from 150, 200 mile section up there along the coast of tons and tons of roads where you can make numerous routes that are just absolutely amazing. The few pictures I've shared with you and other people, if you look.
How do they find your Strava?
Strava is just Michael Brandis.
Okay.
If you look on that, it shows all the rides, and I upload a lot of pictures and videos. I need to transfer that over to social media with Instagram and Facebook a little more. I don't really use it much, but if anybody is interested in getting information about rides, I use Strava every day, but you can also Messenger on Facebook as well. It's just Michael Brandis, same thing.
You have an Instagram too. It's
Brandis MB5.
Yeah.
So that's what I'd like to put together. There's some aspects that I have in mind of like how I'd like to, like the routes I know, the organization, just putting the fine tune touches on it to get it out, advertised, to set it and get it rolling.
Yeah.
But it's
cool. Well, our show is sponsored by Specialized, so maybe I can see if those guys are interested in helping. But
yes,
anybody that's maybe curious on this, hit them up. There's nobody that's got a better understanding of that area and put in more miles. It doesn't sound like your Strava numbers are ridiculous. When I got an animal like Jeff Ward going, dude, look at his Strava stats, they're ridiculous. It's pretty impressive.
Strava just put out the thing of your like annual year in sports of everything you just did, and I just kind of briefly shared it, but it just said that of all of Strava users, it said I was in the top 4% of Strava users worldwide of what I did this year was 22,000 miles, over 2 million feet of climbing, like weeks of 42-hour weeks on the bike. Like I rode a lot.
I rode a lot.
I rode a lot. I rode it almost every day, and the days I didn't ride, I just slept, and then I went back to riding.
Yeah, it's an understatement.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome, and man, we're pulling for you. We'll always, as you get that thing up and rolling, we'll promote it from here.
Appreciate it.
We kind of, I'd love to keep going, but we got to get you to the airport.
Yeah.
We have our last question we always ask everybody, and that's how you want to be remembered in this sport.
I think it's pretty simple that, dude, I was a fun, good person that just loved to have a good time. I would, not the most dedicated person to win championships, but I made the best of life and had a damn good time. Didn't really pass up opportunities, whatever they were.
You were not a no man.
No. I was not good at that. So it was, I mean, like, I was just trying to live the best life and, have a good time. And I did it pretty good, with the exception of getting hurt. The period of life of racing, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Met a lot of great people, had a lot of good times, some wacky stories, but yeah, I just tried to make the best of life and make the best of every day, have fun, have a good time.
Well, I can tell you, man, I've watched, our careers laid over the exact same period of time, and you and I both got to see some pretty talented guys come through, whether it's Wyndham or Ricky or Stewart. And man, I've seen you on days go as fast as anybody.
There were some good ones, yeah. And it was, couldn't always put it together all the time, but
it's not easy. Injuries and just the mental side of it and everything else, it's tough. There's one thing I didn't get to talk about, and that's the Ezra Lusk burnout in his front yard. When you lived at the bottom of Tuscany, and he was like, what, 3 houses down?
No, he was my neighbor.
Oh, right next door.
So even Ezra was my neighbor, and then there's Ezra's house, my house, and then a retired couple, and then Ramsey lived on the other side. Ezra wasn't there very much.
Yeah.
But Nathan was there, and Nathan and Monica, and I remember she's like, I always hear all this fucking boom, boom, boom. And she's like, I look outside and I see like someone running around the street in their underwear. And I'm like, yeah, that was us.
Well, one time, this was in your burnout phase.
Yeah.
You backed up into Ezra's grass and roosted grass all over his garage door and then left a huge burnout through his grass and then pulled your car just right into your driveway. And there's like grass clumps hanging from like, it was obvious you did. You didn't even try to hide it. You're just like, hey, Ezra.
No. So I'm just going to implicate other people on this as well. So this was like when there were brand new houses, like the seeded grass where it was like just the stubs were coming through. And yeah, so backing up, I did burnouts and Turkey Bandit did burnouts and someone over here did some burnouts as well.
Did I?
Yeah.
I did burnouts.
Yeah. So
that was my summer of partying. So
there was there's a handful of us, and I think there was about some 12-inch ruts across the grass, and then it went into the street, and then I just backed into our driveways, and there was like grass on our fenders, and yeah, and it was
not super discreet.
No, like the superintendent that was building because it was still like new construction and building new houses. We were like in the first phase. And the guy his kid raced, and so he was a super big fan, like would hook up things and put in some recessed lights and stuff for free.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, give me a jersey and hook it up. He'd come over, he's like, am I going to have to fix that? I'm like, I don't know if you want to. Yeah, so Ezra was not happy with me. And I did apologize at one point that it was out of line, and it was... But yeah, it was just part of the wacky things. Another quick one on that. So there was a park down the street.
I want to apologize to Ezra too. Apparently I burned out. And you're like, I don't remember that. I really don't remember that.
Yeah. It was a handful. But so there was a little park down the street. And so one of the nights, Casey and Jerry and some other one of us, we were having a big party. And so we got on the little 50s and we brought like, I don't know, case of beer and the 50s when we went down to the park. And we carved out a track. And we rode the track till the little 50s ran out of gas. Came back to the house, got some more beer, filled up the bikes. And we rode the bikes on this track out in the park till people started going to work in the morning. So we stayed up all night doing this. And we go to bed. And then we get up and we're like, by the time we get up, we're like, let's go to lunch. And we're driving down the street, and it looked like they just had a race out there. Like
National.
We ruined the park. Like there was a full track cut in out there, and we had fun and we ate shit. I remember I did a face plant, like trying to ride a little 50 through like muddy grass when you're all hammered. I face planted and just had mud in my eyes.
You were training, right? Doing motos.
Yeah, of course.
Brandis motos.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, thank you for coming down. It was awesome to see you and catch up, and stoked we got to tell your story on here, or you did.
Yeah.
And good times.
Absolutely.
All right, stay tuned. We'll be back to wrap up the show.
I wanna be bad with you, girl, like we're robbing a bank. I wanna be mad at the world, like it took you.
All right, folks, thanks so much for tuning in. I want to thank Michael Brandis for taking the time to make the trip down here from Central Northern California. Like you heard in the show, a lot of our careers overlapped, and he and I spent a lot of time hanging out, and kind of during a phase of my life when I was partying, it was with him. And good memories, a lot of stupid stuff. I guess there was a lot of stuff I don't even remember doing that I was a part of. So anyway, stoked to have him tell his story. And if somebody's out there interested in cycling and wants to get involved with that, I know he could definitely use some support and advice and things like that. So thank you guys as always for tuning in. We appreciate our sponsors, folks like Yamaha who step up and keep this show coming to you. And appreciate all your support. So thanks for tuning in. See you soon.
The Whiskey Throttle Show is brought to you by Yamaha. Join the Blue Crew today and take advantage of all that Yamaha has to offer, including amateur racing trackside support, awesome Yamaha contingency, Jason Rain's demos and instructional classes, and frankly, the most high-performing motorcycles available on the market today. Whether you're looking for a 4-stroke, a 2-stroke, a side-by-side, a quad, a boat, a generator, Yamaha prides themselves on absolute top-level quality and reliability. Rev your heart with Yamaha and join the Blue Crew today. Sore necks, aching legs, tight backs. Our bodies aren't designed to be constantly tense, but what can we do about it? Help your body relax with TheraBody. TheraBody creates effective, natural solutions to take charge of your daily wellness. By combining education, innovation, and over a decade of pioneering technology, TheraBody makes wellness more accessible for everybody. A traumatic motorcycle accident led TheraBody founder Dr. Jason Westland to create the Theragun for his debilitating pain. Now the Theragun, the only physician-created percussive therapy device, uses a scientifically calibrated combination of depth, speed, and power to relax and release your deep muscle tension. Recovery Air is TheraBody's world-leading pressure compression therapy system that flushes out leg soreness so you can bring on peak performance. Most electrical muscle stimulation is ineffective. Instead, TheraBody's sleek Power Dot takes away the guesswork with an intuitive app that customizes intensity and placement so you recover faster. Regular foam rollers hurt. TheraBody's Wave series delivers powerful vibration and pressure to help you recover with less pain. Don't settle for mystery CBD. TheraBody's TheraOne range of topical and ingestible full-spectrum USDA-certified organic CBD products are redefining high-potency CBD for wellness and recovery. 250 professional sports teams exclusively use Theragun and other TheraBody products to take recovery into their own hands. Method Race Wheels bringing you the lightest, strongest, fastest wheels in off-road for your truck, van, sprinter, UTV, or SUV. They've been dominating the Baja 500 and 1000 and every major off-road event around the world for years with high quality and performance. They also look amazing. They come in a bunch of different styles and colors for your rig, so check them out. You can get 20% off a set of wheels using our code Whiskey Throttle. No capitals, no spaces. 20% off using our code. Check them out. Also, coming soon, the R1M project. Method Race Wheels makes a dive into the motocross world. Stay tuned. Troy Lee Designs is the leader in off-road motocross apparel and style. So whether you're looking for a cool new paint job for your helmet, maybe your name and number on your helmet lettered on, you're looking for new gear, you're looking for mountain bike gear, off-road gear. They've got the brand new Scout line and GP and SE models. Troy Lee Designs has it all. They've been leading this industry for decades, and they're going to continue to do it. Check out TroyLeeDesigns.com. SKDA is a moto graphics and seat covers company with several offices based around the globe. For too long, bikes and graphics have all looked the same. They just start to blend together. SKDA is working to change that. With super clean and unique design work, a bike with SKDA graphics stands out in a crowd and adds a touch of art to the world of moto. Hey, we need that. SKDA prides itself on providing premium customer service both before and after the sale is made. Visit SKDA online to view the current product range and get in touch with their team to get your bike refreshed. I want to just make a mention here that these guys, not only is their design way outside the box, very, very cool. They'll work with you on custom things. The products are incredible. Okay, they'll speak for themselves. But what's really awesome, and you'll notice this the minute you order one of these, man, they give you an email saying, hey, the product's been shipped. Hey, the product is here. It landed in this spot. Hey, it's coming today. Hey, your product's been delivered. They just so good about staying in touch with you and letting you know where it's at. Customer service is 100%, and that's just something that's rare these days. Check out SKDA. Here at the Whiskey Throttle Show, we're all about supporting brands that support our sport. And there's one tire company that has never walked away from the sport of motocross and supercross, and it's Dunlop. When times got tough and the economy took a crash, Dunlop stepped up and stayed with our sport to support it and the athletes and individuals that love it. Their MX-53 line and MX-33 lines absolutely dominate this sport. Every national championship at the pro level has been won in the last decade, and nearly every single amateur national championship at Loretta Lynn's has been won on a Dunlop. So if you're looking for high performance, you're looking for amazing quality, and you're looking to support a brand that never turns its back on our sport, there's only one choice for you, and it's Dunlop. Pro Circuit is the leader in aftermarket performance and quality. Whether you're looking for a little more horsepower out of your engine, some quality hard parts to improve the way your bike feels and looks, better handling through suspension or linkage arms, Pro Circuit is where you need to stop. It's your one-stop shop. You can go in there and get everything you need to make your motorcycle go from average to exceptional. Pro Circuit's got enough number one plates on their wall to side an entire home, and there's a reason for that. They're very, very good at what they do. The highest quality products with one goal in mind, and that's winning. Check out ProCircuit.com. Nihilo Concepts is leading the way in aftermarket hard parts. With their secondary on-switch device, something that was much needed in this sport, they've been innovating and bringing new products to market. Their latest is the new Nihilo Run Cool brake pistons. They're designed to be stronger than stock and provide exceptional cooling performance with less brake drag. Most OEM calipers pistons are made from aluminum that just can't hold up to the heat and extreme demands of serious racing. When they get hot, the aluminum will distort, causing loss of hydraulic pressure and brake failure. Nihilo's Run Cool pistons limit the area that boiling hot hydraulic fluid is able to come in contact with the piston, leaving 2/3 of the piston volume in open air with breather holes to enhance the cooling ability. It's made of a proprietary stainless blend, which is better at dissipating heat. You have issues with brake fade or brake failure, check out Nihilo Concepts among their many amazing hard parts and carbon fiber parts and titanium. NihiloConcepts.com. Sena is the leader in motorcycle helmet communications. There's really two prongs to why this is important. One of them is safety. If you're a dad who's watching your kid out on a track, being able to communicate with him about a rider down or a track situation is imperative. You don't want him coming over a jump and seeing a rider down and getting himself involved in that. So from a safety aspect, it's huge. You can also coach them. So if you see them taking a line, doing something that they could be improved, it's very easy to just click a button and speak to them right in their helmet in real time. This has been a proven coaching technique used by many motorcycle coaches. There's also just the simple fun factor. Being able to chat with your buddy while you're out on a ride, share music between one another, answer phone calls. It just takes your riding experience to another level. So whether you're using the 50S or 50R connected through a mesh network in your helmet, or you're using a Tough Talk headset connected with one of those, Sena is the leader in quality and performance in motorcycle helmet communications. Check them out at Sena.com. Seat Concepts is the leader in motorcycle saddles. If you're looking for a new cover or a new seat entirely, Seat Concepts is the place to go. They make custom seat foams catered to your height, weight, riding ability, riding type. They also have waterproof covers and foams that will not break down if you ride in a lot of inclement weather. And they pride themselves on being much more comfortable than OEM or any other aftermarket company. If you're looking for a new seat or a new cover, Seat Concepts, there's nothing better. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the Polaris RZR 800s. Need to replace something on your bike that's worn out? Look no further than ProX. These guys aim to make everything OEM quality or better at an affordable price. And they've also got some new products coming. So right now, chains, sprockets, anything inside the engine internally, air filters. If it wears out, ProX makes it, and they make it at a quality level that's OEM or better. And they've got some new things coming that are awesome. A complete engine rebuild kits for the... If you've got a little Grom that's looking to get started in the motorcycle world, the best way to get them going is on a Stasic bike. They've got multiple sizes, so from your very young Groms to those who are a little more grown up, you can start them safely. They've got controls that allow you to control the speed so he can't get going too quick. They can touch the ground. There's not a lot of noise to distract them. It's the perfect way to get your child involved in motorcycling at a very young age. And if you've got a kid who's already out ripping, there's series popping up all over. For those of you in Southern California, go to www.ameminicross.com and join their local series. If you're outside of this state, contact your local track and ask them about starting a Stasic class at your local track. Get over to Stasic.com and check out all they've got going on. Motul USA, we lean hard on these lubricants to keep us on the track and on the trail. And Motul has proven their quality over and over, most recently with their Dakar win with Ricky Brabeck. They're sponsoring Supercross teams. They're diving into our sport again full throttle, and we're stoked to have them on board. Amazing products, top to bottom. Motul USA. Go check them out. OGIO is the leader in motorcycle storage solutions. As motocross riders, we need a gear bag, we need a helmet bag, a boot bag, a backpack, a travel bag, a hydration pack, maybe a tool kit to wear around your waist if you're on an off-road ride. OGIO makes all of that, and their products are absolutely top of the line. I've got stuff I've had for several decades, just to give you an idea of how long this stuff lasts. If you're not sure, ask around, talk to folks who've had some of this stuff, and they will confirm that OGIO's quality is absolutely second to none. So go check them out, OGO_powersports.com, and look at all they've got to offer right now. You ever heard the phrase that the harder you work, the luckier you are? Well, at Luck Apparel, they believe in an acronym that kind of sums it up a little more simply than that: laboring under complete knowledge. So it isn't just some random chance that determines what your outcome or results are going to be. It's being educated and working your butt off to get it done. And I think that that goes hand in hand with the motocross industry. You don't get lucky into a win. You work your ass off and you make it happen. So check out Luck Apparel. They've got t-shirts, hats, sweatshirts, all kinds of cool stuff. And we're stoked to have them on board here at the Whiskey Throttle Show in 2022. And finally, last but not least, Specialized Bicycles. If you are in the market to start pedaling, this is where you want to start. They've got great entry-level bikes all the way up to the Cadillac, the new Levo e-bike, anything in between, man. It doesn't matter what kind of riding you're doing. Go check out and start with Specialized. Don't waste your time on something that's going to break. The derailler's not going to shift after a couple months. Get something quality. These guys make it. Specialized leads that industry. Hey, everybody. Thanks for clicking on another episode of MPH Moto E Performance and Health with Coach Rob Beams. Welcome back.
Thanks, brother.
So our topic today is strength training and why it's necessary for racing, when is best to do it, what type to do. It's gotten a bad rap over the years.
Sure.
You know, people think, oh, if I lift weights, I'll get arm pump.
Of course.
Which, depending on what you're doing, that you could train your forearms to pump up if it's a lot of pulling, grip stuff. But I think that the benefits outweigh that if you really think about it, and there's ways to do it smart.
Yeah, well, we can do another show on just arm pump itself. But, you know, when somebody tells me that weightlifting creates a lot of grip strength and that causes an arm pump, that's like saying lat pullback creates back pump. You know what I mean?
Right.
A lot of times with the arm pump, I mean, we're going to make some assumptions here. You're in the center of the bike. You're not behind it. As soon as your belly button's behind the pegs, you're going to invoke the potential of arm pump. But we also tend to forget, if you and I go and we get a massage, very rarely do you say, hey, do you mind stripping my forearms? You know, we're going to go to back. We're going to go to legs, stuff that always feels good when you get a massage. But the same physiology applies. You have the skin on top. You have connective tissue called fascia below that and muscle tissue. Well, if this stuff becomes sticky because we don't give it much TLC, we don't give it much attention, it literally starts like two, scouring pads. They just start to stick. Mm-hmm. So if you get massage or do your own self-massage, just grip and lift, or there's a lot of, you can take tennis balls and massage them, but what you got to treat this from your wrist to your elbow just like you would your shoulders. Mm-hmm. So when all of a sudden our shoulder goes into spasm, we don't go, hey, we got to get shoulder surgery. Right. You know what I mean? Right. You got to get those friction points broken down or muscle spasms, whatever it may be. But when you bring it back around, full circle on strength training, we've got to remember, even if you're on a 65, sometimes these bikes weigh more than the people who are riding them. And it's I just personally believe there's not a sport more difficult on the face of the earth. I was quoted on saying that in a television broadcast. It's, you've got the weight of the bike, you've got the speed, and we decide that we're going to take it over some really big bumps. And you've got to offset that inertia. And I refer to this as a moving gyroscope because of the three-dimensional plane. You hit something, that bike can go one of any 365 degrees, right? Mm-hmm. 360 degrees. And what you don't want is to be too weak to be able to compensate what that bike's going to send. We all know the bike goes this way, you hit the rear brake. We get it. We're this way, we know we're holding the throttle wide open. But what happens when that bike kicks sideways? Yeah. And if you don't have the specific word, and it's a way overused term right now, is functional strength. But I'm talking functional strength to a gyroscope. So we'll have people that'll join our program and they're like, oh, you don't know me, I'm fit. Well, you're fit, you're just not fit to ride one of these. And that's your problem. Because you're going to the gym and you're training like just moving one muscle group. Well, unfortunately, movement doesn't include one muscle group. No matter what we do, movement is never one muscle. Right. So every muscle, if you look at like extending my arm, bicep brings it up, tricep brings it back. But for me to bring the bicep up, the tricep has to elongate. There's always two muscles. There may be some physiologist that says, oh, there's one muscle in your body that moves independently. That's cool. But for conversation's sake, that's why strength training absolutely has to be part of your program, and it needs to be year-round. That's a part that people screw up because when we look at periodization, preseason is all about maximizing strength. Everyone goes, yeah, strength training, I get it. Then when we go into pre-competitive phase, we still want to be keeping the load levels up, but we're starting to drop a little bit of speed work. That means we bring the load levels down. We're still lifting, but the amount of weight we're lifting goes down. Then when we get into competitive mode, we're not lifting a lot of load. But the reason why we're still doing lifting exercises is because of the supporting staff of tendons and ligaments. We want to keep the tensile strength of the tendons and ligaments strong, so that way when you do happen to hit the ground, you've got the supporting staff so that we don't end up seeing stuff snapping.
Yeah.
So that's why strength training, I mean, even we've got Loretta's coming up in a couple weeks. We'll have athletes that will they will lift weights till Friday before.
Yeah.
Not heavy. They're just keeping everything tight.
Yeah, I always looked at it like strength training is for those moments that go wrong.
That's right.
Whether you can
100%.
save the crash or not.
100%.
So if it goes a direction you weren't expecting, or the bike does something, that's raw strength pulling it back. You
That's
can't
right.
finesse your way out of that.
And you just said the key word. Remember, we talked about it in a previous show. You three-dimensional plane of a motorcycle, the left and the right side pegs, what's going on in front and behind the pegs, and what's going on above and behind the seat, or above and below the seat. Well, not everything can be fixed with a throttle or a brake, right? So that functional strength, that's why I like that word functional. Sitting down and just doing a seated bicep curl doesn't make any sense, because it doesn't involve movement. And what we do is, I don't care if you're a triathlete and you're in open water swimming, you've got to have functional strength.
Yeah.
This is just unbelievable because of the velocity, the weight, depending on the bike you're on, the horsepower, the jumps we hit,
and
they're huge.
The variations that it could come at you.
So fast.
Every single different
Yes.
direction you don't know.
Yeah, I mean, something hits the side wall of the tire. Next thing you know, you're going 40 degrees sideways.
I look at a great example is Cooper Webb at Millville this year.
Yes.
Clips a tire with Chase, and he had to have the strength to fight against what that bike was wanting to do, pull it back straight enough that he doesn't crash.
Yep.
He still did crash, but he saved himself a guaranteed injury.
100%.
And then him getting spit off, again, now that extra strength you've put on is beneficial when you hit the ground and tumble.
Well, the ability to absorb impact, right?
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, this sounds a little harsh to somebody, but you've got to be able to bounce and not break when you hit the ground. I mean, hitting the ground is just part of our sport, but if you're physically strong, and we've talked about this in other shows, when you're physically strong and you supplement that with flexibility, that's your best prescription to offset injuries.
Yeah.
There's no two ways about it. You've got to be strong and flexible, because think about one without the other. Go ahead, excuse me.
They can't exist.
They can't exist by themselves.
Not functionally. Okay, so if you are talking to just the weekend warrior types, or competitive local guys, or even guys at an amateur level, at a high level, what moves would you recommend? I've always been told the deadlift is one of the best movements you can do if you're doing it correctly, in terms of a complete posterior chain movement.
Yeah.
What do you like?
Well, it's so funny that you brought that example up, because this is the one that gets me in trouble all the time. I think the traditional deadlift and the squat are the worst things that we can do as racers.
Is that right?
But for the wrong reasons.
Okay.
Because most people can't do an air squat with good form. I damn sure am not going to have them do it with load. So it goes back to, once you can show me that you've got functional movement without load, I'm all for, yes, the deadlift is going to be the best functional movement for the posterior chain. You got me. I couldn't agree with you more. But show me you can do that functional movement without load, i.e. invest in a foam roller, invest in a power dot, invest in a good massage therapist, and get a good chiropractor. Because now once you show me that we've got muscle symmetry, we've got joint mobility, because you got to think about it. If I'm complaining of a shoulder injury and I look at you anatomically and my shoulders are anteriorly, they're rotated forward, is that because my pecs are so strong? Because if my shoulder rolls forward, now the muscles in between my shoulder blades are always going to be extended. Now I'm riding the bike and I just lose the front end in a corner and the front end goes away from me. Now I tear the muscles in the back of my shoulders. Is that a lack of strength? No, it's a lack of flexibility and an overdeveloped set of chest muscles, because it's going to anteriorly rotate the shoulders. So we're always looking for making sure that every joint, the bones sit in anatomical neutral. We see this a lot. We could talk about I refer to it as the difference between a pain site and a pain source. So someone will report themselves to our offices and say that their low back hurts. So if you imagine that the front of your quads attach at the top front of the pelvis, specifically at ASIS, if your quads are tight, it pulls the pelvis down and forward. Well, that creates that curvature in the small of your back, lordosis. It also, because I've taken the pelvis and I've pulled it forward and up, now I'm going to have a high hamstring tear, because that's the opposite side of the attachment.
Right.
Quads are tight. Now I have a hamstring issue as well as a low back pain. Someone says, oh, my back hurts, so I'm going to stretch it. Worst thing you can do. It's called the stretch reflex. It's a self-defense mechanism. This is what understanding the difference between the site of the source and the source of the pain itself. Tight quads are the source, but you're feeling it somewhere else.
Right.
And it goes back to strength training the same way here. When you're looking for that balance, it's, do I need more strength in my pecs and my chest? Not if I'm already anteriorly rotated. I need to get this flexible, so now I can go to neutral. Now I need to work on rear shoulder strength, so I've got front and back balance.
Yeah.
That's going to be the key.
So there isn't like a certain set of things that you're like, these are the movements. It varies person to person, athlete
It just
to
always
athlete.
starts with functional movement.
Right.
You know, if you can't get in a pike position, you probably shouldn't do push-ups because you've got this big curvature in the small of your back. If I can get your back nice and straight, now we could do a legitimate push-up. Right. Great, push-ups are going to help. But what are the two things that set us back? An injury or an illness. So when you can't do something without load bearing, I would be absolutely irresponsible as a physiologist to say, you know what, you can't do an air squat, but we're going to do squats with 200 pounds.
Gotcha.
Because that's the key workout. Is there an exercise that doesn't work? I don't think there is one. We're humans, right? Any movement's going to be advantageous.
Yeah.
It's about looking at the consequences of bad form that's exacerbated with muscle tightness and then muscle weakness that leads to more muscle tightness that leads to compounding and cascading of injuries.
Yeah, I think a step that a lot of people skip is some type of functional diagnosis, like you're talking about.
Absolutely.
Go to someone who can say, do left versus right strength and movements, and go, okay, you're tight on this side's stronger than that side. You obviously have an injury here or a long-standing one I can see. You know, break that down, try to correct some of that.
Well, and take it a step further. Somebody that's broken their femur, right? So they've broke their thigh muscle, the atrophy, the muscle shrinkage on that side is going to be there. So now I'm going to be left leg dominant. Now I'm throwing the balance of the bike off because I'm always going to be left leg dominant. I'm going up the face of a jump. I'm leaning on the left. Bike's always going to kick. If I'm trying to go through rhythm sections, I'm trying to go through Supercross whoops. If I'm left leg dominant, I'm just interrupting the input to the bike.
Yeah.
So when you talk about a functional assessment, what we do with our athletes is we do what's called muscle symmetry. I want the left side to be the same as the right side for equal power output, but that has to be supplemented with flexibility. If I'm Gumby on my right side and I'm a rock on my left side, I'm probably going to get hurt more on the left side because of the lack of mobility, not a lack of strength. That's why I always say they have to be synergistic, not to, beat that dead horse, but it's one without the other. If we think about, no pun intended, we're only as fast as our weakest link on this bike. You could mod the motor, but if you don't put the supporting staff on it, and you put a stock chain on a modded bike, we're not surprised the chain breaks.
Sure. Well, there's obviously a lot more to dive into here to strength training, and a lot more information over at CompleteRacingSolutions.com. Have Rob help you through some of these. There's a lot of free stuff on there, but you can also get a membership and get more engaged
Happy
with
to
you.
help.
So you're a fantastic resource. I highly recommend people taking advantage of it. So get over there and check them out. Stay tuned for more MPH videos.
Thanks for watching the Whiskey Throttle Show, now available on the Spot Network, an independent standalone streaming platform live now on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, Google Play, Android TV, most smart TVs, and all phones and tablets. Look for future live shows and specials only available on Spot Network. Download the app today on your favorite device. And don't forget to like and subscribe and click the bell to get alerts for all the latest content. Follow us on Twitter at W_Throttle_show and on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram at Whiskey Throttle Show.